course. All the big tournaments. So easy. Invited to Ronaldo's wedding. Check. At this point, I'm literally him. And now it's EWC. Someone needs to win it, right? Don't close to Gigi How. Simple didn't even make it. Bots. So if it's not me, who else?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Je suis prêt, parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une gros pas. Big temps, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma page, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De part je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Today, 5 more games will determine who advances to the next round. Team FALCONS take on the MONGOLZ, the title defenders of EWC. Legacy wants to get their revenge for the loan against Na'Vi. Vitality will see if the crowd gives them wings that made you silence the giants in the very city he was born in. We will see if Paris remains gracious to the dragons of Team Spirit. Time for everything to be verified on the server. Welcome to day 2 of the playoffs.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. The Counter-Strike playoffs well underway, about to start day 2. I'm Chad Birchall, not your host. I'm joined by Yanko and Dupree. Gentlemen, the Furia fans already taken to the street after last night's victory.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time, are they, Chad? And they are going to play again today against G2 in that quarterfinal. That's going to be way later, so they must be super excited for that game.
Is this the furthest you guys have been from the Eiffel Tower? I see you in different shots, closer, further away. Now we're at an elevation. What's going on? well.
Yeah, we've been closer, but like, I mean, we can't really be complaining about the view, right? We get the whole skyline of Paris, Eiffel Tower out there in the background, and obviously we do get to get a little of that Brazilian samba to get us kicking in for the mood for the games today.
It's not as hot as last week. Yanko, talking about yesterday's games on that A stream, we had two matches going down. G2 versus Astralis was our first match of the day. What did you glean there?
G2 off to a little bit of a slow start. Some issues on Ancient have been pestering them lately, but after that, they were in full control, right? We're able to bounce back. We're very dominant on the last two maps. Wrinkle had a good series, the new addition to the team. Hunter had a great one from the IGL position. I think they prepared really well for that game, had Astralis' number on Inferno and Dust2, and deserved their spot in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, all three of those maps were landslides. We're talking 13-6, 13-6, 13-7, where the second series of the day, Peter, we had Furia take to the server against Aurora. Rematch from the major semi-final, this time with the international team in the mix. What did you make of them on LAN?
Yeah, I think it actually got very competitive, and I think I got way more out of Aurora than I would have expected. And I assume that Aurora came to this tournament with a bit of a reality check. You know, where are we? What's the potential of the team right now? And I think they proved yesterday against Furia that they're here to play, right? They've only been together for a couple of weeks, so there's definitely potential in there. But overall, I mean, I saw some good stuff, you know, some good reads. I think Kixen had a lot of impact, but I also think the individuals, specifically the Turkish players in this roster, had some very good moments. But turning to Furia, a bit disappointing, right? I think Caserado is always, you know, like he's always reliable. He's always puts up a good fight, but it took a while for Molnar to get in there, and Yekindar, of course, is, you know, looking a bit on the downside.
Are you more excited, Yanko, about this Aurora or the old Aurora?
This Aurora, and also because it opens up obviously the whole English-speaking talent pool to them moving forward. But I think also the biggest takeaway was the Turkish core had a really good series. Yep. And it's a playoffs, and there was a crowd, and that's usually where they struggled. So even though it's early days, definitely some good takeaways for that Aurora side. The way Molodoi played on that CT side of Mirage, I don't know if anyone could have beaten Furia.
Yeah, they woke up and locked themselves in for a match later today. But let's focus in on today. Crunchyroll storyline of the day. I like Attack on Titan. We've got some Titans taking to the server today. Do you think any of the big names fumble? Falcons, Vitality, Spirit, all getting their round of 16 matches?
They're all big favorites, but usually one always stumbles, right? And it's hard to take a look and say who that team is going to be. I think it could be Falcons, just because the Mongols...
You don't mean that.
Just because the Mongols, with their, you know, mechanical skill, with their aim, if you get into a shooting match with them, you can run into some problems. They usually get beaten by teams who have a higher floor, and that's something that Falcons still have to prove that they were able to raise in this offseason.
And I do hope that, just talking about the Falcons-Mongols matchup, you know, it's one of those matches where Mongols will go in with nothing to lose, right, with the new roster and everything, and also, you know, up against the reigning major champion. So there's nothing to lose, and that might fit them very well. So there's a chance, but I'm looking forward for that FaZe Vitality game. I think FaZe has been looking a lot better than what they have shown lately. I'm sure they've hit rock bottom, so there's only one way, and that's upwards. So in all, I'm excited for Cash. I think Cash is going to be in there. It's been a powerhouse for FaZe, and we get to see Vitality take that one out.
Such a huge map for Vitality moving forward. The Overpass was one of their best maps. So that gets taken out. They have to be good on Cash if they want to have a good season.
All right. Well, that's going down on the A stream. Let's check in with Stunner, who's going to be giving us a little bit of a reminder of what happened yesterday on the B stream.
Hey, thank you very much, gentlemen. It looks nice outside, and it's even nicer in here. Yesterday, we got these EWC playoffs underway, 4 straight 3-map battles. But what we're looking at here is trying to discern some of the good and bad over at the B stream. I got my friend Jacob Pimbinicky to talk a little bit about some of the action we saw yesterday.
Yeah, Foot taking on Magic in that first game over on the B stream. That was a very close game, very much back and forth. You saw Magic come out swinging, winning the first map. Foot had to answer back by winning the second. And then on the third one, it was kind of Foot came alive, you know. They played the Counter-Strike that you'd expect them to play. They were the favorites heading into the game as well, but at times it felt like they were frustrated, couldn't really find their footing. But at the end of the day, they got the job done. They found a way to stabilize, dare say it, and look like the Foot that we saw in the group stage as well at the later stages in that game. So safe to say that Magic put up a good fight, but couldn't quite get the job done.
Well, yesterday is not today. I think that goes without saying, which also sets us up for another iteration of the playoff brackets here. Na'Vi versus Legacy to start things off, then B8 Spirit. Let's talk about that Na'Vi Legacy game real quick.
Yeah, Na'Vi Legacy game on paper. Na'Vi are the heavy favorites in that one. We haven't seen Na'Vi play since the major, so they came in here with a fresh boot camp, you know, eyes set on the prize, and I think they're going to do well. For Legacy, a roster change, Try coming in with the AWP, looks somewhat decent in the group stage. I'm having a tough time seeing them beating Na'Vi, but I could definitely see them put up a fight. Just like we saw yesterday, all the games went 3 maps. I'd be surprised if Legacy is not able to apply a bit of pressure to Na'Vi, but on the other hand, I'd also be super surprised if Na'Vi is not able to get the win and get the job done.
Then we have V8 who rattled Vitality earlier on, just a show of force. What are the chances that they have today against a young Donk and Spirit?
I mean, Spirit have looked like a team that couldn't find their footing whatsoever. They looked a little bit cell-shocked, to be completely honest. The Donk has been playing well, as he always does, but the rest of the team is night and day. So I see a Bait who beat Vitality in a best of 3. I see a Bait who's speaking about coming in with confidence, having a great boot camp, playing well in practice. So, you know, 9 out of 10 times I'd say Spirit are going to win this game, but I think today is going to be one of those where it could be super, super close. I see 3 maps, and I'm going to be saying it right here, right now. I think there's a potential for Bait to make another big upset.
But why are you lying to these people, Jacob? Why are you just straight up lying to them?
I will never lie to people, Trace.
Well, we can't put it under the test right here, but we did put Nico and Apex to a lie detector test. And let's see what they had to say when we broke it down.
Have you ever regretted leaving G2? Do you think I'm overrated? Do you think you have a big ego?
Hi, I'm Nico and I play for FALCONS.
I'm Apex and I play for Team Vitality.
Esports World Cup want to ask some of the most asked questions about us.
But to make sure we tell the truth, we've been connected to lie detector.
So if we lie, everyone will know.
Okay, let's get started.
Woo! What is your name?
My name is Dan Madesclair. I'm right?
Truth, you are right. Okay. What is your name?
Nikola Kovac.
He knows his name. It's a good start.
Are you nervous today?
I'm okay, actually. I'm fine.
Ooh, you are a little bit nervous. Nico, are you nervous today?
First time doing this, a little bit.
Yes. We're off to a good start. I'm going to pass over to you, Apex.
Has any player ever been kicked from the team because of you?
Yes.
Long thing.
Do you consider me one of your biggest rivals?
Yeah.
100%.
Have you ever argued with a teammate after an official match?
Of course. Of course. 100%. Have you ever regretted leaving G2?
Yes.
Was the first lineup?
Yes. I mean, I had regrets before we made the first lineup.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know...
You thought you would be better?
Yes, but I also thought it was going to be worse at the time.
Worse?
Yes, because before we got the heroic trio, it was not good.
Okay.
Do you believe Vitality is better team than FALCONS?
Yes.
What about right now?
Not because you won in one major that you're better than us.
No.
No, that's just what I want to say. Do you think you have a big ego?
I used to have, yes.
Yes, he does think he has a big ego.
Of course, it's needed to play CS and to be at the highest level.
Do you believe you'll continue playing CS for another 3 years?
3 years, I don't know, but maybe a bit less, but yeah, around that.
Yes, he does.
Is trash talk good for Counter-Strike?
Yes.
You don't think it is. You don't like the trash talk, do you?
Because he's not a trash talker himself. That's what I was expecting.
As soon as we mention trash talk, your body just
Really?
don't like it.
Some I find cringe, but some are fun and healthy.
Oh.
Okay.
I gave you the
I'm
question.
a trash talk cringe?
No.
Okay. We would have many problems with this.
Have you ever had a teammate you genuinely couldn't stand?
Yes. Don't ask me who. I won't answer. Do you believe you will finish your career as the top 5 players of all time?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so too.
The next one. Have you ever choked because of pressure?
I think so. Yeah. The one I remember the most is probably Shanghai Major. Shanghai Major
Against
was...
the phase?
Yeah, the third map I completely choked as an idol. What is the biggest mistake of your career?
Removing Kerrigan from phase. It was not only me that kicked him, okay?
Let's make the story again.
Do you think I'm overrated?
No. Do you see Vitality as Falcon biggest threat at EWC?
No.
I'm seeing a bit of a reaction.
What the fuck, Mr.
there.
Nicolino?
Which team are you most worried about facing at EWC?
You guys?
Anyone else?
There is...
Maybe, for example, Under Team because it's a best of 1.
Oh yeah.
That scares me, maybe. Do you believe you're still in your prime?
No.
do believe you're still in your prime. You do believe you can still win.
Okay. If you change role back with Kyusuke, do you think you will still be at your prime?
I would be better than what I'm playing right now.
I want a yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, he does.
It makes sense. That makes sense.
Do you believe you're a better Counter-Strike player than me?
No, I don't think so. Overall, I can't think that you're...
Okay.
You're testing me again.
No, I don't know, actually.
You do
Maybe
believe
I go
you
against
are.
my brain, probably. I wanted to be nice and didn't work. I'm trying to think about other question, but... Do you think we were overrated during, like, 2025, for example?
No.
Ooh. There was something in 2025 that you're seeing.
Because, of course, they had some close games and they were the one beating us, so that's why I asked this question. I'm done.
This was fun. I enjoyed it. It was something different. I hope that then you also liked it. I hope that you guys enjoyed it and that you're gonna see more of this as well.
It was a bit tough, a bit scared of sometimes asking the question and hear the answer as well. But that was a fun moment, and I hope you liked it, as I said.
It is the final week of EWC, and this is the biggest and best audience I have seen in the STC arena. For a Wednesday at 4 p.m., we had this place jam-packed, and it is the same thing coming in on Thursday. Welcome in for the first battle of an epic round of 16. We've got the Falcons taking on the Mongols. Chris Puckett alongside Dupree and Yanko once again. And gentlemen, this is going to be a party today in the venue. We just got a little sample of the high level of production we're bringing at EWC. What do you guys think of that Nico and Apex lie detector piece?
I loved it. Apex, he's my former captain back when I played at Vitality, so it's fun to see him, and he's always like, it's just two contents machine, right? It's always fun when you get two of the biggest personalities go head to head and have a little lie detector of who can actually, who's actually putting out the truth and who's not. And I think we got some interesting answers in that one.
Yeah, Nico said he's still in his prime, Yanko. Do you agree?
Well, he said he wasn't, but he was lying. I just think looking back on my coaching career, knowing how much Nico lies really puts things in a different perspective. But no, jokes aside, I think it was great. It was fun to see them chop it up, right? Two legends of the game, goes without saying, rivals, but I think they respect each other a lot, so that was fun to watch.
Let's take a look here at the Falcons. This is the favorite in the matchup. Talking to some folks behind the scenes, Falcons, of course, have staffed up their roster. They have invested in some stars. We see the Nico posters all over the city. But when it went to the matchup against the Astralis, what did you actually see in-game, Dupree?
I think the Falcons seemed in control throughout the game. They were looking like a team that in general looked to be on the same page, and that's very important for them, also moving to the fact that they won the major. They're really here to show that the major wasn't just a fluke. It's actually us just showing that we can be the best team in the world, and I think that's definitely what we're fighting for. And I think Nico specifically had one of the best games that we've seen from him in a late time, and it's good to see that he, as that third star in that roster, can just constantly bring in the firepower, but also being that second voice that is so important once they got Kerrigan to have someone lead them, specifically on the CT sides.
Nikola Kovac, one of the biggest stars here in the building. Did I say that right, Yanko?
Nikola Kovac. Close enough.
Close enough. Well, we talked to him, and we just call him Nico behind the scenes with Banks.
It's an important start of the playoffs here for Falcons at EWC, but it's also been a week since you last played, Nico. So tell me, how do you and the team stay in shape, stay focused during kind of an extended break?
Yeah, it's a bit unusual to have, that many days off, but we try to get as much better as we could, prepare for the game as much as we can as well. Also use some days off just to, rest a little bit and just make sure that we come well prepared, but also, coming in fresh on the game. But we just miss playing officials, honestly. Like, if you look at the Cologne major that happened 2 months ago, we only had like 2 games, two best of 3. So we are very hungry to play some games.
It's good to hear you're hungry, and I expect that from you guys, especially after lifting that major trophy. But it's already been 4 months with Kerrigan, right? So I wanted to ask you, yes, you won the major, but how far along are you guys like in everyone being completely comfortable in the system, maybe still adapting and adjusting things? Like, how is it working right now? Because it's a weird spot to be in where you achieve greatness so early on, but I'm sure there's still a lot more you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we had some great success early on, and it's something we want to just build on if we can. I think EWC is a really good event to see where we stand, kind of, That's why when we discussed, like, the preseason, like before the boot camp, you're like, we know that we are, right now one of the best teams in the world, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. People can also, look and counter us a little bit more. So we just need to see where we stand right now. I think it's very hard. Maybe now everyone expects, for teams to repeat what Vitality did. It's going to be, it's almost impossible to do that, but who knows? We are going to, strive for that. But for us, we just want to see where we stand at this event and how well we have prepared, but also how much improvements we have made since the major as well. As everyone knows, we have lost at the last Blast bounty, the 200 Thieves, and that was a bit painful. So we just want to get some games under our belt and see how it goes.
Thank you very much for your time, Nico. Wish you the best of luck going into the game. Let's see what Falcons do up against the Mongols.
Thank you very much, Banks, and thank you, Nico, for joining us pre-match. Now, of course, Nico mentioned they have brought in some talent. I don't know how to pronounce this name. It was an argument last night over dinner and in the green room this morning. Tell me about this star. What do we need to expect in improvements from this man, starting with a K?
Kyosuke or Kyosuke, however you want to go for it.
Kyosuke. That's what I heard, right?
I think that's how you actually do it. But I've always gone with QC because it just flows pretty good. So he's obviously this new bright talent that's brought up. I think a lot of people kind of compared him to Dunk when he first got into the scene. I don't think he is as good as Dunk, but he's definitely up there. And he was one of those talents that was brought into Falcons to really elevate them. And he was integrated into the team, did pretty well, but he never really shined through. But that really came into fruition when Kerrigan joined this team, and it really shows what Kerrigan brings to the table. He's really tried to help Kyosuke become the player that he was meant to be, bringing in a lot of good vibes, but also just showcasing and telling with all of his experience what you can actually bring and what he should have of say in this team.
Now, Yanko, how would you describe his floor and his ceiling right now as a player after adding Kerrigan into the lineup?
I think both are pretty high. I think Kerrigan to some extent has also risen both, right? Because he's given him guidance, which raises his floor. And I think being on a team with him, and then he found a way to simplify the game for Kyosuke, right? And play towards his strengths. And that's also what's increased his ceiling in the sense of the numbers that he's able to put on the server.
It's going to be exciting to see everybody in game, but there was one man who had a whole lot of trash talk on content we've been running at EWC for a number of weeks. Talk to me about the Russian stud who says with Simple out of the picture, this could be his tournament to perform at.
Well, Modesty is, definitely one of the world-class offers. We are probably in contention together with Cyrus being the best offer we have in the world right now, and he's by far the star player to look out for in the Falcons jersey. They have a lot of stars, but he's probably the one standing out a little bit on this one. Brings so much to the table. He brings aggressiveness. He brings a lot of good communication, but in also he just brings a lot of raw fracking power. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing out of him, right? And he's been on the rise ever since he was picked up in G2, and it's only seemed like he's getting better and better every single time we get to watch him. So it's like the sky's the limit for this kid at this point.
Modesty is in the running for the best player of the year, really, being the MVP of the major. If Falcons have a strong season, finally we might have a three-man race and not just the conversation between Dunk and Zaivu. So a lot on the line in that sense. If Keek continues to play like he did at the major, it's definitely going to be a conversation.
They have a ton of firepower over on the Falcons, but for the Mongols, is this the team that were world champions, one of the best in the world, if not on the planet? Where are they at right now, Yanko?
Well, we have the defending Counter-Strike champions at EWC, right, in the Mongols, and the defending club champions in the Falcons, right? But I think the results for the Mongols before and after EWC last year show that event really was just an outlier, you know? The fact that Techno was the MVP, who is more of a support style of a player for them, I mean, that was a live tournament for him, and it was a big part of why they were able to lift the trophy. But they've underwent some roster changes too. They don't have their coach behind them, Mara, who has somehow found more talent in the Mongolian scene. Who would have thought that Mongolia would have more tier 1 players than Denmark, Peter?
Yeah, it's shocking at this point, right? But then again, you got to give some credit. Like, it is incredible to see how the Mongols have sort of came out of nowhere. They've always been around, but when they really, has shook things up and just become a team that you had to be fearing. And sure, I think this is probably one of the weaker Mongols that we have seen and will also get to experience. But I'm still left with a feeling that Mara has already scouted out so many players in the past that he's seen something in these two players. You know, it's from their own region, obviously from their academy team as well, coming into this roster. So he spotted something, and you know, with what he's done in the past, there's definitely something in it.
And players from Mongolia, the young players, Chris, are very raw. You know, they're skilled, right? But it's like the lack of experience playing against tier 1 opposition where they're going to struggle. And they shoot really hard, but it's against teams like the Falcons when some of their tendencies really get exploited. It's where they really get tested. Guy like Tikoak and some of those anchor positions, right? Like that's where, you know, you'll have Zonic and the rest of the Falcon staff really hone in and see, okay, does this guy only play 1 or 2 spots in late round situations, and is there ways for us to exploit that?
Now, I know there's legends in the CS scene that can go well over 30 in their career. These guys are 17 and 18 years old. How rare is this, and what are the expectations on a global stage like EWC right now?
Obviously, this is the jumping competition for them, without a doubt. You know, they've had their majority, if not all of their games in their own region, so it is the jumping competition, and there's a lot to expect for them, but you also got to give them some leeway that the competition and the fact that you go up against the Falcons now, the reigning major champions, you know, that is a harder task, but it's also a match where I hope that some of that strength from the Monks can really power through. It's all about fighting, taking map control, not playing scat, and I think this match could be righted.
Yanko, we have our vetoes in. Walk me through it. A minute on the clock before we go to stage.
Yeah, for the Mongols, they veto out Falcons' best map, Anubis, right? That's their permaban, and they go for that Inferno pick, which used to be a big punish against the Falcons, but lately they've stepped up tremendously. Nico is a big part of that. He's been incredible for Falcons on Inferno lately. After Anubis, best map for Falcons, Dust 2, and they don't care that Mongols are undefeated on it with this lineup. Historically, they've struggled, and we see that Nuke as the decider.
You are brave. You said Aurora could cause the upset last night. They fell just short. Do the Mongols have a chance of upsetting the Falcons to open up this day?
I don't believe it. I mean, I am usually a guy that wants to look at the positive kind of things, and I do think that the Mongols will have some firepower, but I don't think it's going to match the Falcons.
Yanko, 10 seconds. 88% of the fans are siding with the Falcons. Do you agree?
Inferno is a trap card. They should have picked Ancient. I think Falcons take it 2-0.
Falcons are taking this one 2-0. Make some noise if you love Counter-Strike, because this is day 2 of the playoffs live in Paris.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue à Paris. Well, yesterday quite set the tone of what was about to happen at the STC Arena. We've had comebacks, we've had close series, we've had plenty of drama and waving on stage. Heads up Molodoi on that. And by now, 4 teams have made it to the top 8.
Yeah, nobody took the easy road to get here, that's for sure, and that's exactly how we like it when there's this much on the line. And after what was a cracking first day here on the stage, the names only get bigger from here, Lou.
Absolutely, we're only going to have superstars hitting the stage today on that Counter-Strike stage. Il ne va y avoir que la crème de la crème sur scène aujourd'hui, mesdames et messieurs. Des superstars, vous les connaissez tous, and each one of them is surviving for their tournament run.
Absolutely. Superstars of the scene, major winners. Let's not forget the defending EWC champions from last year. The key is ready to be placed in. Who's going to take it this time around? Beneath it, you can see there in Mongolian, it says, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And that is the motto here at the Esports World Cup.
We are very lucky today.
We are very lucky because we've got 2 teams that are going to book their spots into the quarterfinals, and we've got a quarterfinal plus 3 keys are going to be crushed. It's a good day to have your birthday, Lou, that's for sure. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Ian.
Happy birthday, Lou.
I am indeed, thank you guys. I am indeed a very lucky woman on the STC Arena today, but so are we all in the crowd and at home watching the games, because we're about to welcome the superstars onto the stage, and it's a key day for the championship run as well. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, for our superstars, major winners, FALCONS! They conquered Cologne. They gave Nico the major he has chased for more than a decade, and they have arrived in the EWC playoffs unbeaten. Karrigan turned this collection of superstars into major champions. Now they come for the one
onto the stage. The MONGOLZ! 12 months ago, they stood on top of the Esports World Cup. Now only 3 members of that Championship 5 remain, with 2 teenage newcomers joining the defense. They had to take the long road into these playoffs, but the champions, they're still standing. And they are not giving up their crown without a fight.
It's the Falcons versus the MONGOLZ as our day 2 of CS at the EWC, the STC Arena, starts now. Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit!
Yes, defending champions versus major champions. It's a first taste of Tier 1 for those 2 new faces of rookie year, Darkmeister, Tikawak. We saw them putting up a good show, helping take their team to the round of 16, but it's a different kettle of fish now, Chad. You've got Monacy in the server, Cologne Major, MVP in top form. There's a clear favourite for this first match.
We'll see if they can find their stage legs. The MONGOLZ always an underdog, and they've got fans all around the globe. But the Falcons cheer squad is out in full force. I'm going to give Furia a run for their money. See who can be louder today as the huddles are taking shape. Now the group stage, a bit of a breeze for Falcons.
Casual. It was the most leisurely start to their tournament, and I'm not sure if it's going to get much more difficult here in the round of 16.
Yeah, it's going to heat up into those quarterfinals, but let's see if the MONGOLZ can find some resistance. Obviously no Mara behind them, being highlighted by the desk. Chopping and changing in the seating arrangement. Techno back to the middle, Blitz down the end, new faces, young kids, right? We're talking 17 and 18 years of age for Tikawak and Darkmeister. Tikawak's got an attitude about him, Darkmeister timid like Techno, and as we learn about these players, we can see that they can deliver, right? The aim is there, that's never in question. Mara, he goes to all the local LAN cafes, he drives around in his van, he whacks a couple of kids in the back, and here you go, they've got another roster that can compete.
I loved it from Yanko. It was a cruel barb about Danish Counter-Strike as it currently stands, but it's true. As far as the talent pool goes, we just keep finding new teenage Mongolians who are managing to hang at the top of the Counter-Strike pyramid.
We'll see how this one unfolds. What a difference 361 days can make. Talking about this, the reigning EWC champion, short, but 2 new players and a drop down the VRS ranking. This is no longer the team that was in the Austin major final.
I think also the desk was highlighting that there is no absence of firepower from the MONGOLZ. It's not going to be a question of, oh, they just couldn't hit the shots, they couldn't get the ball rolling. No, it's more the juxtaposition of experience in the server. And it's something that we often throw around on commentary and analyst desks about, oh, well, the experience prevails and how much value and experience can bring to a roster, you know, bringing an experienced player in. Very few as experienced as Mr. Carrigan, who's taken to the helm of Falcons just before that Cologne run.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Nico that live detector saying biggest regret was replacing Carrigan on FaZe. Well, they're back together now, and they're in search of a successful season. One not only for them, but for the club. Falcons would love to pick up 1,000 points in Counter-Strike. There's a long way to go before we get there. Winner of this will take on the winner of Na'Vi versus Legacy, which we have going down on the secondary stage. Later today, we have the likes of Spirit versus Bait and Vitality versus FaZe. So a lot of Counter-Strike to be watching, and then we get the quarterfinals started on this Thursday. It's going to be G2 versus Furia to round out your Counter-Strike day here at EWC.
I expect that one to be a battle, but it looks like we're ready to get this one underway. MONGOLZ versus Falcons, are you ready? I know I am, but I know the players aren't. It sounds like we are going to have a technical hitch on stage before we get this party started. It gives us more chance to digest that map pool. Yanko was rushed through it. For you, Chad, when you see this map pool, is this kind of match expectations or a little bit of a curve?
I think it's tough to pick.
Ассалаумағалейкум. Қалайсыздар, достар? Әлем кубогы, CS2, плей-офф, FALCONS және MONGOLZ матчын қарайтын боламыз. Бірінші болып осы жігіттер ойнайды. Осы командалардың ойындарын тамашалаймыз. Так, кім фаворит? FALCONS фаворит. Әлем кубогы, Францияда, Парижде өтіп жатқан турнир. Кеше Furia матчы әдемі болды, енді камбэк жасап. Мықты камбэк. Бұл жерде енді сөз жоқ. Так, FALCON бізде қорғаныста. Бұл жерде бананда. Атсы бастады. Демек, Ясуки, 1 минус бар. Так, составтары бізде Тесс, Киосуки, Керриgan, Моноси, Нико, MONGOLZ, Блиц, Даркмейстер, Техно, Тоузон, және кім? Тикуак дейді. Екі ойыншы, жаңа бізде Даркмейстер және Тикуак. Жастар, Блиц, Техно, және Тоузон білеміз бұл жігіттерді.
Is going to be coming
their way hot and heavy.
We've got smokes, we've got flashes, we've got mollies.
You've kind of given the Mongols what they need to resuscitate hope in a 4 versus 5 disadvantage.
Бен төсіне шығайын деп жатыр бізде MONGOLZ. Так, Киосуки, Керриган. Ага, Молотов жақсы. Киосуки әдемі, Киосуки жоқ. Екі қана минус. Керриган өкінішке орай болып тұр. Так, ой-ой-ой, не деген тайминг. Оқталып жатқан кезде көп қойды. Нико әдемі. Бұл таймингпен күтпеді. Техно жауап берді. 2-2. Ай, әдемі препайр бұл жерде, бірақ бірге бір Моноси. Тоузон, Моноси. Жарайсың, Илюха. Пистолетка бар. Нереальный камбэк жасады ғой, кеше Furia. 3-9 есеп болды. 10 раунд қатарынан. Ай-яй-яй, Моноси әдемі 2 килл. Клатч, Плен Диффуз, әдемі. Моноси мен де фэнтезиде тұр. Кайф. Қаншама ұпай жинады я бір раундта. Так, қараңдар, Форс бізде MONGOLZ'та. Галил, Калаш, Зишка, Тек, Дигл. Так, Киосуки 2 килл, Моноси 2 килл, және Нико 1 килл. Жасады бізде алдыңғы раундта. Так, Фалкондарда не бар бізде 3 МК, 2 формилка. Керриган, өлме.
Feels like it would be a death sentence to commit. Kerrigan will at least be able to cheat back over to the bomb site.
Techno heard the rotation, right? He was perched up top of Banana. He will have heard the rotation through
Так,
Speedway.
бір смок, Молотов бар.
What's the go here?
They still have the brackets control. They're dropping back now. They'll play more of a pit side.
2 Молотов, бір смок. Қанша 4 флеш. MONGOLZ'дарда.
Monosi pit side.
Так, ютилити жоқ Фалкондарда қарандар. Так, есіп тұр. Бәрін есіп тұр тесіз. Моноси 2. Хорош Моноси. Соңғы Техно, әдемі, әдемі. Илюха, красавчик. Жарайсың.
Force spy, you want to get the bomb down, a few more casualties would have been great. Now they're going to have to take the eco, so that one is tough. But off of the pistol and now up against the force, to see how Falcons are opting to rotate, it's okay, we've lost the space, but instead of just being pushed and pulled like a tug of war, they're going to contest.
2-0 есебімен жауады деп қойдым Falconдар MONGOLZ'дарда. Миражды күттім жалпы, мен Мираж ойнайды деп ойладым. Бірақ Мираж жоқ. Бізде бірінші Инферно, арғарай Даст 2 и Десайдер бізде Нюк.
Some zingers start to land, this should be a relatively easy round. Meister taking his chances, and that's what you want to see from these young gentlemen.
Қызық екен, Керриган Калашпен жүр. Негізі Моносиға беруге болатын еді, Калашты.
Siphoning out that CT util, making sure they have to reinvest into the next as a bare minimum, and the clock of the chicken. Well telling.
Моноси Нико бізде long short.
On the long side, Monosi comes away first with the A4. It's
Қиын.
Not a bad shot.
Tess deals with his duel. Another rest just need to keep on coming. No one tick you act.
Хорош, Тесс.
Have their T's crossed
Hadi
as
mi?
it's 3-0.
Monusi minus aldı.
Start you're looking for if you're Carrigan. Now we get into the guns. EWP is available for Monacy. That will be dropped across.
MVP vereyim deyip жатыр ма?
Eyes on 9-10. This is a man
By
who I
round.
think is extremely skilled. I wouldn't say underrated. I'd say rated.
Okay.
But he's definitely one of the best AWPers, I would say. I could make an argument he's a top 5 AWPer.
Yeah, you certainly could. Yanko has.
9-10 Hasan uyanada деген сұрақ.
Into this one.
Так, АВП сабылда жоқ. Міне оянда. Ой-ой-ой, Falcon'дар. Киосуке. Так, әдемі. Близ жапты. Ника Даркмайстерді тауып алды. Киосуке өз дуэлінде енді тағы да біреуін бұл жерде өлтіруге болатын еді. Бір қыпысымен қалды кім бізде? 9-10.
You've got the A side.
Rekmen show. Çok ketip kaldı.
Shouldn't be a conversation, however, after the first couple. He's filled us with a little
Tikuak.
confidence. Tikuak doesn't give him anything. Audible now, they can process that information, set themselves up in some potent crossfires.
Так,
He's
smoke
actually
var.
gonna anticipate
Mollik
boiler
var.
occupation. Give it a little look.
Ай-яй-яй. Мықты, 9-10. Blitz. Екі энтрия бізде.
And puts MONGOLZ on the board.
He's laughing that one off. He knows just how dire that could have been if it became a 1v1. Kioska had a very good idea of the situation, right? Knows
Karandır.
there's a spam through. Tessa's just hoping to throw a deep nade. Caught out and then
Bak, koy bak.
Moisey tries the same. There it is. So 2 kills for 9-10 straight through the smoke. 3 kills. All right.
2 kill.
I can tell you what he said even though I don't speak Mongolian.
I'll never do that again. What a gift to get you started. Okay, look at the weapon smorgasbord we've got here.
Still got the Monacy AWP though. See if he can shave one off.
Жолы болды. 9-10.
Everything for the CT side.
Yaji in that one. That was a high intensity round. Hopefully a lot more of that.
Так, Киосуке МК, о, Моносявик бар.
Money for the Mongols.
Looking at those
Бірақ
CT
монголдарда да бар. Ай, жарайсың кім мына жақта? Бойлерді Тикуак.
So perhaps first blemish on his record as far as taking map control and not losing your life. Monacy's disrupted that.
It's going to be tough getting skill checked by FALCONS when you're taking your halls.
Сығалап жүр ғой
Two gentlemen who are
бойлерда.
walking into tier 1 Counter-Strike for the very first time.
Қарама деді Моноси.
4 strong on A as it's just Carrigan trying to ward them away from B with some util.
Так, көпшілік бар. Енді өте қауіпті ойнап жатыр жалпы Falcon'дар. Кімді біреу Б-да қалдырып, оған қосып 3 бұл бізде Керриган, иә, фармилкамен. Так, 2 міне келе жатыр Киосуке Б жаққа. Шабуыл бізде монголстар. Аға шығайын деп жатыр. Так, аха, лонг.
Is blinded off by it. Nice. Is Tessa's going to be set up to succeed here, though? With Darkmeister coming in from balcony, that
15 секунд енді түсіну керек Falcon'дар А екен. Уақыт жоқ, шығу керек. 6 секунд. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Соңғы секундтарда ойландаршы. Ой-ой-ой-ой, Киосуке. Үлгермеді бачканы қойып. Уақыт біткен соң тағы да 2 минус алды. Монголдар. Үлгерді деп ойладым негізі. Так, достар, даусым, картинка қалай шығып тұр. Сәл көтерейін ба даусын? Ойынын. Или нормально ма? Ой-ой-ой, Керриган әдемі. Минусавик.
Now he just needs to get out of Banana. I don't think anybody wants to be playing Broom with an AWP.
Go on. I kind of feel like there's a no-scope through the smoke covers.
Киосуке, хорош. Керриган.
Not too bad with that weapon.
Керриган праймда не?
he splashed himself.
First now.
Ugly.
Әлде шара ма?
To be the eco going into the next, so 2900 loss. At least MONGOLZ have that to work with. But they won't be able to shove again.
Статистикасы дұрысталды.
Round they posted was
3 kill,
getting 3 kills.
2 рет өлді.
Mid-smoke.
Кесукин қарандар.
Are you meant to replicate that?
10 kill. Так, Моноси 5. Кесуки ойнап тұр. Так, пачка бананда Молотов. Кесуки! О, 2 kill. Соло.
We have another one of these eco rounds coming out from the MONGOLZ. There can be some level of investment knowing the 3400 lost into the next, but still. Just beelining it. Good stuff to find that all isolated on his own. But 910 also aware he has to make a play. It's just tough. Orping T-side Inferno.
Successful.
It was actually a really cool way to see just what the intention of each of those CT nades on Banana.
Сағыз ғана қаруларын тартып алды, матчтың басында, раундтың басында. Авикті. Так, Риган. Әдемі. Кесуки мен Бананда әдемі ойнап тұр екеуі. Әдемі Хае. 66 хп қалды. Тикуакта. Ал бұл Моноси. Ай-яй-яй, Илюха кешірмейді. Так, соңғы бізде 910 қалды. Ай-яй-яй, Керриган. Қорқпайды Керриган. Артында осындай ойыншылар тұрған кезде әрине пуш жасайды.
Again, to reflect on the pattern of the game so far, you've not really seen them get stuck into multiple gun rounds, and that will start now. The loss bonus maxed out. If they can keep getting in, get that bomb down, a couple of kills, they can stay competitive within the buy department.
Әзірше без шансов. Бір ғана раунд алды, бізде MONGOLZдар. Ито лаки деуге болады оны. 2 kill смоктың үстінен. Кім бізде 910 жасады, я? Так, бай раунд. Керриган фармилкамен жүр әлі. Ақша керек болып тұр деп. Негізі ақша жетеді. МК'ны алуға болатын еді.
30 seconds the round, and that has been a success so far. Now it's about making a move for some space.
Так, раскид тағы да жаққа.
The wrap smokes again.
Не деген тайминг, Моноси. Ой, Керриган әдемі. Ика, қателесті. Так, Кесуки. Ай, бір ғана минус. 2-ге 3. Ретейк. Жасайды қарамдар ретейкті. Тесіс Моноси ақша бар деп тұр. Сейф. Сразу ойладым сейф жасайды деп.
Yeah, that one's going to feel good, especially if your Darkmeister felt like you should have been able to clear that corner.
2-ге 2 болған кезде барғы болатын еді.
Kills and isolating just that lone D-anchor.
The toughest match the MONGOLZ have played so far since these two new faces have come in has been Na'Vi. They also played FaZe at Bounty, but I think Na'Vi a little bit more pedigree across the board. And in that series, Darkmeister and Tikuak were the two highest rated players. Now that everybody ended over 3 maps in the negative.
Let's go FALCONS.
Now, this is about the experience. We were touching on that before this series kicked off. No question.
Керриган молодец. Фармилка болса да қолында минус тауып жүр. Так, MONGOLZдарда кім ойнап жүр бізде? 910, бірге Техно. Жаман емес, паси бірге қалғандары. Darkmeister, Тикуак. Қосылса қызық болайын деп тұр. Ой, хорош, Моноси. Бірақ осындай Моноси қарсы қосылу қиын, я? 2-9 статистикасы Даркмейстердің. Тикуакта 1-7.
Turning them into lessons, and well, there's one happening live here. Meister taken out of the round.
Тесс, Моноси.
He's got 30 bullets and he's ready to unload.
Ой, хорош, тағы да біреу бар.
Blitz jiggling on out, trying to find a belated trade.
Ай, демі.
5 alive, not a single point of damage inflicted.
Сан соқ деп жатыр Моноси.
Soaring towards that first map of this series.
This one might be quick.
It might be.
MONGOLZ'ların Mandara. Bot.
But yeah, this is what we're talking about. And he had the bomb on his back, no less. It just spews forward into the apartments.
Түсінді бәрін.
Round done, well handled by Tessus as well.
Қалай, не істеп жатсыңдар деп тұр.
He wasn't at this event with that MONGOLZ jersey. It was the CS2 signature, Maro.
Yeah, he got the old guard.
Again, this time without Norp in the face.
Тағы да Даркмейстерде, я, бірінші болып. Ақпарат жинауға жіберді. Тәк-тәқна.
Smoke in the air. This one might come with some pace.
You can see Monocy's immediate reaction. Yeah, library smoke. He opts to help Tessus. Big A commitment.
Ооо, плетке өткетті, қалай? Түкірмей өлтірді. Ай-яй-яй. Хорош, киоск. Бірге бір. Алу керек, кесуке. Давай. Жетақ қана оқ. Тексеру керек. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Тикуак. Екінші фраг. Бірақ қандай, е? Екінші раунд. MONGOLZ үшін.
Two more on the trot to get away with that. Everybody flashed in this, but 9-10. Pretty good for a Dota player.
Мына жерде қараңдар. Ай-яй-яй. 9-10. 3 kill тапты бізде.
Proficient on the rifle, making it look easy, and that's the slow-mo. MONGOLZ fans want to see. All right. Aggression, Carrigan down the guts. Supported by Monocy.
Ой, хорош, Керриган. Керриган. Ай-яй-яй. Бананда нан жоқ деді ғой. MONGOLZ'дар.
Do like the tempo that FALCONS are playing with.
Талмай жүр бананын.
Inexperienced members of MONGOLZ to have a moment to catch their breath. Carrigan 4 opening kills now. Continues to throw his body on the line. 4-0 in that department too. So they're ahead of that.
Неге ауысып жүр Ника мен Керриган? Баста Керриган ойнады ғой бананда бізде.
Pressure comes in. One of the two can make the move. The other can be the unknown piece, the secret agent.
Looks like it's Nico to step up, and he might even catch backs turned if he gets this timing right. Yeah, they're still like.
Ой, Ника.
How composed. That round feels way too easy, and you're right, I'm loving this from Carrigan. It does feel like he's just understood that I can be such a disruptive force, even if I'm not even getting the kill. I have got info, and I have disrupted whatever their plan was.
It's scary when the vibes are like that from Nico. Big smile on the face and just tapping those in. You can see every click there.
Yep. Doesn't get more leisurely than that. Rough for the MONGOLZ. That's a really deflating way to lose a round.
Без шансов пока что.
Nothing consecutive.
Өлді кесуке, өлді. Керриган, давай. Ой-ой-ой, Керриган.
We got a speed run ahead of us here. FALCONS just smashing them.
The bludgeoning going on right now.
You know, you said to me the other day off air, you were like, oh, you haven't even seen the beginning of what Kioske is capable of.
He's so young.
It's just flashes of this, you know.
I think we have such high expectations because he was meant to be.
Nasıl sizsinler? MONGOLZ'lar.
The difference between him and Donk is around him are household names who have been at the top of Counter-Strike for the last couple of years. Now, that's not to take away from Shiro, I rate Shiro, but some of the others seem more like role players.
Yes.
The Donk towers over the rest of the team.
You would go back when you're low. I almost dated you.
Just doing a bit of quick maths right now. We've got
Endi FALCON'lar şabulda.
Members of MONGOLZ combined and 20 for Kioske on the other side.
Yeah, Karrigan surprised Kioske didn't run back, but
Karrigan ya sürpriz жасап жатыр. Формасы әдемі, жақсы. Ойнап тұр Karrigan. 8 kill. 6 rez өлді. Бірақ Kioske 20 kill. Техника, Darkmeister'ді өлдірді. Тикок жауап берді. Тағы да Блейдс Монсен тауып алды. Karrigan не деген таймингі. Минус беруге болатын еді. Тесл және Kioske. Әдемі Kioske. Kioske праймда, Kioske тағы да kill. Ё-моё, Kioske. Бірге. Хо-хо-хо, Kioske тағы да kill. 23 kill. 23 kill.
Good luck, have fun. I know Kioske is. I'm not so sure about the MONGOLZ.
I think this looks like a pug.
Yes.
Where are you off to, my friend?
Жесткий прайм Kioske, да.
A complete and utter reroute. He thinks he's been fooled.
Слишком жестко ойнап тұр Kioske.
Now the 40 seconds will be thrust onto the clock. They shore it up. They make sure there's no quick flanking for Blitz. It's a long rotation. The penny drops.
Почти 5 КД. MONGOLZ қарсы ойландыршы. Почти 5 КД MONGOLZ қарсы.
He looks incredible.
And now they know where he is. Rejig the setup. Can it be 4?
Certainly could be. I think Tessis is just going to let him have it. He's just the insurance policy. He's not on it. They confirm it. They're just playing with their food. Blitz the ball of yarn.
Дұрсан жоқ. Тесіс. Мына Kioskені фэнтезиға алған адамның қуанып отыр. Қаншама kill жасап кетті Kioske. Қараңдар. Бамс, біреу. 2. Үшеу.
That is a bit of a meltdown there. Continuing the poor form in this one. Dust2 up next. They played it.
2-ге 4 қалып раундта алып тұр.
Both being victories, but once against Heroic and once against Wildcard, not the same level of opponent. 9-10. Hits a tag.
Kioske тағы да kill.
Who can't be stopped. Finds an opener. Karrigan. This is a 1-2.
Алсу керек Никамен. Или че? Калашты бермей ма? Или Моносиға калаш беріп, өзі Галил алса Kioske.
Taking a bit of a gamble, which is the right call considering the circumstances, and maybe, just maybe, a walk on into the den. Go for a full execute. 9-10 on the search. You could do another tag. We've seen enough. Top banana clear on the clock. A full rotation back. So around the world, getting their steps in today.
It's good to find silver linings. You got your 10k steps in at least on Inferno. And absolutely no hurry from the FALCONS. As long as your scouting party, Karrigan and his MAC-10, as long as they fully commit, which it looks like we are going to see here, smokes and presumably a commitment, that bomb can go B.
There's still time to rotate back. The fact that they're in this far, yeah.
But it's going to
so they can just start running over now.
Bot was safe. MONGOLZ safe. Что-то слишком easy болып жатыр.
Too late in the day. This one will be confirmed now. The retake. Possibility a CT re-smoke just to shore things up over towards B, but all in all, the 11th confirmed, and yeah, as mentioned, it's probably just 4
Так, Моноси пачкан қойып жатыр.
And this one has quite the pace.
Жақсы.
Falcons got stuck in, and well, the MONGOLZ without Mara aren't taking any tactical single timeout, so they're not even going to slow the roll.
Yeah, things can spiral.
Так,
I think it's easy as well when we're sitting at home in our armchairs to underestimate what the value of those 30 seconds can be, but
MONGOLZ'тардың пигі Инферно. Ойлаңдаршы, өз пиктарын осылай ойнап жатыр. Келесі бізде DAS2 Falcons'дардың пиктары. 2-0 ма не? Так, параллельно не болып жатыр бізде? Параллельно бізде кім ойнап жатыр? Так, Нави ойнап жатыр, Legacy қараймыз ба, жігіттер? Мына матч тез бітсе. Или күтеміз ба келесі матчты? Так, бүгін бізде Falcon MONGOLZ қараймыз біз. Bait Spirit, G2 Furia. Осы 3 матч. Және вақыт болса, енді басқа матчтарға да фикірге болады қарап. Face Vitality бар бізде. Так, Ника әдемі. Так, Ясуки Никін өлтірді. Басып фрагерді. Тоқтатты. Раунд алуға болады енді.
How is Techno planning on playing this? Just a USP, walking through smokes, picking up the M4 and getting back with it. That's a nice heist, except you're round the corner before Carrigan jiggles. Okay.
So lucky.
Yeah.
М-канал кетті бізде. Техно. Түсіну керек қазір Falcon'дар аян. Біреу бар екен. Ой-ой-ой, Техно. Вот, минус. Бірақ плентті қою дейтін. Ууу, хорош. Тигізген жоқ. Әдемі, Моноси. Ай, хорош, Моноси. Илюха бар ғой бізде. Ясуки өлсе де бізде Моноси бар. Илюха. Мыналардың настроениесі жоқ вообще. Тауыққа атып не болды? Хотя бы тауықты өлтірейін деп жатыр.
I know the match's been quick, but again, there's been one opening kill for the MONGOLZ.
Yeah, that's just
15 rounds.
Тигр не істеп жатыр, арасында айтып жіберсе де ұрады.
Didn't get such a good innings this time around.
Біздің тигр кешке ойнайды.
Logically sound forward position.
Самурайлар қарсы.
And that'll do. Get away. Blitz has given you an opening.
Так, минус Ника, көпшілік бар. Блин, сенбеймін камбэкке вообще. Без шансов.
Penultimate smoke dropped.
Так, екі КД Моноси, да.
Minute to play with.
Сезіп тұр қарандар Моноси. Сезіп тұр. Хорош, екіншісін оқымайды. Ааа, Кесуки. Хорош, Илюха. Ай-яй-яй. Easy, lemon squeezy. Кесуки жестко праймда. MONGOLZ білмеймін, что-то өз пиктарында осындай ойын көрсетіп.
It was a bit of a monster match. I think he had 100% KAST at the end of this, so That's a masterclass. The MONGOLZ,
Son
the type
item.
of team that stay in their seats between maps. I think we might see them take a little bit more of that time. Let's throw this to the desk.
Great stuff there from Machine and Sponge, and congratulations to the Falcons on taking their opponent's map.
Dust 2'de хотя бы ойнала ма MONGOLZ'тар? Или easy?
Victory, the Mongols struggling, but
2-0 болайын деп тұр ма?
early on in this match, didn't we?
Dust 2 енді пик
I mean, obviously it was
Falcon'дардың.
convincing, but it was more dominant than it was convincing in box. I mean,
Так, win rate, қайтам.
it was not even competitive at this point. You know, I'm actually lost for words with what I saw.
Dust 2'де 100% негізі win rate MONGOLZ'тарда, бірақ 5 қана матч. Falcon'дарда 12 матч, 75% win rate Dust 2'де. Кесуки 26 kill. Чо тап.
We take a look at some of the numbers. How about that ADR? Is that good?
That's incredible. 160 from Kyosuke.
Тука нави горик дейді. Давай. Келсем. Так, мына покаста үзіліс болып жатыр, мына жақта көрейік не болып жатқан. Так, Legacy 11 раунд, нави 5. Не болып жатыр? Так, Wonderful ойнап тұр. Кім, Макази? 6 қана kill. Beat 5 kill.
He's able to take care of the banana coverage. Lotto so close to the spray. Wasn't
Navi.
landed, however. In our position known, readjusted.
Oyunlar.
Sprays too. Makes it look too easy. Wonderful. If any man in the situation you want it to be him.
Wonderful ойнап тұр енді. Хорош. Давай. Ооо!
Once more to keep his team alive. The only fighting force still alive.
That's that individual performance. We're pretty much just got
Wonderful. Solo деп тұр ғой.
2 and 12. Far and ahead, leading this server, but not leading Navi as a whole. They're still down.
Минус 3 бананда беріп, раундты ұтылды, я, ойландыршы.
I mean, unfortunately, you have to capitalize off this, though, because if you don't, you're still building into the same narrative where the only rounds Navi have been able to win are off the back of Wonderful or the economy swing after the pistol round. So still, something to prove here for this Navi squad as Apartments Control comes in. No contention. Listen with the pistol plays in the balcony. Doesn't want to get too aggressive with it.
Smoked off on his arch side. 4 players here for Legacy on the A site.
Битке не болды? 5 қана kill. 12 рет өлді. Минус Алексей Би. Wonderful 22 kill. Бірақ қалғандары енді. Так, АЕМ. Хорош, Има.
The advantage lies in Navi's court now, and it should just be a save from Legacy. Loss bonus hasn't built up. You've invested everything you got into this round.
Так, ну бұл 7-ші раунд. Камбэк жасайын деп жатыр, бізде Нави. Так, ол жақта бізде ақша жоқ. Сейф болу керек. Думау МК-сын және фармилкасын. Латто. Келесі раундқа сақтау керек. Приунылы болып тұр ма?
The bomb goes off. That's 7 rounds. Only 4 being the difference.
Навиге замена жасау керек дейді. Нави мүмкін.
Playing a key factor now.
Осы турнирдан кейін примерно решафлдар болады деп ойлаймын.
It is a timeout for Legacy.
First time they've taken one.
Yeah, just calm the nerves.
Бірақ Wonderful жақсы ойнап тұр.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to talk about what this buy is really going to consist of. We see an MP9 coming out right now, a single M4,
Бит және Макази жетіспей тұр жалпы. Макази ойнаған кезде битпен. Алекси Би кім? Има старплеер емес қой? Осы Макази, бит, wonderful. Тарту керек. Бит опорник, бірақ опорник болса да килл көп жасайды.
Not full buy they're going to have is this one. Still the M4 saved over from a 4. Plenty of utility with the pistols to back up. Navi should know that there's some stress on this legacy side now. Playing a bit more patiently. Systematic clear through banana as always, but no aggression from legacy. We'll just give up the space.
It does seem like A is going to be coming through here. The 5.7 stacked on with one of their rifles. Dumao. The M4, while Art on that 5.7. Seeing if you can get lucky with a little bit of spam, but nothing really to come of it. Slow and steady with 35 seconds left on the clock. Try with it. Perfectly timed repositioning. Molly comes flying his way with a nade to be returned as Imma looks to push through up in this lane position. We've seen him do it the round prior. Can he do it again? Be met with the MP9 with the rifle. Dumao finds himself one bit with a quick trade. Fires down. Try for one.
Бит, хорош. Әдемі. Қойындар пачканы.
Disgusting from Bit. Yeah, both these legacy players rotating in. Wanting to collect a weapon or really scavenge together anything they possibly can, but that was just precision aim from Bit. Maybe able to find one more as Art.
Хорош бит, төртінші фраг.
Do we see another ace? Does Lotto continue to try to fight? Spot it out. He will just fall back. He's got the armor. Best to save it. And again, Navi inch closer and closer.
Бит қосылды.
On their side. Only 3 between the two squads and
керек кезде. Бірақ пистолет қарсы қалай қиын, Әрен. Бұл жерде. Кірді ғой аға. Бит болмаса мына жерде бәрі қос еді.
But still, a Navi that looks more confident on this T side for sure than the first half would have led you to believe.
Quite a long shot, and I mean the round prior, we've seen Imma do it. This time it was Bit. Same concept, leading one person to have a really good individual take there.
Так, мына жақтан өтіп,
Making it possible.
ана жаққа кірейік. Yeah.
Winners of each of these matches will face off in the round of 8. So if you get through Navi, you're potentially playing against the Falcons if the Falcons keep it up.
And Falcons definitely want legacy because they lost to them in a final a couple of months back over at CAC in a best of 5. So they like some revenge, but I think the only thing that can beat Falcons is the Falcons in this particular matchup, right?
Oh, Lexi B.
Өтейік қара берейік пока что басылмады бізді.
This is another example of the rounds where Legacy has just been able to find the easy one-on-one kills. Any pressure that Navi was trying to go for, Legacy honestly just swung directly into. Won the gunfights. Simple as that. A bit of utility behind it, but this Legacy roster looks very strong.
Жасайтын сияқты камбэкті. Нави. Осы раунд ұтылса да. Допыға шығуға болады.
Doesn't die quite yet. 2 HP on him. But now,
бірақ ақша жоқ.
a strong gust of wind can take him out. Or he can take out Lotto. Okay. A nice kill. Still no chance to get much done.
Кетеді, бірақ ақша жоқ.
M4 out of bullets. Surely Alexi doesn't get anything else here. There's no way. Walking in. Maybe. Damage on an ISM. It makes you question everything a little bit because he's going to have room to work onto the site. Art does sit backside with the op. Won't be able to get the plant down.
12-ci round.
You believe for a second there that something could be done though.
It was scary because, I mean, realistically, it could have 100% turned into
Realistically, if he fully clears that site, I mean, close range op.
Так, келесі раундты алса, жалпы Навия. Ана жақта ақша қалмайды. 9-шы, 10-шы.
Plenty of money to work a buy through.
Дәне. Сай алмайтын сияқты камбэк. Legacy алу керек. Ойнап тұр жалпы Legacy бразильстер. Так, Трай 19 килл, Арт 18 килл. Бәрі де статистика жақсы. Навиді битті кіді жоқ, бір кіді де жоқ. Макази вообще. 6 қана килл. 20 раундта 6 килл. Қалай бұл?
Powerful if Mao's able to bait some gunfire towards it. Agonizingly slow start for Navi. So much time to even show face yet. Flash forces try off. That's going to have a bit of a push come through. Makaze.
Так, Navi Legacy. Как қарайын. Қымтанында да бұл картаны.
And they look to explode on this B bomb side. It is only Dumao. Now slow the pace up. Make Legacy as uncomfortable as possible. Smoke fade, stop banana. Mao can't challenge anymore.
Так, Legacy екен. Legacy таңдады Inferno'ны, Navi Ancient таңдады, және бізде Decider Cash.
Yeah, no sign that the A players even want to move at all. This bomb gets planted.
Бірақ осы раундты алайын деп тұр қарандар.
A bit of a time to discuss.
Navi.
Looking for the future. Once again, plenty of loss bonus to work with. 29 on the round. Drops will be able to come over. Legacy will still be good as we go into the next, as long as they're able to keep these guns alive.
Things drastically slowing around here for Legacy. But it's all thanks to, a handful of players on this Navi squad. Finally starting to chip in around here. The good old source screen. I still can hear those M4s shooting in my head, honestly. This very day. And that's the eyes of determination. That's the eyes that Navi currently has. They are determined to take this one to overtime. Only down 3 rounds. Legacy
2.54 рейтингімен бітірді Киосуки Инферноны. 156 ADR.
I mean, it definitely helps that you have the likes of Emma and Bit starting to wake up into the series, starting to actually have impactful kills come on the board.
A little bit of a misplay there for the try, honestly.
Just got caught out. And as mentioned before, there was plenty of money to buy for the CT side, although no op in the hands of Try. It could get tricky, but he's been more than serviceable with a rifle of his own.
Seems like things will come to a slow. As B has definitely been a point of interest pretty
Так, ана жақта басталмады әлі матч.
Laid out towards mid. Comes up fairly empty. A little bit of a distractional play from Bit. He's going to keep these three remaining CT players here as Navi gain as much ground feasible up until they are now going to burst out onto this site. There's only two alive here. Jamal the timing. In towards it. He sees another one in front of him actually as well.
Pasar жоқ. Wonderful. Әрен тоқтатты.
Comes up huge and somehow is down to just a pair. Wonderful, of course, finds himself position to make some extra space here. Bomb dropped on site.
Бит қайда? Бит енді келе жатыр.
Definitely a retake that you're willing to go for, even the bomb does get planted. Art stationed in towards the coffins, not giving up the position.
Ой, хорош бит.
Traded back by Try through the smoke, and now it's a wonderful. That's already clutched multiple times for this team. On low HP, tries to plant behind the pillar. Aggression comes in from Try, and it's only a matter of time. Down Legacy, a dominance showing.
Так, кішігірім үзіліс. Матч әлі басталған жоқ. Ары қарай қараймыз осы Falcon MONGOLZ матчтарын. Келесі картта так бізде Dust 2, бұл бізде Falcondардың таңдауы.
That was not easy. I am a little bit sweaty, but I've chosen all of my outfit. I even got the EWC socks as well. I'll be styling from head to toe. So let's go and try it on and see how it looks. And here I am, fitted out in my EWC merch. I'm feeling drippy. I'm feeling nice. I got a good size, everything going on. You know what? I'm ready for a hard day's work while looking good doing it. And you could too. Just stop by the EWC merch store. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. The inscription on MONGOLZ EWC 25 trophy, Falcons have earned themselves a convincing inferno. So now we have the dusty streets of Dust 2, Falcons pick. It feels like the writing's on the wall that Mongols are getting sent home at the end of this round of 16 match.
Yeah, they have to do a lot of convincing right now. They didn't really get an opportunity to warm into map number 1. 9-10 had a couple of moments, but otherwise it was the Kioske show. This kid just putting up his best rating. 26 frags, 7 deaths, 156.8 ADR, 5 opening kills, 8 multi-kills, and 100% KST. That's a stat line dream.
What a luxury, you know? Like, you're not going to get it every game. You might not get it again this series, but you've already had a map just gifted to you by one of your individuals, and that's the luxury Falcons are afforded by having this roster full of firepower. Nico, Monacy, Kioske, Tessus as well, being able to provide all of that dirty work that's required for a Counter-Strike team to operate, and Carrigan calling the shots.
A couple of other key factors from map number 1. Falcons won both pistols. Clutches went 1-1 to QAC, winning out 1 there to add 1 of the 3 rounds on the board. But opening kills, that's what needs to change. It was 14-2. Mongols on the defense. They've selected to be here. They need to not give up the opening deaths.
Oh dear! I did just say it's not going to happen twice, or at least doesn't have to. Kioske's got other plans. A quick double kill to start us off.
Alright, well, the reroute back towards long. They have an awful lot of space available to them. The 2-man advantage. Someone's going to have to step up in a big way. Darkmeister, TQAC, and Techno start probing short for some information towards middle, but while they do so, long as being called clear, the smoke's in the air.
Carrigan's going to be that late short piece.
chaos. Nice from Tikuak, stands his ground. Humbles Kioske, needs another. Carrigan's flank is the problem, and not his aim either. Finding the headshot cleanly. Tikuak in a box, digging himself out of trouble.
Так, осындамын. Dans 2 басалды бізде. Так, пистолетка, MONGOLZ алды. Размен бола ма не?
Yeah, it needs to come with the conversion, but nice shooting from the young kid. It's definitely not the question with these players. So here's how it kicks off. Starting with the P250, just a couple of stabs in middle, but the USP.
Ойнап тұр, кесуке.
Very, very well done. Force by. Not in play.
Бірақ раунд алмады.
Falcons. They do have a scout. Sure, Carrigan has facilitated that into the hands of Monsi.
Моносин қолында бізде. Мұқа бар.
This is looking good for a second round conversion for the Mongols. So allow the Deagle and the scout to surge. That would be paramount in a round like this if Falcons want to win it.
Smoke және флешка бар.
Darkmeister and Techno over towards B. Darkmeister essentially taking what was Senzu's roles. Obviously, we have to talk about Cobra Zero, but I think they mixed it.
Ой, хорош, кесуке.
With Zinho and Techno in loop.
That's 2 for 2 in openings. On the Kioske's sidearm, Darkmeister claws it back, takes him down. Carrigan nearly actually down. With the clock. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Хорош.
As Monsi does finish off onto Blitz, it makes it a 1 versus 2. Should be nothing more to be said about this one, given his weaponry. He's tagged one. Tikuak tagged. Okay. Well, that was way more threatening than the Mongols would have liked, but you got the conversion.
Кірінің қолында негізі тек болған кезде ана мидтағы ойыншыны өлтіріседі.
Carrigan will have to take the emission for the Falcons by. He's down to a Tech 9. Long spawns. The best, so don't expect them just to rip it out the gates.
Алу керек, Falconдар.
Like this from Darkmeister.
Yeah, forward.
Шабуылда кем дегенде 3-4 раунд алса.
They're aware of the possibility of the lower league. Kioske, you can see high alert. Is there a molly for this? Doesn't look likely. Gonna face check it.
Here it comes. That collision course set, and he's got his nades up. Darkmeister profits. Sure, Nico able to remove him.
There's a gun for Carrigan. Can pick up that AK.
Darkmeister қателесті. Хорош, Tassus.
Goes awry. Tassus finds the bullets necessary.
Bring it into the 4v4 there. It felt like job was done because you slow their default roll. Red takes out some key responsibilities. And it's going to have to be chopped and changed between.
Бәді бір ғана ойыншы екен түсіну керек жалпы бізде Falconдар.
No, rotation point is 9-10 through CT.
What's he got?
Хорош.
Wins out. Fair play. Good output from the Dane. 2 round defining frags to get Falcons on the board.
Бірінші раунд Falcons үшін.
See that AWP in the hands of 9-10 for some time. Lost bonus for them 1400. The man who's going to have the most is going to be Darkmeister with 2900. Tikuak.
Бірден іздеуге кетті. Tikuak'ты.
You can see 9-10 on the cameras there. He's just trying to compose himself.
Oh yeah, Carrigan. Carrigan
death that he's not going to regret too much. That AK could be pursued, but Tikuak really just wants to hold on to this bomb. Not long left now, and I think they'll allow him to just hold on to this. They need to start building a bank of their own on this T side. This bomb goes off, round confirmed, 2-1 is the score. And a force buy will follow. So Darkmeister can get M4, everything he'd hoped for. Tikuak can drop out an SMG, maybe a scout for 9-10, and they can start to piece this buy together.
Не деп жазылып тұрды.
Cap from his teammate there, he was expecting lower tunnels to have been cleared, but overlooking the corner gives away that opener, but doesn't cost them in the end of the day. This is going to be the man operating with the scout. 9-10. MP9 and there's 2 M4.
Здесь MONGOLZ, бірақ кепкасы Vitality деп жазылып тұр.
Yeah, pretty cut and dry as well. He's got an MP9 drive.
Ой-ой-ой.
Dump into the smoke. That's Dark Buckmeister keeping them with the advantage for a moment. A tag onto MONGOLZ from Blitz's scout. Has this one still up for debate?
Taking their time, no need to rush the plant. Lots of util to lob in, but it looks like all three quickly rerouting tunnels. I like the decision. They knew they were going to be smoked off doors. When does the penny drop for Nico?
He's considered it now. You can see the passing glance. So he'll just remain tough.
Tunnel uzaktan geliyor zaten.
Did they announce their numbers, or is it just a contact crawl? Looks like 9-10 leads the charge. Still worried about the door's explosion. MONGOLZ was just starting to ask questions of it. Nico's in the power position though, going for that multi-kill. Tikawak, good trade. Just Carrigan. They need to find him. Blitz in time.
Jared, sıra yok.
This is going to be close.
I'm not so sure, Chad. Look at this.
Not happy with this one. Not at all.
Ulgermedi.
Okay, goes down with the ship there. It looked way too late, way too desperate. They're tied up 2-2, and now it has to be the eco.
I
think surely they would have known that wasn't anywhere near as close as it felt like it should have been. So that diffused miles off. The post-plant setup was very fragile as well. They did a good job putting up resistance on the way in. Important trade, sure, but way too late. And Carrigan will take that clutch next to his name. Mid goes Blitz with the dig. This is just
Mongolllarda pistoletler kolunda. Carrigan farmilkasını stab jür. Birimiz var. Carrigan. Bärin түсініп ya. Bärin түсініп
Unfortunately, for MONGOLZ fans in the building, this is not around where they're going to be able to put up too much of a fight.
Darkmeister шықпай ма? Ой. Шықпайды екен.
Still, with that kill and the ability to plant for long for the AWP.
Kalas бар енді қолдарында.
He's going to have to find new cover. Will turn tail, tuck. Tikawak low and late. Gone. Not forgotten. Nice find from Kioske. Should secure the round.
Yeah, hold on to these. Maybe not so much the Mac 10, but definitely the AK.
Ball safe, yeah? Farmilka мен Kalas'ta. Minus Farmilka and the Kalas. Kalas kaldı.
Up next is who? Tyloo, Lin Vision. Dare I say FlyQuest? So for the MONGOLZ, for them, it's just about becoming a top-tier contender again after this reshuffle. Mzinho deciding to go over to BCG, join Senzu, and Simple, and Electronic, and Magisk. Okay, hold up, there's a couple of big names there. But another rebuild for the MONGOLZ, and drawing conclusions about these new additions in the early stages. It's way too early in the season. That's what happens. We come out of the break, everyone playing musical chairs.
Yeah, and we talk about land legs, you know, sea legs. It's the same thing, the same concept where over time you will get more familiar with this environment. For the FALCONS roster, this is just another day. I watched that, we're in the shuttle, we're packing our bag, keyboard and mouse plugged in.
Жақсы тап жасады по идее. Монголдар қаншама минус беріп кетті алдыңғы раундта.
Fresh for the two new names. Not that it's affecting their gameplay. Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen output from them in every game so far. It's not like they've disappeared.
No, but I just think there's quite a contrast from playing local LAN Cafe Mongolian Counter-Strike and international Counter-Strike.
That too. Yeah, the brand of Counter-Strike you're up against is a completely different category.
Let's see if they can find the opener on this rifle round.
I do love this setup. It feels like it's always good to disrupt this short control default. Like, Kioske, if he mantles up, he's a dead man, right? Nico's actually jump spotting and swallows the double nade. Okay, at least you've cleared the corners. It's just cost you Nico's entire health.
He can play the lurk.
Yeah. Oh, just about. Last bullet finds MONGOLZ with a quick flick onto the Tikawak swing. Big fight for Darkmeister.
Хорош, суки.
Nameplate Counter-Strike, long defender and mid to B player dead.
Techno's advancing. You're not ready for an off angle like this. Look at Nico getting value out of his low HP. He plays an off angle, and it's just accounting on a lazy clear from Techno, which he doesn't get. That's an important one from Techno.
Because you might think upper tunnel's now clear, and we can see the reroute. We're on board with the bomb, and MONGOLZ making their way through the backyard.
Mid to B smoke as well, threatening it's going to cut rotations.
It's all on Techno.
Just one man. He does have the AK-47, that one bullet headshot potential. And with MONGOLZ behind Carrigan, it's not an easy trade. It would have to be some quick scope. How does he play this? First clean. Carrigan goes down. MONGOLZ needs to get this fight. He does provide just in time. Time is of the essence. On the crossbar. Just enough time for that plant. 9-10 ahead of the play. No flash. Blitz just an incendiary. He's the low HP player.
Шықты. Ой, хорош, MONGOLZ. Ой, әдемі.
Okay, buzzer beater right there. Real opportunity for the MONGOLZ. Back and forth, that one went. And that clock real low.
Make no mistake, that was... Like, Techno did well.
This is a high cortisol moment for the Falcons. Don't you worry about that. This...
Ne деген шоттара?
Underway. 9-10 with the AWP. Honestly posted up. Decoy to try and bait that cross, and Darkmeister, I like it. Flirting with the aggression, at least keeping the options open. They know they can't just give all the space to Falcons.
You can't stay there forever, can you? 9-10's on this boost, and we'll stick around on his roost for the first. Clean. Just what you want to see. Moves Kioske from the pack. Out mid, Carrigan already burrows forward. Blitz on the clear. MONGOLZ's holding that line and so limiting Blitz's movements.
Болмайды, сыртқа шығуға. Виктор, әдемі.
That was beautiful. Nice little alley-oop there.
Так, mid-to-be.
Turn this into mid-to-be pressure.
Әлде байт па бұл?
So know the 8 rotating rifle are dead. Just don't have to worry about 9-10's AWP. There's TQ behind the smoke.
It's a good position for an MP9, but not with the smoke breaks open. He's not been spotted. Overlooked. They strafe into him. Carrigan the first. Easy for 9-10. Nico finding Darkmeister, but with that bomb now lost, it feels like they're in trouble. Yeah, MONGOLZ's tip of the head exposed. Ooh, quick reaction. Necessary from 9-10. Okay. 3 on the AWP as the dust settles. A little bit of humility for the
Хотя қызық мына матч. Эфирден қарағанда.
Just absolutely domination in the opening kill department. Right now there is some resistance there, and it's being shown through the form of aggression. They're not just sitting back playing the default. Okay, 3A, 2B, or 4-1. Let's get long control. They're putting the question.
MONGOLZ Kioske енді ойнапты. Білмеймін. Сабылда бақасы қиын. Қатты емес енді.
2.1 on MONGOLZ, 3K on Carrigan, 2.5 Kisuke, and Tessus with 3.3.
Алу керек деп ойлаймын.
1900. So with that residual
Бұл картаны.
where they can take an eco now and buy into
2-0 жауып.
So it looks like they want to push the issue, at least with eco onto 1, and there you go. You can see a few more investments starting to take shape. Still going to give this one a go. Only one man with a long spawn, that's Nico. The rest very B-centric. Through the upper tunnels, make it 4 with Tessus to join the tail of this. Carrigan is going to throw very strong block and short molly. That's going to make it feel like they are
Қай турнирда болды сол прикол?
setting up for a B pop. Reading this situation. Blitz, 2 mines was in CT.
Так, төртеуі таналда тұр, иә, біреуі мидда. Carrigan бізде мидда тұр.
To understand the lay of the land.
Darkmeister can be the bait. He's the worm on the
Перетяжканы ұстауға тырысады Carrigan.
He just goes fishing.
Ұнамайды маған осындай раундтар жалпы. Бәрі бір жерден шыққан кезде, иә. Без шансов вообще. Кантар болды ғой, неге мид, шорт, көрмеді. Вообще ұнамайды осындай раундтар. Төртеуі таналдан шыққаны. Қарсылас экономика нашар екен біледі ғой. Falcon бір карта алды. Екінші карта.
Fast up Cat, scaling quickly with these blocks as 9-10 on the AWP will grab one. His support's on the way. They're just going to run on out and try to...
Хорош. Минусавик, тағы да біреуін жапты.
Just two frags and Pacey.
Нихика, тағы да біреуін жапты. Ай. Заман емес. 3 минус берді пистолеттермен. Алдыңғы раундта осы ойнаған кезде, Галиу болды, Калас болды, пистолетпен қаншама минус беріп кетті.
Honestly, will not have his. So being made to work for this FALCONS.
And also being deterred from that B bomb site. A couple of times FALCONS have
Minimum бар 4 раунд.
focus of their affection.
Бірақ алу керек тағы да break раунд. Менің ойымша FALCONдар.
Tunnels for a 1v1 versus Nico as a rookie. You've got to admire his tenacity. 9-10's got his backside covered. Util will force him away. He'll do what he can, but Darkmeister's so invested into this position now.
Керриган, флэш, әдемі. Минусавик.
Versus Nico, he's got the right idea. Monesi might clear it.
Ай, хорош. Авикпен не істеп жүр лоуырда. Даркмейстер еще. Тоузон емес, Даркмейстер авикпен лоуырда. Тағы раунд. FALCONдар үшін. Әдемі. Оқып тастады. MONGOLZ да оқып тастады. Шорт флеш арқылы минус тауып, лоуэрда минус тауып. Кімнің пигі бұл бізде FALCONдардың пиктары. Дасы екі FALCONдардың. Decider бізде не құп.
They've identified that the MONGOLZ want to search for these opening picks, so they can't hold on to those nades for late round. They need it just to get the territory if they want to play the push-pull of that short and mid-control game. Carrigan's on the gear.
Мақта.
The worst weapon for the MONGOLZ right now is TQAC on an MP9. If he gets long control, that's fine. Oh, Modesty.
He lost one already.
Yeah, Techno a bit too much hang time. Jumping to the back on the cross. Sticking out like a sore thumb. Lots of pressure on top.
Kill'lerde көрсетсе еще әдем болшы еді. Көпшілік бар.
That is an unorthodox approach, is it not?
You are so committed. You're hoping they scale with just one player.
Өте қызық сетап.
Now you can get away, but
Бірден размен қарандырып, бірден.
Yeah, they're having the same conversation. That Molly might force him out. Darkmeister's in so much trouble. He's going to find a little bit of a safe haven, but the whole FALCON squad coming his way. No support, no help. The cavalry will not arrive.
Хорош. Әдемі Ника. Размен бар. Үлгермеді.
Flame on one side, smoke on the other. A Hail Mary
Safe
smoke,
болу керек.
With the B-side last bomb now planted.
Blitz is the type of guy who will want to give this a go. I think the right decision is to save, but in Blitz's mind, I can see him thinking, we can win this.
6-шы раунд.
They're going to back off.
Бот ауға бұл картаны.
The AWP and the M4 are going to go a long way to see.
Саулда 6 раунд алды.
So this is the right decision.
It's not normally, you know, where we focus
Тағы да бір раунд бар бізде. Так, ақша жоқ MONGOLZдарда.
Considering the options, getting those rats out of the system.
Бірақ Авик пен МК-сы бар. Іздемей ма не, FALCONдар?
Yes. So either means that Carrigan's doing a lot of micromanaging, or everyone is where they need to be in terms of communication levels right now.
This is that opening onto Techno's jump. Monesi pre-aiming for that exact.
More
of their preference. Some cross close to the doors, others off the back wall.
Remind everybody where we find ourselves in the bracket.
Гранаталар болған жоқ па не Даркмейстерда? Негізі минус беріп, сәл өмір сүріп тағы да. Ой, Тозон. Минус Киосуки.
9-10 catches Kyosuke slipping.
He was very active on Inferno, doing the same right now on Dust 2.
Кесіз қиын енді.
Late long. Tessa's flashed out. There is a perfectly placed MP9. Look at that from Darkmeister. First bullet to the face. Tessa's down. We could have a dead even half here. We should have a dead even half here, map 2.
Моноси түсініп тұр, иә, сол жақта тұрған Авик. Бұда 2 ойыншы. Ада 3. Мидде ешкім жоқ. Фурас кит бар ғой. Фалкондарда. Так, бір смолы кетті. Мид-to-be. Ой-ой-ой, Моноси. Илюха. Так, бұда біреу қалды. Бұда бір ғана ойыншы қалды. Ника. Тексермей ма не? Технаны. Тексерет. Ай, хорош.
Monosi's been overrun. That's a good find. You've still got the advantage. Carrigan wants to fight. He'll play disruptive window. Molly buys time. Outdoors. Easy pick. No one's
Carrigan.
A free frag. Ooh. He's doing just that. Just tapping him away.
Хорош, Нико. Ема. Ассалаумағалейкум. Кешіп келдік дейді. Нешінші карта, екінші карта. Уағалейкум ассалам. Бірақ Carrigan базар жоған жоқта. Ашконы қарап. Өз ашкосынан айырылды. Молик жатыр ғой, не үшін қарап жатыр? Бірақ Ника құтқарды бұл раундта. Так, снайперлар қарандар. 8 килл Моноси, және 7 килл бізде 910. 7 раунд шабуылда. Жақсы, өте жақсы. Енді қорғаныста бізде Falconдар. Шабуылда MONGOLZдар. Так, граната ешқандай көріп тұрған жоқпын. Әлі бак па. Молик болды ғой. Жостка. Аға кірді. Екі қана ойыншы қалды. Тесіз Моноси. Минуссыз. Так, Моноси бірінші армор бар. Сақтайды ба? Сақтауға болатын еді негізі. Плюс моралька.
Falcons in the first half, they decided to take an eco. They didn't force. They had a scout drop and there was a deagle for Kioske. The rest were with the Glocks. Right now they are going to shove, trying to fight for economic control. Darkmeister with an instant mid-door smoke lined up. It's a HE on Carrigan.
Так, Моноси Муха, 5-7'дар, 5-7 және 2 дигл. Форс? Я, армор бар, смок, 4 смок Falconдарда, және бір хайе Моносида. Ревью засауға. Түсіну керек форс екен, енді смокты көріп. Бүкіл позицияларды енді тексеріп, ойнау керек болып тұр. Тағы смок. Енді явно түсінеді форс екен. Так, mid-to-be, флэш. Так, шыққан жоқ. Негізі шортта не? Смок қисық жатыр. Буш жасап, негізі ойнауға болатын еді. Ақпарат жинап. Ой, хорош Моноси. Ой, әдемі, Carrigan.
Noted on the retreat. In hot pursuit, Carrigan. Pivot all over the map. Nico unarmored. Got to be careful on this
Қарандар не істеп жатқанын. Керриган арттан келе жатыр. Пачканы жоғалтады. Пачка. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Керриган.
1v2 for Carrigan. Doesn't know about the low HP. Will
Болады,
prioritize this
ауға.
play on site. It's 9. The Molly could do it. It's going to make life miserable for 9.
Ой-ой-ой. Қалай. Үлгерді бір шотын беріп, ойландаршы.
Just standing and delivering in the fire.
Локпен шығып, хедшот беріп. Әдем раунд бірақ. Керриган сәл ертерек шыққан кезде пачканы өлтіруші еді. Қашып үлгерді 9-10 пачкамен.
They got all that space. Kioske, a couple of missed eagle shots, surely should be whittled away at by that Mag 10.
Well handled by Blitz.
Info, green
Моны сюда қарандар, МК бар.
That's what the M4's searching for. That long range fight. Blitz did not anticipate a rifle to be in the mix.
Honestly, he's going to keep on moving right now. He needs to be the man to stall out this long play. It's just Eagles. There's no U2. I say that. Carrigan just picked up a Mac 10.
Ooh, bak.
Smoko vision.
Yeah, how's he done that? Cheeky. Bullet lands to Kev 9-10.
Десіз тағды.
Silence. We've got ourselves a
Карма ма, карма. Инферно 9-10, осылай 2 минус берді. Смоктың артынан. Тесіс екінші минус. Hero МК-мен. Бір ғана МК-мен.
Get up to 13 frags, and the intensity of that one, it just flowed on from the previous round. You had the pistol, you had the force, and now you have the partial where 2 kills straight through these smokes. Sure, you know they're on the cross.
Нереально минус беріп жүр командалар. MONGOLZ-да, FALCON-да. Қойсыта осылай өлтірген кезде сені де чөп боқтайсың ғой кәдімгідей. Қалай деп. Так, бонус хорош. Минус Блиц. Так, бірден позиция ауыстыруға, я. Смок түсіне кірді. Хорош, кесуке, үлгерді, калашталы қолына. Бәрінде жақсы ғаны, я. Ауыстырып қажет жоқ. Ойнай береді калашпен кесуке. Так, сетап кесуке. Тесіс беда. Бум, әдемі. Так, байт жасып жатқан түсіне ма? Хорош кесуке.
They're meant to be my kills.
Yeah. I'm here the whole time.
I'm doing the hard work. You've just pigged out and not looking at you, mate. Okay. And poor Tesses.
Без шансов, походу, заводный сияқты болғандар.
We'll have to be the eco for MONGOLZ now.
Монысы қосылды.
Setup was there. Nico was on a quick rotation from CT spawn as well.
Базар жоқ, но скиндары, я, көрумен скиндары. Әдемі екен, жақсы.
Couldn't be the case, as honestly, when he's not smoked, he is going to search. The two of them just ready to take fights through these.
Терек на стиле болып отыр. Так, тигізді, Монасы. Хорош. Так, бір дигл қалды. Что там, кесуке жаққа келе жатыр ма? Мына жақта Ника бар тағы да. Жүрмеу керек онда. Так, Блиц қып-қызыл. Ооо, кесуке. Калаш жоғалтты. Соңына дейін қарау керек метте енді. По-любому калаш алуға тырысады.
TQA, can you get close enough to pick that up? I don't think so. Tesses
Хорош.
finally gets something through his troubles.
А,
And he's
Дима.
gonna finish off the round, 10-7, 3-round gap. Before staying alive.
Бірінші картаны Falcon ұтқан шығар дейді. Иә, Falconдар ұтты.
Well, long spawns to work with right now for the likes of Darkmeister. Alongside a TQA.
5 шансов ұтты ғой еще.
The other three quite disconnected, so
13-те 3.
if you just go for an all-out long rush, and they won't. Darkmeister throwing the mid-door smoke.
На картада хотя бы интрига бар.
Xbox smoke in play as well. It's a late long pop. TQA ahead of us.
He's going out. That's Bluepin. Nico able to remove his compatriot with Blitz gone.
Бірғаны минус. Моноси.
9-10 in a 1v1 with Monacy, unable to find him.
Defensive smoke from Carrigan.
4-3.
Yeah, but this is weird all over the shop. You got Carrigan versus Tikawak here.
Carrigan қорқпайды екен.
Yeah, couldn't find the headshot, couldn't nail it. Tikawak posts his second frag, pulls us back.
Carriganды жазалады. Кясуке, әдемі. Хорош. Ойнап тұр Моноси мен Кясуке. Фурия финалға шығатынына сенетіндер бар ма? Әрине. Жалпы Фурия мен Falcon финалда ойнайды деп ойлап тұрмын өзім. Кімде? Фурияда сетка жеңіл негізі. Falcon білмеймін енді сеткалары бүкіл топтар жүр ғой астында. Үстінде кім? Аврора ұшып кетті, Маус қалды. Маус Фурия қалды. Финалға шығатын командалар примерно екеу. Астында Spirit, Vitality, Falcon бар. Бейт сенсация жасайды деп ойлаймын, бейттар. Бейттар бүгін міне Спиритпен ойнайды. Женсе келесі матч қайтадан Виталитимен. Алдыңғы кезеңде Виталитині ұтты бейттар. Плей-офф жігіттері. Бірақ G2 мен Furia уже ширек финал. Бүгін плей-оффтың соңғы матчтары міне қазір Falcon MONGOLZ параллельно бізде Нави мен кім ойнап жатыр? Ой-ой-ой, Тикуак. Нави Legacy ойнап жатыр тағы да. Сосын Моноси хорош. Короче, эфирда қазір міне Falcon MONGOLZ плей-офф, келесі матч Бейт Spirit қараймыз, ол да плей-офф. И сосын үшінші матч Furia G2, бұл уже ширек финал. Үш матч қараймыз бүгін. Осы келесі Бейт Spirit и G2 Furia. Соңғы матч бүгін.
Thrown together.
Bit of a foot fault from Falcons. I mean, credit, of course, to Tikawak. 17 years of age, rookie year. Finding impact frags like that. STC Arena's giving him a golf clap. I see that one again in the replay.
I think last time after we had that blitz, extremely late defuse attempt that was well done. Everyone happy about that, but they're going to hold on to their applause until it's actually confirmed. So 3-round gap, here's that opener. Didn't seem to matter, did it? Still get the space. Simple stuff, the glue at range.
Тикуак құтқарды осы раундта. Базар жоқ, бәрі қарандар, иә? Косплей жасап келді. Falcon финалға шықпай қойсы дейін қиын болады ау Фурияға дейді. Фурия ғана шықсын ба? Өз жалғыз.
Up on Cat, so that means that Falcons believe they have that long control, and they'd be right.
I am curious if we get to see Techno wielding this Augie scavenge from Carrigan.
Пайдалы қиын болады финалда.
Might be a little unfamiliar.
Кім шықса да.
Oh, the nades making life a bit stressful for Carrigan. He'll play close to his block smoke short. He's got Nico in support.
Honestly, to set them up.
Байттар өтіп кетсе ғана, я. Білмеймін неге байттарға прям сеніп тұрым қатты. Виталитиге қарсы ойнағандарын көрдім, прям қатты ұнады маған.
Retooling to get long space once more. So Carrigan and MONGOLZ paired up for this. Flash on the line. Blue bin is a question mark. Carrigan wary of that and likely will clear. It's piped up and grouped towards short.
Жетуді ұтса жақсы ғой, бірінші Furia дейді.
MONGOLZ is going to be on high alert for this. Still has that incentive.
Ұты керек жалпы. Ең қиын қарсылас бұл Аврора, вот сеткада Аврора, 2 мауздар бар, я. Жетуін ұтса, ара қарай примерно мауздар. Хорош, Илюха. Ой, яке суке! Ке суке! Салют жесткий болып тұр, Рега, я. Секіріп өлтіріп жүр ғой, секіріп. Ұшқасы, я, әдемі, түсі.
Consecutive is what the MONGOLZ need to take us into overtime. So down to 2 bullets as well, so there's a lot of pressure. Here it is.
Именно снайперді өлтіремай, MONGOLZ, 9-10-да, қарандар не істеп жатқан.
Hey, the jump, I dropped you AK, just having a good time, okay.
Өзі шокта.
Taking his AWP towards long for a pick.
Опа! Керриган.
The key for Carrigan is just not giving away his life at the start of the rounds. It's
Жақсы болды шықпағанына, я. Өлішеді. MONGOLZ мен молодой бір деңгейде екен, базар жақ дейді. MONGOLZ как будто постабильней болатын сияқты. Молодойға жанкер болсам да, плайнан енді объективно, как будто постабильней ойнайтын сияқты. MONGOLZ. Но зато молодой қосылса, праймда болса, как будто мықтырақ болатын сияқты. Екеуі де праймда болса, как будто молодой праймда мықтырақ.
Carrigan finds Blitz. I think they can give this a go. He's quite noisy.
Oh, wasn't ready for Blitz, but still gets it and converts it. They're going for this, Chad.
The door smoke available on Darkmeister, who is pressed down.
He is. He's committed this, but all the incendiary. Nice fine 1v1.
Керриган, чё там?
Can Carrigan end it right here and now? The odds are stacked
against
him. Darkmeister can just play around that smoke.
Ай, наоборот, я бұл жерде. Дефьюз жасағысы келді. Нави айрылып жатыр ана жақта дейді. Вот, Нави вообще. Білмеймін. Онай түрде завод деп ойладым Легасин, вообще без шансов. Ана жақта кім Макази ойнамай жүр. Походу Макази'ны ауыстырайын деп жатыр. Осы турнирдан кейін. Руиндетіп жүр Макази.
Follow your instincts. Kioske forward position. Nico side by side from the short.
Flash over.
Lots of headshots required. 9-10's Galil, good for it. Opening kill goes MONGOLZ way.
Done enough to scare this short presence. So they've dropped back. Carrigan cheats over to join Tessus on B. So they were hoping to use nameplate. They can't now.
MONGOLZ's ult could be flashed off this. He was trying to get to a different...
Ой-ой-ой, хорош, Илюха. Үлгерді көріп. Үлгерді килл беріп. Қайтадан снайперді өлтірді. Именно 9-10-ды өлтіріп жүр ғой MONGOLZ. Снайперская дуэль болып тұр. Қанша рет өлтірді.
Darkmeister applying pressure to Tessus. It's Carrigan.
Керриган.
Going for something.
Аренаны естіп, жарет. Қарандар. Арена көмектесіп жатыр.
He was hoping for that long lurk. Now it's the
Қараңдар, смокқа кіріп, пуш жасағысы келді, бірақ аренаны естіп, сөз деп артқа сегініп, күтіп алды. Easy, 2-0 Falconдар. Так. Сетканы көрсетейін и нені көрсетейін. Предиктарымда. Так, пикем. Так, пикем осындай. Falconдар, MONGOLZ'арды 2-0 денеттеп қойдым. Уже оттым. Нави Legacy 2-0 қойдым. Нави салам алейкум болып жатыр. Vitality Face 2-0. Бейт Спириттарды 2-1 денеттеп қойдым. Так, мына жақта G2 2-0. Ой, G2 деймін, Furia. Так, маус футтар. Давай футтарға сенейік. 2-1. Или маус. Мауздарды кім қарады? Нормальны ма? Формалары? Футтарды зене ма или 50-50 ма? Кәсістің хабарын жоқ сияқты ғой дейді. Көп емес. Ойнайым, қарайым, бірақ былайнан енді прям углублено. Жоқ. Так, фэнтези көрсетейін. Так, Монesi қанша ұпай. Маус жеп қояды деп айта алмаймын енді прям. Футтар жақсы ойнады кеше. Молодойды алу керек еді, қараңдар. 124. Или алдыңғы бұл. Алдыңғы похода. ПТС. Так. Сетканы, я? Көрсетем дедім. Сетка міне G2, Furia, Quarterfinals. Соңғы матч бүгін қараймыз осына. Футтар, Magic қарсы. Геймер Легион мен почти. Бірде ойнады мауздар. Ұтуға болады негізі футтарға. Геймер Легион жақсы ойнады кеше.
I think it's just being myself and trying to give everything I can to the team. We're working really good. Coaching staff is fantastic. It's amazing.
Шықандар фаворит екенін білемін жігіттер, просто.
I'm also learning something about myself and the team.
Сенсация бір нәрсе сондай болады деп ойлап тұрмын.
It's an important tournament, obviously for organization.
Фут пен маусты 3 карта болатын сияқты. Вот соны ойлап тұр. Плюс футтар шанс бар ма? Маузарды жабуға. Шанс по-любому бар, бірақ. Қанша пайыз, я? Ұтуға. Кім? Demon, Symmetric, Rabbinic Cloud. А мауздар?
Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier about having some fun. Would you like to go and crush a key here at the Esports World Cup?
Normally, my key always has been crossed the first round, so I'm just super happy I get the chance to crush someone's key.
Let's go and do it. A legend stepping up here to crush a key. The Falcons fans are having a great time out here. Just join our key master there.
Әрен жапты кеше Геймер Легиондарда қарандар. 13-11, бірінші матч, екінші матч 22-19. И соңғы матч 13-11. Риск жасап футтарға қоюға болатын сияқты. Так, ана жақта сетка қарандар. Нави Legacy, Falcon, MONGOLZ, Falcon шықты арғарай. И Face Clan Team Vitality, Bait Spirit. Но мен Bait Spirit'ті қарайым. Маған қызығырақ осы матч. Бейттер прям Vitality қарсы маған қатты ұнады. Көрім кеп тұр осы матчты. Келесі осы матчты қараймыз. Bait Team Spirit. И сосын мына матч болады. G2 Furia. Bait Spirit'тан кейін.
you've done everything there is to do in the game. You're still so driven to win more and more silverware. Where does that drive come
Sphinx
from?
Prime'da ма?
Waking up every day, dedicating my life to this game.
Білмеймін. Что-то кеше Геймер Легион қарсы арен ойнады. Арен жапты. Навиді қос дейді. Нави, давай. Навиді қарайық. Нави камбэк жасай ала ма? Так, не болып жатыр мына жақта? Мына жақта Нави домой болайын деп тұрған сияқты. О, салам алейкум жігіттер. Бірінші картаны Legacy алды бізде, Legacy алды. Екінші карта қазір. 12-ге 2 Нави. Вообще поразник болып тұр ойындары Навидің. Кім? Алексей Бескил, Макази 8, Емі 3. Бит ойнап тұр енді. Қосылды алдыңғы матчта. Бірақ ертерек қосылған кезде алдыңғы матчта алуға болатын еді Навиларға. Осы карта енді вообще сенбеймін камбэк болатын. Уже бір раунд қалды Legacy. Енді стримді табу керек. Қай стримді бізде Бейт пен Спирит болады. Сол қызық. Бразильская эра болып тұр ма? Ана жақтан Furia, мына жақтан Legacy, Футтар. Да не, Футтарға қоямын походу. Маузы қарса. Что-то бразильцы реально ойнап тұр. Бірге бір Макази. Давай, Лата.
That's the bright side for him. Had armor on Lotto. Multiple shots needed to take him out. Meanwhile, Makaze brought down low enough for that Galil to be impactful to the head. Reposition into main. Lotto pushes away out. Makes no...
Бәрін түсініп тұр қарандар. О, все. Домой. Үйге, Нави үйге болып тұр. Прикинь, я проиграл болып тұр. ГГ емес, БГ бұл. Bad game болып тұр. Формалары бірақ әдемі, я?
To do it in this fashion, Mike, where you basically just smoked Navi off the server. It wasn't even a game. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that there were certain rounds that could have changed.
Қалай осылай, а? Вообще без шансов болды ғой. Так. Мына жақта хайлайт көрсетіп жатыр. Так. Не. Спирит Бейт қай трансляцияда болады бізде? Осы трансляцияда болу керек жалпы, как будто.
How he just keeps on developing himself, and he's always this. You can always rely on him, right? He very rarely has these games where he just doesn't.
Дәрет пока осы трансляцияда отырайық.
With the rifles and the pistol, he's just a very wreckable force for the Falcons. So all in all, it's very important to see that he also keeps up the level from the major.
The YouTube chat called him a cheater for that shot through the smoke. Yeah, go.
Кім ойнап жатыр? Келесі матч Бейт Спирит қараймыз. Бейт Спирит. Анда-санда уақыт болған кезде кім Виталити Фейзарда тоже қарап отырамыз.
Iterations of this Falcons roster, whether it's down to the way they played, I think it's a little bit just on him individually.
Виталити параллельно ойнайды жігіттер. Виталити Фейс параллельно ойнайды. Бейт Спирит, Виталити Фейс.
His joy really of playing the game. We saw that in Cologne in a lot of those post-game interviews. So yeah, I think you're getting the best version of Monacy at the moment.
Monacy is moving into your top 8. He earns the Falcons another 200 points towards the club championship. That now gives him a 300-point lead for their opponents, the MONGOLZ. Their run at EWC is over.
Соңғы матч. Жету Furia.
Techno, I know this is never easy in this moment, so thank you so much for joining me.
Так, кішігірімізді жасайық, жігіттер. Бейт Спирит
What
примерно
was the
басталған
thought
кезде
process
қайта
about
ораламын.
picking Inferno into Falcons?
Recent months, the Inferno is the current pick-and map, and also it's the most comfortable map for us, especially for our players, and that's why we picked Inferno. And the map pool is went for expected, like they're gonna pick Dust, we're gonna pick Inferno, the third will be Nucor, Mirage for sure, or maybe Ancient could be, and it was like that.
Obviously, Dust 2 got a little bit closer for you guys. We saw Dark Meister get nice 1v1 versus Karrigan, but then everything kind of fell apart in the next round. What were some of the issues that you faced on Dust 2?
In generally, we were not better in this best of 3, I mean, and we had very struggling rounds. Even if we win rounds, we got so many problems and economy issue, like we had so many hard rounds, I mean, even if we had 7-7. And at the 7-7, we lost the crucial round, I think. That was the force buy. They both again after they force buy, and that's why we got broke when we got broke on the economy and mentally, I think.
I mean, let's be honest, it's been a big change for the Mongols, bringing in 2 rookie players who don't have very much experience playing at Tier 1. So what are you learning from this event to move forward into the rest of the season?
I guess it reminds us we're just not better at this time, and we have to do more. Always we have to do more. And in generally and individually, everything went wrong for us. And for our young 2 players, it's the first big event. Also, the maybe big team against the big team also. And
sometimes it's not the words, it's the silence between them.
11 Labs brings breath to your words.
What you say matters, but how you say it, that's what stands out.
Try it for free today.
Thank you, Freya. The studio just got beefier. We added the greatest IGL of all time, Karrigan, to the studio staff. Karrigan, welcome in. How you feeling, bud?
Feeling good. Got a little close in the end, but managed to win 2-0.
A little bit close, but these guys were confident in your power the whole way through. Can I ask you, though, it's been about a decade since we've hung out. I've seen you raise trophies for a number of different jerseys. What has it been like over the last decade, and how big of a change is it now playing for the Falcons in 2026?
I think that's a good question. I mean, obviously a decade has passed and I'm still working really hard to achieve my goals. Obviously won some big trophies, but there's always more to win, there's more to gain, there's more to do to my legacy, and the chance I got to play with Falcons was too good to pass on. I think I did my job for FaZe Clan. I came back, we went all the things we could have won as a team, and now I'm trying to make history with Falcons.
Speaking of FaZe, he'll be playing against Vitality on this stage in the next matchup, but we just found out your next opponent. Yanko, you gave him the news. Let's roll the highlights when we can, because Legacy just 2-0'd Navi. Yanko, I know you were paying attention throughout this. What did you see, and what are you looking forward to in that next matchup? We'll see that tomorrow.
I just saw they got stomped. And especially on their own map pick of Ancient, right? Losing 13-2. Legacy, I don't know about you, Finn, but I feel like they're the most dangerous team when they go up against like a top 3 team. Because they play with no pressure and, you know, they play their best Counter-Strike in those moments.
Yeah, I remember trying to be smart in the grand final in CSC. Okay, let's try to strafe without flashes mid. Dumal comes out, kills 4 guys with AK and round over. So they are a very dangerous team, but you will get duels. You will get to play the game 1v1, and I think if you're playing like we do lately, then I think we want to have a wrench against Legacy, because that hurt in China.
Yeah.
So Finn, you took Falcons to new heights by winning the major, obviously. What is the goal for you guys now? Like, obviously winning the major was probably the biggest goal you could achieve with the team, but how does the future look for you now? What are you really aiming at?
Obviously long term, we want to make history for the whole team. We are very early in the stage of our journey. I think every big organization, especially a team like us, have era far down the line. It's far away, and it's something we cannot decide if we had or not. it's up to community to decide, but that means winning Grand Slam, winning another major, winning EWC. It's all the big trophies we want. In my opinion, this team is built to win this, and we finally got one of the biggest for every individual player. And now we want to do something more for the organization because I appreciate what they have collected. This is a fantastic team on so many parameters, and I'm super happy to be here and given this chance.
You've been a part of so many great teams over the years, and you do such a good job of getting teams good quickly, right? But with FALCONS obviously winning the major, playing great Counter-Strike right now, is this a little bit of a honeymoon phase, or is it that you were just the missing piece and you fit in so well that you guys were able to, become good really fast?
I think yes and no. I think we are having a lot of talks. For me, honeymoon phase, you go to tournament, you never really get experience to lose any hard games. We had a lot of talks after Astana, a lot of talks in this ESC tournament where we lost, and I think those talks made us skip stages of honeymoon. Okay, we have a lot of work to do. We have to fix these things. I think with the coaching staff, the way I mature as a leader, the way the mature players is honest and open, direct communication. Something is not feeling good, let's talk about it. And I think in the past honeymoon, I was like, it's fine. Let's forget about it.
I think that's like accelerating the progress?
It's also accelerating. You are skipping the honeymoon phase as a team, in my opinion.
Wow.
And we've had this conversation a couple of times on the desk as well, that we have seen what you've done to the team with also Kyusuke stepping up. We probably see the best iteration of MONGOLZ that we've seen in a long time. And then you also have Nico in your team. So there's a lot of talent and a lot of skill inside of your roster. Can you just, in your own words, try to explain what you personally feel like you've brought to the team to make your players that has always been so good, make them even better?
I think glue between team vision and individual vision. I tried to make sure that MONGOLZ is a very creative player. That means he needs creative space in the team. He needs to be able to dictate something, a rotation he wants to hold, something he wants to do. And on top of that, I make a mid-round call based on what he's doing. A lot of freedom is given to Nico and Maxim. But also I put my foot down when, okay, we are now playing a little bit too much individual decision-based. Let's group together and there's a team. So it's a balance I wake up to every day. And I think that's the thing I brought to the team, that we can't play both styles. We can't play a very set, heavy, structured way, but we can also unleash and really make chaotic rounds, which some of the...
Can you hear me now? There we go.
Everybody.
So Kerrigan, I've always seen the FALCONS investing not just in young stars, the top fraggers, but they also go after the big brains, the guys that have been around the scene for a while. As one of the legends of Counter-Strike, what does it take to get into your 30s as a professional player? How do you extend your job? If you're MONGOLZ right now, how does he keep doing this for a decade?
I think it's a good question. I think every player is different. Right, Dupree also had a long 10-year career, but
Thank you.
You make a different decision based on where you are. My wife is fully supporting me. I dedicated my life from I was a small kid to where I'm now, and I could have stopped maybe a few times, but until the day I don't feel I can bring value to a team, I'm not good enough, then I'm stepping down. But right now I just enjoy this journey, and to be honest, I am on my last part of my journey. And
no, you're not.
You can try to push 40s, but I hit 35. I was like, okay, interesting. I can still keep going, apparently.
Just keep making history, man. You could be the oldest professional player that we've ever had.
Oldest, most handsome, richest. You can collect all the trophies. Kerrigan, before you go, though, I do want to hear from you as a legend of the scene who has seen all the best players from around the world. What is it like with 32 teams in this tournament? We are now down to, I believe, 13 squads left. And who have been your top 3 players to watch outside of FALCONS?
I mean, I think we have to mention the classic ones, Dong, Saibu. I think it's very interesting with MONGOLZ in the mix as well to see who's going to be the best player in the world. This tournament is pretty important when it comes to prestige, so I've heard one. I have no idea, actually.
I guess our director is a big fan. He wants to know your thoughts. We got FaZe Vitality next. Kerrigan, can you pick the winner? Who's moving on?
FaZe up.
FaZe up. He used to play for me. He's raised trophies with him. Dupree, any final thoughts for your former teammate?
I just want to say that I think it's incredible what you've done, Finn. It's a true honor, and it's something that you can only be looking up for to what you've done to the team, but also that you keep grinding and keep going. So yeah, just keep going, man. Do it for Danish Counter-Strike for once, right?
Shout out to Kerrigan's wife. We'll be back with another match. It's FaZe Vitality live from the main stage. It's EWC.
smoke long now. I will lift too long.
We don't see image.
I'm only even.
That to
One
be.
more.
Last long.
One last was long.
Going top mid or no?
Could be.
I'm holding it.
Going to lower.
He long. Yeah, I think he's long. I don't see
Two side.
No, fight him, yeah, he's
fighting.
pushing, never mind.
Okay.
Nice, boys!
Vault with Trav to get a bit of an update on Crossfire, particularly to do with the club championship race. Now, I heard earlier on today it was Vitality who were playing. What happened in that game?
Yeah, so Vitality just managed to edge through their game. It went to game 3 and overtime at that as well. So tough ask for them to get through, but managed to do so. And as I said, they've kind of got to win in all 3 games to have a chance of taking all the glory in the club championship and getting first. So it's a big ask, but so far they're on the way. They've secured 200 points here in Crossfire and can secure some more if they win the quarterfinal a little bit later on today. But looking elsewhere, we said yesterday AGL managed to get through. They're already in that position, so they've got today off. They're having a nice rest day, watching their opposition, which they're going to be pretty pleased about. Elsewhere, it's Falcons and Na'Vi playing today. Not against each other, they're on the A and B streams respectively, but they really...
One AI model for cinematic images, video, and native audio output.
Hey guys, welcome back to another breakdown today. We got Twist on my side and we're going to be breaking down your game against Legacy. You have round 5. It's a little bit out of the ordinary what you guys pull up, so I'm just gonna show it for you here. What's the overall idea for you guys in this one?
For a bit, I was checking how teams react to fast A smokes from our practices, from our officials. Sometimes the smokes are not respected, so the defender's often left kind of alone and figure that with front spawn, usually you can make it out and cause chaos. It's not necessarily a play for me. If Jacob or Nachu had best spawn, they would have been the one being sent out to the smokes.
That's the overall idea, right?
The overall idea is get a player out A into the smokes. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of details that could have not went our way, to be honest. I mean, I'm out into the smokes at A. We peaked mid before the mid smoke, which is good. We put the initial pressure, so they would realize it's not actually going to be A pretty early, which would give me more space to play. Jacob misses his HE break, so him and Nature cannot peak together. And at some point, they're just forced to go out mid with one shit flash and hope for the best. But in order, they had to do that. Luckily, Nature makes a sacrifice, right hands into the smoke, jumps out. And because of that, I get 2 kills at A, basically, to capitalize on the round. And yeah, I go CT. We know 1A, 1B. We want to go B. Op is at A, no point of going A. I smoke off CT, like the truck area. And I'm telling my team to forget about the CT smoke because I hear comms, they're talking about smoking CT. I'm like, there's no point, just go trade the guy. He has to be psyched, basically. So.
And then in the end of the clip, we do see that try is, he's saving his op, right? And you tell them that, he has to save, right? There's no point of him going. Is there an idea why you don't chase him down? Is it basically because of the economy and the situation? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it's really important T-side cash to build the economy. And I'm not going to lie, I feel like plays for op on CD side are kind of limited. So there's other maps where I would put a bit more emphasis on getting rid of the op. Maybe Dust 2 would be one, frees up the T-side movement. Here, them having an op doesn't change anything about our T-side game plan. So it's not an emphasis to kind of take out the gun early from his hands.
Cool. Thank you, Tris, so much for taking your time to give us a bit of insight. And thank you guys, and see you on the next one.
Again to Chicken in the Box. I'm here with Team Vitality, and I think we have a pretty good duo for this one. We have a guy who can say a lot of things versus a guy who's pretty ice cold. and it's a bluffing game. There's one chicken, there's two boxes. Flames will get the info. Robs has to make the decision on which box to keep. So, firstly, is he a good liar?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Very good liar.
Oh no. And he's ice cold?
He's ice cold, but he's also...
You know how to shake.
He knows the shit,
Okay, well how about you take a look in your box, Flames, here.
Sorry.
He's breaking already.
He made a chicken noise.
Maybe he is a chicken. What do you think?
So...
You want to end with a chicken. He makes a decision. You need to convince him to either swap or keep.
Yes.
Or bluff him completely.
So, I don't have the chicken. Chicken doesn't exist in this box. This box is just chicken wings. That's it. No chicken. No alive chicken.
It was eatable chicken or like...
I think it's from Chipotle maybe. I think it's a Chipotle chicken.
So you have a chicken?
Yeah, I have a chicken.
I thought you just said you don't have a chicken.
Well, I can say whatever I want,
Yeah,
right?
that's true, that's true. What do you believe? How do you pick one?
I don't know, it's very inconsistent feedback I'm getting. So it's hard.
You want consistent one?
Yeah, what can it be?
One of those boxes have a chicken.
He's not wrong.
Indeed.
What if it's a lie? There's no chicken at all.
Well, either way, what I'm saying could be a lie, right? Take a guess. Am I chickening or you're chickening? Are you gonna open your box and see if there is a chicken or no chicken?
I'm looking.
Let it breathe, man.
He's messing with your head quite well.
Yeah.
Are you leaning either way, or are you just going to roll the dice?
I think at this point, like anything I can say is gonna mess with you.
I didn't see any emotion. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he played it well.
Wait, so if I have a chicken, I need to show emotion?
No, you do what you want. You do whatever you want. This is the trash talk that you guys do every game, right? You're getting in this head.
Yeah.
Are you leaning either way, Robert?
Yes, the X-ray. But you want the glasses for this one?
Well, I can answer this, I guess.
You have to pick a box at the end of the day. So.
I'll go with I have the chicken.
Okay. And do I open the box or?
I mean, are you locking it in? Final choice?
Yeah.
Final choice? You have the chicken?
Yeah.
Open your box.
I don't.
No chicken for you. Flames have
Congratulations.
pulled it perfectly. What was your strategy here? You just confused him?
I was thinking no matter what I say, it's gonna be confusing. Like he's never gonna know if I have the chicken or not for guaranteed. So I just need to say bullshit. It worked out. I have the chicken, the chipotle chicken.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have wanted his role?
Hell no.
Do you want to find out?
No.
Okay, well, Flames takes the win. All right, this was chicken in the box. Congratulations.
It's called Callum, the chicken.
Oh, Callum. Yeah. That's cute.
Player admin.
Club championship is really cool. It's a really big tournament that also helps the organizations, I would say. A lot of teams are coming here to participate from different games. It's also a nice vision of outside people who doesn't really know about gaming, but also inside you see other teams, other players. In general, I think EWC is like on a really high prestige as well. It's like a high quality tournament with all the great teams, all the best organizations as well. Nice to see like how people thrive and they really want to make a good success here.
I think it's cool that we have something like this in esports, a different kind of approach to the other events that we usually have on a daily basis. It just kind of proves whose organization is kind of doing the best when it comes to the esports in general, you know.
I think for the orgs it's really important. They invest a lot of money to be in a lot of games, to be sure that they are competing at the highest level.
As for players, you know, winning a major, I think it's very similar to organizations kind of winning the club championship as well. You know, it's one of the most prestigious things you can achieve now as an organization. So I would say everyone is fighting for it.
Focusing on that is the wrong way to think, in my opinion. You need to think about just giving your best and trying to play your best CS. Then you can give points to your org.
We know how important this event is to FALCONS. They are not putting additional pressure on us to kind of perform this event. You know, what FALCONS is trying to do is that they make sure that all of the teams and players come in the best condition as possible to this event, being as good as they can be and as confident as they can be. And we have done a pretty good job of doing that as well. We feel ready and we, of course, want to help FALCONS achieve this goal again, you know, winning. It will mean a lot to them and we're here to help them.
I think it's going to be really tough to beat FALCONS this year. I mean, it's always tough to beat them. I think we just want to get as many points as we can to make sure that Vitality making the best result possible this year. That's all we want to do for them.
The bees have swarmed into the STC arena, but the question is, will we be phasing up with Kerrigan at the end of this matchup? He called phase to take down the team rocking black and yellow. Will Vitality bounce back after a struggle in groups, or can FaZe continue their run? We've got a new IGL, a lot to talk about, and two big brains joining me in the studio. It's Chris Puckett alongside Dupree and Yanko. And Yanko, this is the match everyone's been talking about since we first saw the bracket. A big opener, and the surprise for me is that FaZe is the higher seed after group stages over Vitality. What happened?
Yeah, Vitality stumbled against Bait in their group, right? Lost there in a best of three. FaZe took care of business. It's like we're living in an alternate universe, Puckett, but that's where we are at the moment. And this is when we saw the lower part of the bracket, we thought had the highest upset potential, not because Vitality is terrible, but because FaZe has actually been on the up and up. Now, Legacy already took care of that, taking down Na'Vi, but this game could get interesting.
Now, Dupree, we are on French soil. Does that give a buff to Vitality tonight? Apex, of course, a French legend in the scene.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, you can already tell by the fact that so many people have shown up to watch this specific game, right? And I hope, and I think that everyone here, they also hope that Vitality is going to go all the way so they can experience them in the Echo Arena where they won the major in 23. So, it's always nice to have a bit of a home crowd, helping out, giving you a little bit of an extra buff, but, it is also going to be shown the server.
But I wanted to ask you about that, Peter, because notoriously in your Astralis era, you guys couldn't win an event in Copenhagen. Like, you just couldn't, and it wasn't that hard to win them. Like, so at what point does it become
it's not that hard.
Is a thing about, like, the added pressure sort of outweighs the extra support that you're getting?
Yeah, well, it can do, right, but I think it really...
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Fitting to see the dragon soar in the bumper into this segment, because it is a question of whether we're going to have the dragon or the dragon slayer today. Bait enter the arena ready to test their mettle against a spirit team.
Так, матч послойndi завтра бізде. Spirit Bait.
So far, Mike, have been struggling a little bit. A team so far who we still want to see a bit more from. A team that is heading into this game, sure, as the favorites on paper. There's no way that Spirit should not win this game, you know. We said the same thing about Navi. Guess what happened? Legacy run all over them. Yeah. I'm not going to rule out the same could be the case here based on two things. Spirit have been struggling so far in this tournament, despite Dong playing well, and B8 have looked better than probably they have done the last, dare say, 12 months.
Yeah, definitely. And like Spirit, there are a lot of question marks. They come in as the #1 in theory. They're lost in the groups. They're not looking very good. They're struggling on their map picks. They're struggling overall. You never really know what kind of Spirit you're gonna get. They seem a bit more closed in their body language, whereas Bait is like very comfortable, very relaxed. They're just walking in. I don't know, it is always scary, especially it's a matchup where they're going to know each other very well. They play face it against each other 24/7. They have all of those things that is going to play to account for this matchup. I don't think there is reason to be very confident to Spirit. They should be winning. We're far from being that confident that they actually will win like that.
And if you're wondering why we're holding this team to such a high standard,
Так,
right?
даст екі мирас
We just expect them to step out and annihilate 90%
Spirit даст екіні таңдады, Bait Миражды, and Decider Ancient.
Potentially the greatest rifler ever, the highest peak ever, and he's still so fresh into his career. When you've got Shiro behind that, when you have Tanir occasionally taking over the server, this is a team that we expect to shred.
I think Spirit are playing with a sense of responsibility that like Dunk on your roster. You have to be aiming for the stars. You have to be aiming to win trophies. You have to aim to be the best team in the world.
Типа Dust, Mirage деген карталарда.
It'll be the same thing as if Vitality were okay with having, you know, plumbers and construction workers next to Saivu and
Жақсы ойнайды біздің СНГ командалары, СНГ игроктар.
When you have one of the greatest players to ever touch the game, when you have maybe the most informed player at least in the last 24 months in Dong, you know, discussions are to be had between him and Saivu. I think it comes with a certain amount of responsibility. And I get what Spirit have been trying to do.
Ассалаумалейкум, Қырғызстан бар ма дейді. Уағалейкум ассалам, жоқ.
It's not that I don't like the fact that they're trying, it's just not working out fully as expected as of right now. And I think this playoff is super, super important for Team Spirit. They have to make a deep run right here. They have to do well. Otherwise, I think we're looking at another season, just like the beginning of 26. People may forget because they did okay well at the major.
Карта, ADR 92, kill per round, дейді, почти бір kill, әр раундта, және рейтинг бізде 1-5.
Yeah, that's the thing that is a bit sad. You see how stacked they are. You expect them to be consistently fighting for the trophies, winning way more than they have been. Especially with a guy like Donk. He's not just a star player putting out the numbers. He's also very vocal. He's going to be very active in the team. He's going to do everything he can to carry his team and drag them across the finish line. And they still sometimes manage not to do that. They're to be stuck in those games. Especially if you look at the group stage against Luminosity, they struggled. They lost the first game. There's like a lot of things that are still very shaky. But yeah, you look at that one-man Donk, you know, and it's something you always want to know more of.
Well, I want to know more about that one man. And so why not? We have Stunna catching up with Donk.
Spirit taking a B8, Donk in the server today. Donk, you've talked about Spirit losing control when rounds snowball. What does that look like now that we've gotten a few games here at EWC done?
I think we got better in this, in terms of this snowballing thing, and yeah, like it was a problem that we were all facing, because like focusing in, because like we know like it's not normal to have such problem, and now we're just fine with that, and I think we are not have this problem anymore.
Back in June, you were talking about you lost the comeback, you lose your mind, and that's sort of what you're talking about, right? It's gone away. How do you see those problems coming and stop them before they happen? How do you stop the game becoming emotional? It's a little bright.
Yeah, I think it's all about like being in the moment, being in present, and like not focusing on which mistakes you've done, and just keep playing. Basically, like you just don't need to get into emotions and just keep playing your game, because like a game isn't finished yet.
And for you, you have a game in front of you today versus B8. You're always expected to destroy. You know, you're always expected to be in this server, shutting down the ops. B8 beat Vitality. Why won't B8 beat Spirit today?
I don't know. They can.
Do you think they will?
No.
Fair enough. Anything you want to say?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I am feeling thank you indeed.
That's
exactly the aura of insane confidence we always expect from Donk. That was the, I don't know, they can, but they won't.
Yeah, and you kind of have to respect that kind of confidence. And you have to understand it as well. When you are as good as Donk is, when you always know you're walking into a game, Nathan, and you can make the difference, when you know that you are the win condition every single time you join the server, it'd almost be a little bit unserious if he didn't have that aura of self-confidence going on for him. So, if anything, what we learned so far from Team Spirit, yes, as a team, they've been struggling a little bit in the group stage, but from an individual perspective, Donk have shown up in every single game so far. He's saved them big time against Big.
That's one of the things with the greats of the game. Confidence don't really exist. They don't need it. They know they have it. They know they're him. So why would you even worry about, do you have the confidence? Are you really arguing about it? No, man, he knows you're just playing Counter-Strike. It's going to be a face-it game, a bit glorified, you know, a bit of people watching and stuff like that, but he's just going to come on the server, do what he does every single day, and then crush the opposition. Whether the team is going to follow, that's another question mark, right? But for him, it's just another day in the office. Whatever it is, he's just going to go on the server, do his stuff, get his rating, get all his skills, and then, you know, life is good. That's pretty much it.
I do think it's worth throwing just a little bit of water on that fire, which is that we did get the unthinkable over in the Bounty, which was a couple of bad Donk maps in a row. It never happened. It never happens. That's why it was so astounding.
Yeah, true. It doesn't happen often. You know, if you go in and you look, was it yesterday I saw on Twitter or Reddit or somewhere, you know, if you look through all his games in his entire career, we're talking about 2 or 3 maps where he's gone negative KD. It's ridiculous, right? It's absolutely absurd to have that kind of consistency. So, I mean, as much as I agree with you, it kind of did happen at the Blast Bounty. I'll just say it in a different way then. Donk doesn't have 2 bad maps in a row. Sure thing. Maybe occasionally that happens. Donk doesn't have 2 bad events in a row.
Sure,
and we saw the direct response to that coming into this tournament. The team may not be functioning at the level you'd like to right now, or at least in the group stage. Can quickly change, by the way, in a playoff setting, in a playoff game. But Donk is still firing on all cylinders.
Let's broaden that scope then. Let's talk about the team overall, right? Because this is a team that's been in transition. Magic's took over the IGLing at the beginning of the year. We've had Sotfik taking over some of the coaching. We've had Holly step back into the coaching. Holly's behind them here. What are we seeing in the broader picture for Spirit?
I'll be honest, I think the biggest problem for Spirit, they have a few, you know. I don't think Suntix have hit the mark, basically, ever since he rejoined, you know. Still lacks a little bit in terms of output, and maybe perhaps there's a bit of a weak link. But for me, the biggest issue in Spirit is the fact that they haven't been able to find a way to enable Tenir. I don't get it, because I think Tenir is a great player. I think what he did in Heroic showcased him to be a great talent. We've seen glimpses of it in Team Spirit as well, especially when Softic came in as a standing coach. It seemed like that had an uptick in Tenir's performance, but I look at the past 4 or 5 events, and he's supposed to be the 3rd star player within this lineup. He's supposed to be the backup to Donk. He's supposed to be the backup to Shiro in that department as well. And right now, Tenir is not playing like that. His average rating the past 3 months is 0.98. That's not good enough when you're playing for Team Spirit and you are as good as Tenir. So whether it's on him individually, or on the team, I don't know, but he's not working out right now.
It's one of the disappointing part about Spirit. You kind of labeled it as the Dong team, maybe. Everybody's looking at Spirit and it's like, oh, it's the Dong show. He's going to do everything. Look at the depth of their roster. If you actually think about it, Shiro is a top 3 operator of all time. He's insane, super consistent. He does everything he needs to do. Magic, as an IGL. Tanir came in the roster as a 1.15 average rating or something like that. He was a star player for the team. He was consistently present. He was excellent. And then you have Zontic that was holding a very special place as an anchor. He was being a bit unconventional, but he was very solid in everything he was doing. As you said, a lot of those things dropped off individually for those players, and then you have more of that difference between the players. And that's where there is a real problem for Spirit. If you enable those stars, you have one of the best roster of all time, period. The quality of the players, what they can do together, the coaching staff, everyone they have around, masterclass. Everything is perfect. When you come on a server, it shows a different story, and that's what's pretty disappointing. You expect way more from them.
I'm still caught up with you saying that he's best top 3 oppers all time. We're going to maybe table that for a future conversation. I think we could unpack that one for a while, but let's dive into the other side. Let's dive into Bait, right? Bait coming into this, looking strong, looking good. And to start us off with the talk, why not listen to the man who has a lot to do with this roster? We got NPL for an interview.
Big matchup here. I'm talking about B8 taking on Spirit. NPL lucky enough to give us some words before we get started here. You guys have proven the ability to upset by beating Vitality here 2-1. Tell me about what that does to a team coming into another elimination game.
We are hungry for the win, and we just want to win them and prove ourselves and other people that we are capable of doing it.
How do you stop the whole game from becoming about Donk?
Maybe stop. Don't give him confidence, and that's it.
And you can shut it down that easily. They had talked about losing control when rounds snowball. When they lose rounds, they lose rounds. How do you make them lose rounds today?
We will just play our game. I mean, they're not in their best form right now, and I think we have a chance to win them.
Bizde şans var Zeynep'e dedi. Sıyra oynamayı zaten deb aytdı. Yaxşı şans var Spirit'tarda ötüge deydi.
Yes. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Good luck.
This does highlight another storyline because while he may be in NBK's top 3 all-time list,
deydi, AWP жақсы ойнап жатыр. Байтта Vitality қарсы прям
hot to trot on the scope.
Sissy is slowly but
surely
emerging to be the player they wanted him to be. Because again, just to give you a bit of context to where Bait is at right now, they started off the season with one offer, played the tournament, then instantly switched him out, brought in
Sissy, ғана я бұл жерде көбірек Сырада. Сәл
playing tier 1 Counter-Strike and playing in some of the best teams in the world. But during the major, he had big moments, he was stepping up in overtime games, he was part of the reason why Bait were competitive. And since the summer break, he's trending upwards, you know, so he's getting better together with Bait, and I think that goes in tandem, you know, a Bait that is starting to finally look like the Bait we saw in late 25, playing good Counter-Strike, playing, I guess, composed and Counter-Strike fairly consistently as well. That goes hand in hand with now finally activating Sissy.
You can definitely see they have a game plan, they have things going on, and it kind of speaks for the debate where Sissy is a good upper playing at the top of his form. Shiro, you say, is not that good. They're on the same stat lines. They're very similar, so it speaks to how good both of those players are. But they're not still on the same caliber for now. There is still future to be whole, but obviously he's a very big advantage for B8. They're very thankful to have him, and he's playing a big part. So that duel is going to be more than important today.
It surely is. We're going to get the veto coming up.
Top View gives you both. Who wins you both? 3.60 per video, plus 60 full.
I want to see B8 just taking a chance. Spirit is not really looking too hard on the map so far, and we'll see if they take the gamble because it's still a question mark.
No.
Let's see. No.
They're not feeling bold. They're not feeling brave.
It is not happening. Yeah, they're going for comfort. Mirage is always a bit of a question mark because sure they feel comfortable on it, but
yeah,
you know it's Spirit's playground anyway. They play the map 24/7, whether it's in pugs, whether it's as a team. How can you really find those consistent cracks to beat them on a map like that? It's a bit scary.
I'm kind of split on that one because it's a tale of two stories. You know, one thing is B8 not picking cash. That's also them saying that we trust so much in our own abilities on Mirage that we can go toe to toe versus Team Spirit on a map that, as Nathan said, they play all the time and they play to a high level. So I like the confidence in the veto from B8. But it also seems, at least from the outside, maybe a bit disconnected in the sense that, listen, you're the underdog. We've seen Spirit struggle massively on cash. They couldn't get anything done against Big. They were run all over. Had it not been for Donk, you know, trying to keep them alive. So I would have liked B8 to take a bit of a gamble here to pick into cash. But on the other hand, I also respect them believing in their own abilities.
There is maybe a little bit of a glimmer on the Mirage as well, right? Reminder, that is the map where GG How, of all teams, out of the last chance qualifier, upset Spirit in the opening matchup.
Yeah. But it's also the map where Donk is like, if I want to win the game, I'll win the game. You know? You play some Connector, he's getting a triple kill every round, and you say good luck to whoever's gonna face him.
That is a little bit more of the sample size here. Still, it is time to dive into the match. It's time to get this underway. It's already been one upset today here on the B stream, but will we have another? Bait will try and find out. Bait versus Spirit. Take it away.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We're into the round 16, continuing the action here.
Дукосы Донк формада ма? Я формада. Бір карта жақсы кил жасап бере ма? Бірінші карта Спириттің картасы емес па дейді. Так, бірінші матч. Жалпы бәрібір Донкқа ойнау керек, былай да былай. Әр картада типа КД-ға шығады. Так, Даст-2 бұл Team Spirit-тардың пиктары. Бірақ айта кетейін, Бейт командасы Даст-та, Даст-2-де Витальтин ұтты. Так что оңай болмайды бұл жерде Spirit-тарға.
Very dangerous, very intimidating, and a lot of talent on the roster.
We heard that interview ahead of this game from Donk, who was saying that how they're focusing on some of the problems they've been having, some of the issues, is just trying to be present, be in the moment, and not let those issues sort of pile up in your head, right? And that's something that we know. We've seen Team Spirit get in those situations where sometimes they can get the frustrations building up and the tilt sets in.
But this is the moment you kind of have to respond to it. If you're Spirit, you have to be accepting of that kind of a pressure. You're one of the best teams in the world. You've got the best player in the world. You are expected to run through group stages. You are expected to challenge for trophies. And we got to see if Spirit can do it. That man on your screen sitting in the back, Hallie, the coach, coming under a lot of fire recently. Results of Sotfik when he steps in behind the team, much improved over when he's standing behind them as well. So a lot of negative attention heading his way as his team tries to bolster up around him and kind of secure the fact that he can still perform and they can still deliver good results with him at the helm.
When you talk about pressure and the fact that Spirit are used to playing with pressure with every game they go into, what the opposite for Bait, right? A team that don't get into these environments as often, but just for the sake of this matchup, the other game going on is FaZe versus Vitality on the STC arena stage. They get to play their first playoff game here on the smaller stage, a much more intimate audience, and I feel like that is going to favor Bait. It's going to give them at least some chances, better than playing in front of the full pressure up there on the bigger stage.
Yeah, I think if you're Bait, you're coming into this, you're saying we might be able to catch Spirit at a weak moment right here. A shaky group stage from them. We're playing very well, got a ton of confidence.
Даст-2
very much within their reach.
Team Spirit пиктары, сосын Mirage бізде Bait пиктары және Ancient бізде Decider. Так, қорғанса бізде Bait, Сабылда Team Spirit. Нир, Donk, Magic, Sontics, Shira, Team Spirit составы. Bait составы бізде Кенсизор, Сизи, Алекс, MPL және Essential. Осындай состав Бейттарда. Сәлем, Виталий Фейс параллельно ойнап жатыр ма? Я параллельно ойнап жатыр. Бірақ мына матч қызығырақ деп ойлаймын. Себебі бізде Бейт Виталийларды отты алдыңғы кезінде. Бейт формада. Тартысты матч болады деп ойлаймын. Нир. Так, ага, 2 минус. Консизор минус, Сизи минус, әдемі, Essential, MPL. Оқып тастады Спириттарды қарандар. Б'де 2 ойыншы. Так, MPL Zontics'та ұстап алды. Байқады, Essential. Байқаған сияқты Magic.
So Magix, he wants to make sure that nobody can scale up short.
Көрді. Нет, бірге бір.
MPL's worried about Magix. He's locking him in, so it's 1v1 fights for the time being. But Magix climbing on top, and he's going to get the headshot. It was a risky situation for Magix, but he still comes out on top of it. And now it is Essential trying to win a 1v2 that looks
Хорош. Кипер ма? Кит жоқ. Ой-ой-ой, молодец. Ооо, бірақ үлгермейді,
For Sancho, he has to retreat. Team Spirit win the pistol.
Yeah, interesting. I think there was an opportunity there for Bait that they didn't seize upon in this pistol round.
Қызық матч болады now.
Going in towards lower.
Despise.
I mean, they split the fight. They took two separate 1v1s, but I feel like they could have crossed over and been very aggressive on the bomb site in a 2v1 for that retake. Either way, the main point of this attack is going to be this four-man stack at the B bomb site, but with the way they're positioned, right, two players outside, they want the whole team committed into the bomb site to see the follow-up players. And Spirit are just able to get by that stack without taking too much damage. Not nearly as effective as Bait would have liked.
Four spies coming in. That can be effective.
Так, Сизи Мухан aldı bizde.
Max 7 MP9 on two players and scout for Sizzy.
Force.
Dangerous for Team Spirit to have to go up against. Again, mid-door smoke coming through.
Бейттарда Force.
Get a heavy lean early on from Bait towards that
Так,
B-bomb.
фармилка.
We're going to see it in the second
Біреу
round.
шотган, біреу МК. Және бізде Сизиде Муха.
See if he hangs around as that smoke fades away.
Так, шабулда бізде.
I'm interested if
Галил Муха фармилка, екі калаш. Так, лонгта сетап ешқандай жоқ. Жалғыз ғана Алекс. Бұл жерде әдемі флеш.
On a 10 here, but now long control for Team Spirit. They've got over a minute to play with.
You know, if you see a team who's obviously having a little bit more of a defensive lean towards one bomb site in the early rounds, is that part of the game plan you've got coming in that you've established that you don't want to let
Так, Донг статистикасы бірінші килл жасады Донг.
I mean, they probably looked into the past 3-4 pistol rounds Spirit have done, maybe noticed the trend of them going to the B bomb site, maybe just wanted to bust out the stack. Here in the second round with weaker weapons, just get the extra manpower there. So that's why I was saying it's going to be interesting if the gun round comes, because if it happens in the gun round, then it feels like there's maybe a little bit more intention to it, especially if it's multiple times. Regardless, we're going to get a free plant and a free second round for Team Spirit as Bait saved the shotgun, the SMG, and the M4. And 2-0 for Team Spirit, getting started very nice in this playoff match, round of 16.
Yeah, it can't be bad to that at all if you're Team Spirit. Just the fact you don't lose any members in this round as well is going to establish some money on this T side. Now, there is a realistic story in which we come into this game, you know, understanding that there is potential for Bait, considering how they've played in the group stages and also how Spirit have played in the group stages. But there is the world in which Spirit just click, right? And they come together and figure it out on a few off days here.
They have the X factor of Donk, right? So, I mean, you have some players, and I'm going to throw Sheer into that mix because we know the capabilities. We haven't seen it too much. They have those two players who can just kind of pop off and blow this wide open. You know, I mean, that's always the fear with Spirit, is you do have the guys who can make this a very quick series regardless. These two teams have played that was back in March. I was looking at European dates.
The other way around.
Yeah, exactly. Spirit beats them 2-1 in that series, 13-7, 13-9. The last time they played on Dust 2 was at the Shanghai Major, so very, very long ago. 13-1 victory for Team Spirit in the major that they won. So, you know, you can forget those, but earlier this year, you know, Spirit's able to kind of handle this team without too many issues.
Yeah, I think that's been the story, but I think for Bait, I think we've realized there's so much potential in this squad.
Әдемі
I
шот.
really like to watch
48 хп қалдырды.
Obviously had a time in Na'Vi when Simple was still in the squad, and he kind of became the scapegoat because that roster started to collapse, and MPO was clearly a very inexperienced player and didn't commit to a team that had a environment. So he goes off, he's been with this team for a while now.
Тірі қалды.
A better opera for the squad in Sizzy, who's just been so unreal for 16 years of age as well. Just the performance in Cologne and the one here at EWC, it feels like he's starting to really find his
бар. Кенсизорда бір смок бар тағы да.
We're going to be casting Sizzy from
Ротация жасап жатыр қараңдар.
He's just going to keep getting better.
Жаққа келді.
Most of this Bait team we've been watching over years just get improve on the back of that kind of crazy
Бұл
individual skill.
байт сияқты, иә, шортқа шығайын деп тұр Team Spirit.
Quietly a little bit underrated. NPL and the way he's brought this team together, but starts having him play really good Counter-Strike on top of the talent.
Байда тұр бәрі.
That's why we're starting to see him make a few more deep runs and a few more playoff appearances inside the professional circuit. Pretty chill round as
Тағы да сейф, Кенсизор.
on this defense.
NPL. Kill зейтін шығар, я осылай.
Max 7 for MPL. And the grenade actually.
Ой. Өлген жоқ Magic қараңдар.
A nice 3-0 start here for Team Spirit.
Magic's gonna back away to make sure not to concede a play.
Так, Алекс kill іздеу керек жалпы. Тапты.
Everything's gone according to plan. You know, these second and third round conversions have been very simple. Spirit haven't really encountered any danger. No round they've had to work themselves out of.
Кассизор енді бармайды тепкасы қолында.
So all is good at the moment, but the guns come in next.
Қандар бай жасайды келесі раунд. Так, Авикке ақша бар. Алып алуға болады бейтті. Ал көрейік бай раундта.
Decades of experience. Magic's obviously still so new to the role for his squad.
And that's kind of the interesting thing about this Spirit team is that performance at the major, I think, really changed like when you look at Magic stepping in, you're wondering what it's going to be, how long is it going to take? I think Overdrive said 2 years. That performance at the major got us a lot of confidence in Magic, so that's, I think, why some of the struggles in the group stage are a little bit head-scratching.
Кім бізде бірінші Кассизор опорник екен.
All of them before the playoffs begin. And this is a solid first test, a dangerous team, a strong team, but not exactly a world beater. So we'll see what Spirit's been able to put together these past few days.
Well, we got a couple of ops in play now. Shiro finally getting his hands on the weapon.
Сәл тағда тұрған кезде негізі доңқты өлтіруге болатын еді. Қан жоқты ешқандай флешті не берген жоқ. Өзі шықты кім доңқ.
Extra player at NPL sliding over towards the A bomb site. Sizzy and Alex.
Плент шортта жер.
Defending at the cross and at the railing. Kenzazor left alone at that B bomb site up to his own devices, but nobody from Spirit is home. Now he does have a lurk smoke thrown inside the B bomb site. That's going to make him a little bit nervous. But the defense isn't biting whatsoever. Nobody shifted.
Тағы да шорт шығайын деп тұр. Спалит бізде кім 6-шы номер. Так, Снер лонгтан шығайын деп тұр. Тағы да бізде Essential күтіп отыр. 2 ойыншы жалпы бізде лонгта банканы қарап отыр. Тағы да флеш арқылы шығайын деп тұр негізі. Бірін жапты. Тағы да Сизи минус, Алекс минус тапты. Және екі қана ойыншы қалды Спириттерді. Зонтикс пен Шира. Зонтиксті жапты, Шира солы. Ой-ой-ой-ой, Широ! Соңғы бізде опорник бой қалды. Бірге бір сәт. Широ енді осылай ойнаса оту керек Team Spirit. Ой-ой-ой, Кассизор. НТ Широ.
Still a spectacular round and good performance, great impact out of Shiro.
Так, бірінші раунд.
When all is lost, grabbing a few
Авик
more
алмай ма
kills,
не?
taking the
Авик
guns away,
алды.
forcing the rebuys.
But that's the kind of sign. That round just tells you, okay, we're not going to get group stage Shiro here. He's looking dialed in, he's looking sharp.
Алдың кезінде олай ойнаған жоқ Широ бізде. Ойын нашар болды.
Lovely work peeking into the defenders. I mean, the fact that Bait loses that many players, could have played that so differently, didn't have to let the bomb get planted. That's a lot of issues that's going to start mounting moving forward, that already such a dent is put into your economy. Out of a round win, they're going to have a very, very weak bye. We'll get into that after the tech pause. A little bit of an issue up on stage before we can get back into the action here on Dust 2. Still, though, I mean, one thing that the Shiro round kind of took away from us is that's a very flat execute out of Team Spirit. That's a very quiet round, not a lot done, a little bit of map control taken, no one really challenging anything, nobody being aggressive, and then just an execute that just falls flat. They get nothing off of it. Had no business being in that round until Shiro delivers some heroics.
That is what we talk about with Team Spirit. Even if they do have flat round, they do have the individuals to bail them out of those situations. Great work to stay composed and make sure that 1v1 goes the way of Bait.
Бейт жалпы шанстары бар сенсация жасауға бұл турнирда. Каспириттарды өтсе, келесі бізде примерно Vitality немесе Face. Оларды да өтуге болады.
As well. I mean, we mentioned they had that lovely series back against Vitality, the huge upset there. That was kind of the shocking moment in this event where all of us sort of looked around and was like, okay, well, Vitality's now taking an upset loss as well. It starts to get a little bit strange, and That's led to this kind of lopsided playoff bracket that we've got
NPL,
going on.
Sizzy.
It was NPL who was the standout player. Him and Sizzy, 56, 54 kills against Vitality. Those two guys were the engines that allowed Fate to propel forward over the top of the best team in the world.
I think also it's interesting in seeing that the only team who really is at the top of Counter-Strike is FALCONS, and at the moment,
yeah,
they're the only clean-looking squad. I mean, Na'Vi lost really badly to Legacy today as well.
You would kind of put Spirit, Vitality, FALCONS all on that same kind of level until we saw the group stage, and then it was like, okay, well, there's some clear shakiness now.
Yeah, and obviously Vitality, once they're on the stage in front of that French crowd as well, that could be a different story. That game is currently ongoing. Got FaZe versus Vitality happening over there. It's only in the early stages, so if you're interested in following that action as well, catch that over on ESL TV.
Біздің Гамбит секілді сенсация ешкім жасамады-ау дейді. Гамбит, сосын кімдер жасады жалпы Бразилияда бізде аутсайдерс по идее.
Well, the other match, the winner of FaZe Vitality to play the winner of Bait Spirit. So on the similar side of the bracket, they're going to meet over in that quarterfinals. Spirit Vitality is always a tantalizing prospect. The old Donk versus Iwu is right there for the taking.
It's always fun to watch the STO teams go at it back to back. And, you know, a situation for Team Spirit is though they'll probably enjoy the fact that you can warm up a little bit before that game comes up. If you get them in the first round too, there's absolutely no reason to think Spirit are going to be a highly capable team in that match. But
well, they're looking to show us they've solved some of those problems they alluded to in some of the interviews. Good news, everyone back in the server ready to play. So round 5 is underway. Up in the hands of Sizzy.
Сенде сол қалды сенсация. Енді қазақтар болған соң по-любому қалады ғой. Бірақ я бұл сенсация болды.
That's a wild shot from Shiro.
Так, екеу бөді тұр бізде. Екеу шорт.
When it comes out of the tech case, you wonder if he's cooled down a little bit immediately.
Sure short bizde. Donk. Salam alaikum dedi.
Ripped away, and you know because he's in that position. There's a second player up there at least. But Donk is searching for the follow-up kill.
Dude, this round is like kind of over. With the HP of Essential and Kenzazor, I almost feel like if you're bait at this point, you need to find positions to consider saving. They're going to push out towards long. So still fighting for this to a degree. But it all lies on this. If these guys cannot have impact against the two-man play from Tino and Shiro, it's definitely done from there.
Flashes being sent forward out Longhouse. You got Alex, who's managed to handle business.
Shiro.
Trading. You know the second player's there as well. So they're just going to swing him together.
Shiro ойнап тұр. Shiro тағы да фраг. 2-3. Екеу бөді. Бұл сейф. Бұл мүмкін.
Zontix lies in wait in lower dark. Donk was in mid at Xbox with him as well, so they were cutting it off. 4th round for Team Spirit. You add in the kills that Shiro got in the previous round, and there's a lot of financial issues for Bait coming up. We'll see what kind of a buy they'll be able to muster, but it's not going to be pretty.
Shiro я келсе монстр қосылды. Бұл жігіт 5 kill жасап, 2 рет өліп.
He can't let Spirit get too comfortable in this game.
Donc 2-2 статистикасы. Zontix 2-3. Так, сол жақта кім бізде ойнап жатқан? Essential 4 killмен 2 рет өлді. Кенсизор 1-1 болып тұр. Sizzy қосылу керек. Айвик керек. Ойнамай жатыр что-то Sizzy.
The sequence from Shiro. That's 2 big pieces having some good impact for Spirit early on.
Дука брат по мобайл қашан еді біздің регион? Ертең уже, ертең ПМЦ Қазақстан. ПМЦ Қазақстан ертең басталады уже.
You can buy up some FAMAS, you can half invest around him, but I think Bait's trying to figure out exactly what's going wrong with the defense at the moment.
Зіпі қанша алады, осылар примерно дейді көп.
Gotta be pleased with how things are sitting at the moment.
Yeah, so far so good.
But such a different, I'm interested to see the next round where Spirit has to execute, right? Like this is one of those rounds, Donk gets you the opening kill, you tagged up low HP, so the defense is already put on the back foot in multiple different ways. What happens if they can't find that opening pick? What happens if there's 45 seconds? The first execute we've seen out of them had no legs to it, no strength behind it.
of strength behind this buy for Bait. You've got 3 players on pistols and again by Shiro. So that's just going to be a tax you're going to pay every round, it seems.
Well, Kenzazor is pushing up short as well. He snuck through this. Donk hasn't spotted it, getting here a little bit late.
Күтпейме? Ой-ой-ой, Кензазор. Бірақ мына жақта Donk жүр. Donk it.
So immediately finding that response, and you've lost the rifle. And it's not recoverable for Bait. You could get one off the dead body of Donk.
Флэшпен ғана өлтіре алады Donk-ты. Ой-ой-ой, Сизи мне осындай ойын күттім. Сизден.
Yeah, but look at Bait being the aggressors. This is so disjointed. Spirit don't
қана ойыншы қалды Спириттерді. Нерден Шира, бірақ Шира праймда.
NPL needs to live.
Шира формада.
Just turns his back. Not spotted
NPL
by NPL
байқамады.
either. Now
Көрді.
no, he doesn't.
Oh, Tanir shown.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
From NPL, and that is what Bait are
Пачкан
capable
түсірді.
of. Shiro getting a taste of it. It's got to be Tanir.
Хорош Bait.
Alex to bring him down on the AK. And a reminder, this came in with 3 pistols,
Сизи
an
NPL.
SMG, and a single
Әдемі
rifle.
шоттар.
Great work out of Sizzy to make this one possible.
Man, just repeated solo aggression in that round towards Xbox, towards top mid. I think Spirit at some point thought they would stop, that there'd be no more pushes, but Bait just kept sending another body back into the problem, and off the back of that, Hallie calls his first time out.
Yeah, I mean,
he's жоқ, жартылай финалда ойнамайды, финалда сразу.
That round as well, and you go out there and you lose to some of the weaker weapons. So really impressive from Bait, but obviously something has gone awry there for Team Spirit, and they want to try and make sure they patch that up as quick as possible because their money is on the last line already. You've got Galil's coming out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully Hallie's focused on the next round rather than the previous one because they got to put together a buy, a really scrappy buy, missing some utility. No nades on Donk, no nades on Shiro.
Майстарды басына киіп алды
Tech 9 on Celtics, Galil on Magics.
Пайдеменде солай ойнайым.
That is quite a turnaround from Bait here early on Dust 2.
Stupid.
Икендар сияқты отырам мен. Мониторға жабыс.
And we got Shiro again, not this time, not going to get the tag. Mid-door smoke, and immediately Team Spirit post that AWP up. So if Sizzy's feeling himself, he's confident to try and challenge through, post that ready to try and punish as that smoke fades away. And as that's happening, you're going to see the scale up of a couple of these rifles into short. Smoke break comes in, and a smoke towards Sizzy. It is going to result in a kill, or so a lot of damage from Shiro, but no kill. 17 HP for Sizzy.
All right, Donk.
Жақсы қайы.
He's leading the way. The tip of the spear.
82. 43 бізде Magic'ста.
Not ready to pull the trigger. Minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. Just looking for the jump up. That smoke is going to pull NPL away, and now there's no defenders at the A bomb site. They've shifted the towards B. And here comes the quiet
Так, NPL үлгермеді молотов тастап. Кендаль қойып кетті. Есіп тұр, NPL. Сайтта жүріп жатқан уже есіп тұр, бірақ үлгермеді, қашып.
And now the bomb gets planted for Team Spirit.
I wonder if there is maybe a little bit of a game plan. We're kind of hypothesizing about it at the start with some of the early leans, but maybe there is a little game plan where they feel like Spirit's going to end towards that B bomb. So we know Spirit likes to open up rounds to knock in on contact towards B. But this time that shift just means it's so easy for Donk and his team to just kind of waltz off catwalk, no resistance.
But eventually you're going to start having to change that up if you're Bait, because you can't have those players over towards B and consistently lose the A bomb site. So they're going to force that defense. That opens up that B bomb site and frees up a couple more options for Team Spirit.
Well,
still able to save the weapons here.
5-2 with
Alex, minus Bear.
He's trying to hold on to his. He's the player under most pressure, and he still hangs on to it with a kill on the way out.
Magic'ста фармилка болған сияқты, нормально.
In Paris, a lot of fans gathering just in front of them.
Tell you what, it feels like in this game right now, I feel like Spirit's showing early on a couple levels ahead. Tactically, a good step ahead. They've had a couple really easy rounds.
This round, Spirit'tarda шабуылда ояну керек Bait'тарға.
All right, here we are. This looks like a round where Spirit gets Shiro set up in upper B. See if he can pick anyone off on platform, and if they get it, they might just walk in.
Yeah, tucked in the corner, just to the left side here is essential.
Needs to be ready with his rifle because here comes Dawn.
Korkpaydı ya Don Karanlar ne isteyip zatkan.
He's damn close to the grenade should do it. Nate goes to the back of that site. Kenzis stands at no chance. Donk makes that look so easy, and that was such a tough fight, especially that tight left corner coming out of the tunnels.
Yeah, I like that sequence, that change of pace, that change of
saat
timing.
kansa da saat 6'da yapılması.
The early stages have been relatively quiet, but Spirit, they set up in that upper B a number of times throughout a half, and if they don't get that defensive smoke right out of the gate, they're willing to challenge it. They're willing to test it, and you can see Donk all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, there's your B hit you've been looking for, and I mean, it's getting to that point now where this T side is becoming very strong, and there have been a lot of weaknesses in the half as well for Team Spirit, just not fully capitalized on by Bait. So 6-2.
Spirit'lerde aksa bar, zev gereken de.
Unfortunately for Bait, getting very used to
Bar mı aksa ya, bar?
Spirit just kind of breaking into the choke points at the right time. You've got no other option. He's got some cash here for the CT, so I can get a full buyout again.
Bırak bargan yok.
4-round lead. Plenty of money, but no significant sign of resistance yet from the Bait squad. One good round stuffing and execute, but Shiro made you pay for it. And an eco win with some aggression in middle. Outside of that, the more standard gun rounds have been firmly in control of Team Spirit. Round 9, and Shiro's gonna drop down, chuck out the utility for double doors, take away vision from Sizzy.
Donk oynaptır, qosuldu Donk. Kim sıradı bizi Donk'ta?
Can't do too much about it. Team Spirit will start to scale up short. A little bit quicker this time as well from Team Spirit getting into position. Tanir looking to challenge.
That is a disgustingly accurate flick upwards from Sizzy. Lovely shot. Now it's this passive defense at the A bomb site. Alex has got to be careful. Teammates gone down.
Alex ademi 3 kill Alex. 4 kill Alex. Solo toxtattı Spirit'lerde.
That can't be easier for Alex, really. Standing in the open, unaffected by utility, and just layer upon layer of Spirit players piling up.
I mean, the first 2 kills happened so fast. You're right. It looks like one by one after that because it just comes so quick. The next players trying to trade it just aren't ready to be through the smoke that quick. Lovely job from Alex. The attention his teammate gave him down on the ramp. He's able to shut Spirit down. Give their 3rd round over to Bait and force another
Alex
хорош. Spirit talk things over with a 3-round lead. They reinvest, but it's everything they've got. A win here for Bait, and all of a sudden Spirit has to sit back and then you can close the gap and start talking about tying up the scoreboard going into halftime.
round жеңу керек. Sonunda 5 round болады точно.
That was just a stylish round coming out of Bait. Individual players.
Bir-birden qarandır.
Sizzy with that flick up in mid, and here just sent flying back at his chair.
Donk'tan.
Just running into one player, Donk frustrated about how they lose that round, but
Бірге шығу керек қой, бірге. Bir-birden емес.
Yep, off this time is going to be positioned at the A bomb site out towards long, at least to open with. We'll see if that moves as the round plays out. And it will. All of a sudden, he's going to boost NPL up in CT spawn.
Либо вообще шықпандыр смокқа.
So this round from Bait, they'll likely be a little bit more entrenched in their positions. With NPL as the mobile rotating player boosted up, he's not going to want to give that up unless he has to.
Ahmet'te bir smoke жатты. MPL енді позициясын көріп тұрмыз. Bir minus беруге болады. Бұда 2 ойыншы.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Still plenty of time here for Team Spirit as they're setting up the smokes for the cross. A corridor of cover to open up the option for that B split, but no one moving through just yet. The only player really teasing with the fact that he wants to move through the door is Magix. The rest of his teammates waiting in the tunnels. But Magix feels like he can do this on his own. We'll find out if he's right. Oh, spotted, spammed down.
Хороший
MPL.
Magix zaptı. Ben nüktesine шығайын деп жатыр, бірақ Essential дайын. Ай-яй-яй, хорош. Соло. Ширы қалды. Хорош. Бейт. Жалпы 6 раунд алуға болатын сияқты бейттарға. Как келесі раунд. Эко. Или форса сәйма. ЕКК, я. Осы раунд тең келет. И соңғы раундта енді бай раунд. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Салам, деді Алекс. Қалайсың? Так, Magic стоит бақшы қаранды. Раскид бар. Смок, молик, флэш.
Well, back to the B bomb side off that kill. You're thinking a defender might have shifted over towards the A bomb
side.
Maybe you have a weaker attack here, or a weaker defense here to attack into.
Наранты алып кетсе, енді білмеймін. Спириттер. Донг тағы да минус берсе, қазір тапса.
Just the weapons are the issue, and your ability to punish these players is the issue.
Ай-яй-яй, тайминг қарандар.
To pop up with a headshot here, lining up a couple in the tunnels. A pair of headshots with Dong's
Міне, мынаны өлтіру керек екен сезорда. Донг, үшінші минус.
Who's delivered you 3 on the deagle and given you a chance at winning this round because there's weapons on the ground. Dong doesn't need them though. He's found a right.
Маған ган керек емес. Дигл жетеді деп тұр.
Is this going to be a round 1 off the back of Dong's brilliance?
Так, Калаш Арик. МК Калаш. Спириттерда.
Very concerned about these B tunnels. Trying to fake it out.
Қарандар қандай. Fake smoke. Бірақ Донг эйс на. Эйс.
And Ace comes through, doesn't even need a weapon, just runs out with the deagle, starts things off.
3 kill deagle мен, және соңғы kill'дар енді көрдіңдер. Ace, solo деп тұр. Қарандар, bounce. Ең қиын осы болды, Консизор.
That's the difference, isn't it? The Donk difference, yet again, has put Spirit a little bit further into the lead here. Now, Bait can still have a great half. 1 round left after collapse. He can get a 5th round on the CT side. Don't let that be the moment that just ignites Team Spirit.
Well, they're playing it slow for the moment. Shiro's going to grab an angle with the AWP, looking for the boost. Kenzazor playing close to the double doors. NPL and Sizzy committed to the short corner, going to back away now.
Осында алу керек деп ойлаймын, бірақ Кенсизор. Ой, Кенсизор не істеп жатсың сен? Хорош, NPL.
Had pushed through the side of the smoke and is able to prevent Donk from getting any further, but here comes Spirit. A reaction, trying to finish on this B-bomb side again. NPL drift out while the smoke's up and try and back up his teammate in Essential, who currently pins himself in the corner.
Так, Essential да жоқ, тексермейді. Нер бітті минус тауып алды Essential, әттемі. Выходты алып тастады. Соңғы Тнер. Пачка таң алды. Бірақ көрген жоқ сияқты Essential оны.
Tenier through the doorway. Oh, catches Essential in the wrong way. And that's so important because Tenier doesn't take damage, and as soon as I say that, takes a lot on board. He's down to 13. Seconds. And he has to run back, get that ball. Switches up to the AWP. This could be the weapon for the job, though. Sizzy's gone. Is it another clutch this time for Tenier? As Alex walks in here, he's confident to challenge, and a 5th round pick up for Bait. A competitive first half, littered with highlights.
Yeah, valiant effort in 1v3. Bait just feels like they barely managed to hold on in that half. Scattered successes throughout it. The Spirit offense got going early and didn't really slow down a whole lot.
Енді Бейт сауылда.
Bait's going to lean on the last 3 of 4 rounds played on their CT side to put him in a position here to win this out. They switch over to offense. Spirit's defense is going to get put to the test.
Спиритен қорғанады.
Back and forth battle. Highlights from Shiro, highlights from Donk, obviously, to give Spirit this 2-round lead. This round's going to go live. We've got dualies on Shiro. No kits for the CT side and utility for Magix. For Bait's attack, it's going to be Smoke Flash on Alex and a P250 on Sizzy.
question was coming into the playoffs, we're going to see Team Spirit come in and just look completely
Таныл арқылы ойнап жатыр бізде.
It's always going to be unrealistic.
Бейттер, Шира және Тнир сетап бізде.
We're going to see Shiro and Tanir look down into the lower
Күтіп тұр. Шира. Шира 3 минус. Бірақ Essential Сизи минус тауып алды. 2-ге 3. Сизи Essential. Біреу шортта, біреу мидта. Тағда минус Essential. Essential. Қайтадан Тнир. Бұл Тнир туралы ақпарат бар. Ой-ой-ой, Сизи. 6-шы раунд бейт үшін. Сізге сәттілік дейді. Рахмет, уағалейкум ассалам. Дон Корс па дейді, Дон Корс, я.
Puts a new wrinkle into this game, 7-6, round 14. But Shiro's lovely performance with the dualies goes to waste. And now all of a sudden, we're almost tied up. Economic advantage over to Bait. They can get a good start on the T side. Aggressive towards long to open up this round.
2-5-7, 2 Deagle. And Zontix-та. Пешкама.
Yeah, no one challenging from Team Spirit, no one close to that corner.
Форс жасап жатыр бізде спириттер. Шыра ақша қалдырды Авикке.
Shiro. I'm going to have a look in mid.
At this point, Bait just want to make sure they don't get caught off by any push. Just being very, very cautious in a round like this. They lost the low buy earlier to Spirit in the first half. Don't want to do it again. They know the Deagles are in play.
Әлде смок па? Нені ұстап тұр?
That is a gut-wrenching smoke to have dropped in front of your face just as you're moving to scale and turn the corner. Spirit's chewing a lot of time off this clock. No one from Beta has been aggressive. Nobody's challenged anything. Nobody has information on the map.
Шиоада, біреу мидта, біреу Беда.
Just basically said this round doesn't begin until the 42nd mark.
Спириттер. Лонгқа шықты. Раскид кетті болды. До конца сонға дейін шығу керек болып тұр. Уақыт жоқ. Так, флеш дайын. Пентта екеуін оқымайтын шығар. Мэджикс, Донг, Тир. Әдемі. 3 минус тапты. MPO және Essential қалды бізде дуо. Пачканы орнатты. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Пистолетка. Пистолеттермен.
They funneled Bait out towards long. They funneled Bait exactly where they wanted him. Took away every single option
Жестко.
up to that point. And then just a phenomenal shooting. You had Donk over on short. He was the lone protector of the flank of the defenders inside the A bomb site. But all of them had success. Donk gets his kill. 2 kills from inside the bomb site. And Bait just falls apart. This round victory now
Simple'дан кейін әлі ойнады тағы да.
As another low buy round from Spirit is snatched away with the influence of Donk's Deagle.
Simple болған кезде, я.
Keeping them in it with those kind of rounds for Team Spirit, but it's just about not losing your cool and not letting those moments get to you if you're Bait. Trying to figure out what they can do to recover this.
The mentality you kind of have to instill in yourself and your teammates if you have the ability. The conversation you'd be having in these timeouts is imagine what the score would be if we weren't throwing these rounds, if we weren't letting them win this round with the Deagle. If Donk didn't get an ace with the Deagle, right? You kind of have that, and it doesn't really work one-to-one.
Deagle мастер болып тұр ғой, Donk.
Yeah, and I think you also have the understanding when you're going up against a team that have someone like Donk.
Қалас бермей чисто Deagleмен ойнасын Donk. 14 kill. Оның жартысын Deagleмен жасады. Ace 3 kill жасады бізде. Жана 2 kill, 5 жарет жартысын емес.
Could respond immediately here.
Yeah, but they got to be
5 kill точно Deagleмен жасады Donk.
In the back of their minds when in these rounds. True. Last round they just played it so slow and so cautiously and still end up losing the round.
Талсарсыз болып отқан сияқты ғой дейді. Шүкір жақсы. Рахмет, өзің қалайсың? Уағалейкум ассалам. Иә. Сразу айттым, бұл матч қызық болады деп. Бейтарда санс бар өтуге.
Lurk smoke towards the B bomb site for bait. 4 players moving up short.
Бірақ Spirit ойнап тұр. Furia мен Donk. Осы Furia мен Donk ойнаса, по идее,
B bomb site. Zontic slides in as well. But this main attack is always coming
командаға қиын.
It's going to be Tanir and Shiro on the defense.
Donk соло ойнаса, онда жеңуге болады Spirit'терді. Furia ойнамай.
They can drop actually now.
Бірақ Shiro ойнап тұр. Так, секірді. Естіді. Spirit естіді. Так, бейт. Сплит жасабыздар ма? Б сплит, бірақ танылды ешкім жоқ қой.
Shiro's there with him, the Deagle's out. Donk's just looking to fight with anything he has in his hands. And it's all very effective here. His team
Тағы да минус, я, Deagle мен Donk.
9 rounds on the board.
6 минус уже, Deagle мен.
No real significant damage done to their opponents either. And this is what Team Spirit are very likely to take 10 rounds, get into the double figures, and it feels like we're reaching the conclusion of Dust 2 if this keeps up.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Bait doesn't just slide away. I hope they have at least one more fight in him to go on a little bit of a streak. Simple idea, throw the fake exec at the A bomb site, drop down mid to B. Spotted out without the strength of the rifles and weapons. It's always going to be hard to break into that bomb site. Donk now playing in mid.
10 раунд. Spirit үшін келесі раунд бай жасайды. Жасау керек. Бір Deagle бар MPL-да. Ой-ой-ой. Тағы да хэт. Өлтіруге болады Donk'ты. Сөздіктерде малдар деді Donk. Термен аусы керек жалпы, мен ойымша. Фармилканы алып Donk. 7 және 9-де бізде кім? Zontic таймка.
But once again, it's the very moment Bait slide into upper and look to turn that corner, that smoke drops. Spirit of a very good feel and a very good read of how they're moving around the map.
Керек. Ербанкада тұр, либо мид, либо танылда.
In the early stages of the round, perhaps it'll get them now, even though he's low HP. Pops up to
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. 3 минус. Және Zontic 2 минус.
So runs over. Want to get that AK-47 as well. He'll snatch it just at the last second there to get it back in the hands of Donk. But this is it. You know, you asked, I wanted to see one last chance from Bait, or like one last fight in them here on this map. Well, this is their opportunity. This is the only chance they're going to get.
Yeah, they have to seize this one right here. And then maybe you can start getting the AWP in Sizzy's hands if you can win this, and maybe you can start clawing it back. But let's see what they come out with. With just the way these rounds have played out, first buy round now, winning the pistol, losing the second for Bait. Has pushed back this moment. They'll open it up cautiously and passively, a default 2-1-2. Sizzy just looking for any pushes, looking to send some utility when they're prepared.
Отырысы базар жоқ екен Кенсизордың дейді. 2 сияқты. Мен де примерно осылай отырам.
Check towards that boost.
Примерно.
No one spotted. Grenade lands right on his head. One timing couldn't have been worse for MPL to take up that position. Another one coming as well. MPL not enjoying this round whatsoever. Grenades out of Team Spirit.
Utility work from Spirit on the CT side has been damn fine. Done a great job.
Мониторға жабысып кеткен.
Nate's doing chunk damage now to NPL. 43 seconds on the clock. And Bait still haven't worked up the courage to encounter any resistance or to force their will upon anyone. And they don't really have options now with the time left on the clock.
Yeah, 30 seconds, that's all you've got left to this point. Let's see if they can break through into this A side. Team Spirit waiting with Shiro and Tanir.
Furia дайын. Бірінші минус бар. Furia бірден лонгқа ауысты. Лонгта минус бере алмады. Екі минус тауып алды бізде бейттер. Team Spirit болса... Так, жоқ, бұл сейф емес. Әлде сейф па? Шорт арқылы я ойнап жатыр екеу. Флэш. Шортта бірақ ешкім жоқ. Сайттан және лонгта бізде.
Free kill to activate the retake. I mean, you gotta feel like Sizzy's position is gonna get at least one, and they've got a central point with Sizzy. They should be too strong. They should be too strong to stop to allow Spirit into
Sizzy хорош. Sizzy әдемі 2 минус берді, бірақ донг бітірі. Гол. Sizzy авикпен жүр ғой.
And that'll be Bait finally getting back to winning ways. So they've won the last chance opportunities to actually get into the game, and they've got that opportunity now presented to them.
And I think the retake was less of a retake and more of a let's see how many guns we can take away from these guys out of this victory, out of their first victory. Our first gun round victory. Let's take some of those, force the rebuys, keep the money low. We've got cash ourselves, we can risk it.
Екінші раунд бар. Так, ақша жағынан бар ақша. Спириттерді ақша бар, бірақ соңға. Так, MPL авикпен қарандар. Респа бұл жерде болды. Авикті. Авикті бер дептір Sizzy.
And you miss out on a player like that, and you're going up against a very difficult opponent. It's really sad to see for Bait.
Yeah, missing that production, missing that piece of the engine as well. Tough game, but Spirit's done a really good job limiting these guys. Really nobody on the Bait side popping off with any kind of consistency. Some few isolated individual rounds.
Так, Sizzy 12-12 бізде.
Alex and NPL moving down to Xbox. They've got Sizzy behind them in support with the AWP.
NPL қосылу керек.
Kenzazor and Essential watching the extremities, the flanks from the B bomb side and from
the Zontix 4 қана kill. Magix 6 kill. Бірақ түсінікті ол жерде, донг бүкіл киллдарды жинап жүр. 22 kill. 9 рет өлді. Донг пен Киясуки, Моноси бір командада ойнаса, ойландаршы. MONGOLZ қарсы FALCONдар, я. Бізде Киясуки қалай ойнады, тура солай қазір донг. Соло деп тұр. Так, Shira, біріншісін тауып алды, Magix тағы да біреуін, және сейф.
They let the time run down to about 22 seconds before they start direct final execution, and also his first job done. You can't get through that. So Team Spirit keep 5 alive, and Bait had to just save 3 players.
I think if Bait's going to want to scrape together with some of these rounds and still put an effort into actually taking this map away from Spirit, I think they have to be a little bit more active in the early stages of the round. They're not really moving and not really doing a whole lot until they're past the
Tunnel lower'ды тексеріп шығып, шортты алу керек.
See if you can get someone to make a mistake. See if you can find a kill early on. Give yourself a 5-on-4. But with this kind of style of sitting back and letting Spirit have the map for the first 30 seconds before moving, Bait's encountering so much utility, so many delay tactics down the stretch. They're just getting outplayed tactically. Spirit 2 away from a
Контроль аз картада как будто Бейттарда.
Looking to close it out off the back of Donk's 22 kills thus far, the second highest rated player of the event, just behind
Қада шықса да Spirit өзі біліп тұр, түсініп тұр.
Shiro running out towards middle. Oh, gets his scope in the right spot down into lower tunnels. Donk's actually moving forward to that same position. MPL, who's been having such a quiet game, has to go up against Donk, who will easily take that kill. But good trade.
Бір ғана минус, Essential Kensizor, 2 минус тапты, Shiro жауап берді, бірақ бірден өлді. 2-3.
Okay, a little bit scattered now and great advantage over for Bait.
Magix.
Coming swinging.
Қалды
2 for 3,
бізде.
they'll take that trade, especially with
Zontix
the
опорник
upgrades in
екен
the
біледі,
M4s.
Б'да. Енді Magix табу керек.
now on Sizzy.
Magix негізі шортта оқымайтын
Celtics and
сияқты.
Magics have to piece this together. They're split on the map.
Пачка спаунда жатыр.
Bomb is recovered by Alex. He'll start sprinting through T-spawn, join up with his teammates outside of the B tunnels.
He's going to get over here, just try and pressure them. Or was rather the last piece of utility that Zontix has.
He just wanted the timing to clear mid a little bit deeper.
Шығу керек размен жасап.
He'll have a chance.
Бір-бірден ойнап жатыр.
Zontix just behind that car, a little bit of cover. Utility flying in, looks away, looks into the
Хорош, минус алмады.
Terrible attempt.
Сейф.
Alex crosshair not in the right spot.
Авик қайда жатыр? Авикті табу керек.
So Team Spirit concede around it.
Так, Авикті алды, я.
Rather comfortable for them, and Beta will be very happy about that.
Так, 8-ші раунд Бейт үшін.
Especially on a
Ақша бар, бай раунд болады. Спириттерді болу керек, е? Келесі раунд.
Getting this round win where you still have a chance to fight in regulation. So the hope is still there for Bait. As they swing back, they're going to get the 8th round.
Уже қорқынышты.
Another round win, and we start having the conversation about Team Spirit's money and how breaking it can actually really hurt them
Бейт
down the
Миражда
stretch
ойны
here.
жоқ сияқты дейді. Миражды білмеймін, бүкіл
That might be
біздің
Bait's avenue back into this
СНГ
map.
командалар, СНГ ойыншылар жақсы ойнайды деп ойлаймын Миражда. Бірақ бұл жерде Донк бар, е? Ол да Мираж жақсы көреді. Миллион Мираж ойнап фейсті.
Round 20. Full buy again from Bait as they replenish
Кесуке айырды ма, я? Кесуке бір жестко айырып тастады. MONGOLZ қарсы.
They save a little bit on a couple players. Shiro with 1200 left over. Keeping some cash on the offer moving forward. Very important round for Bait.
Ал, өте маңызды бұл жерде раунд Бейт үшін. Так, осыны алса, келесі тегін келу керек. 9-10.
We'll go through their motions, we'll go through their default. Smoke, Molotov combo, in middle up to short.
И сосын бай раунд болады, е?
Watch MPL climb into the position.
Осы раундты жеңсе енді.
Alex with him. No one from Team Spirit challenging, no one even trying to be a nuisance. Like Magix has been over the last few rounds with good nades.
Мешок болып жүреді ғой дейді Кесуке. Енді опыт жинап жүрді ғой. Жас ойыншы.
Strong long defense with Sneer boosted up on the box, which means Shiro can have some confidence to leave him if the situation ever requires it.
Командаға келген кезде бірден ойнап кетпейді ғой. По-любому уақыт керек.
For Alex to begin a catwalk execution.
They'll wait out the smoke, and then it remains to be seen. We can see them drop down as they did previously in this half. Fake the A hit and go for a mid to B. Alex, the only one really committed around this short corner. Sizzy's here with the AWP in support, but as that utility comes out, they are now making their play. 2 in middle and 3 short. They want to show a little bit of both tactics.
Smoke break. Donk can't get anything done. Shiro holding with her AWP. It's going to be a quick shot to the chest of Alex. But Shiro wants more. And he puts himself in position to do so. And to find out the Zontix both combining all the riflers. Doing the work for Team Spirit. When Donk dies first, everybody else steps up. And you put Sizzy in a position where he has to back away, he has to save this all. But that is going to be Team Spirit heading up to that point on Dust 2.
I can't imagine that's the way they wanted that tactic to kind of work out. It felt like there was only one real attacker aggressing on the bomb site that Shiro picks off early. And then it's like Lurk plays through the smoke in mid, but there's no real power behind that. Shiro got to be as comfortable as he like after that first shot. No utility in his direction. He's just chilling, listening for sound cues. And that's the win that Bait desperately needed to take the money away from Spirit and give themselves a leg up to try and run this back and tie things up, force overtime. Now all of a sudden, you're going to start things off. Tech 9 up on Sizzy, missing utility. Bait need to win 4 in a row for overtime.
Он үшінші раундқа ұқсайды. Жалпы. Бәрі Б жақта жүр. Long, mid, ешкім жоқ.
Didn't like what they saw at the B bomb site, just backing away. The idea wasn't there, so go to plan B. Minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. As they reset the round back towards middle.
Ай, білмей, болмайды сияқты допы. Атака жоқ.
Magix, trying to hear the sound cues, the steps, the utility being thrown out, trying to piece together what might be coming his way. Might just get Alex strolling beyond those doors in a little bit. Magic's with a bucket load of utility on his back hip. He's just gonna hold on. Oh, big shot out of Alex. That's a huge opening. And now Bait looking to try and scale with it. Two players defending that B site within the site itself. And they've got to stand up because Donk's at the window. Zontic is gone. Donk gets nothing. And you would never have expected that both of the B players would get nothing. Not a single kill. So Bait loving the fact they've just broken into B and forced Spirit into the save.
Yeah, the pacing scale. That's really fast after that first kill. CT spawn to make sure it's going to be there. And you're exactly right. Getting past the shots from Zontix, getting close up to Donk, forcing him to push forward. I think he was concerned about a play coming from the B tunnels as well. And that keeps Bait alive a little bit longer. They're up to 9. And while it doesn't break the economy of Team Spirit, it once again puts it teetering on that edge.
Жалпы Donk пен Shira'ны өлтірсе болды, раунд бар деуге болады. Екеуі ойнап тұр. Donk пен Shira.
23 kills for Donk, 15 for Shiro, 12 for Tanir. 16 for Alex to lead the way for Bait, 14 on Essential and 13 on Sizzy, the top performers for each squad. Final timeout for Team Spirit. Having a little bit of trouble putting Bait away down the stretch, but still with 3 more chances. This one they might sit back and take a little bit of a breath. AK and Tanir that he saved, up on Shiro that was saved as well. The other 3 players weaponry, although Donk does as of his deagle, and it's one of them 2 save rounds throughout this game so far. I mean, it's basically like an AK.
Why have 2 when you can have 3, Jason?
Exactly.
It's got to be the logic coming into this. But if you're Bait, you're obviously aware of the fact so some of these low parts, you're going to be on high alert no matter what Team Spirit bring into this one. But it's an AK, an AWP, and a deagle for Donk alongside 2 USPs. Surely they can't win on this.
Тағы да Deagle мен Shira хорош.
I'm sure Donk just whispered under his breath, get baited.
Гандалға бармай ма не?
Against Shiro, right into the op. Absolutely perfect. And now shifting back, although mid-standing for Bait is quite nice. Another smoke coming in, so good luck Zontix.
Ана жақта да дас ойнап жатыр бізде, Vitality Face.
Spirit trying to desperately figure out a way to help him, and this is the way! That is so ridiculous from Donk again! This kid pulls off miracles every day of the week!
5 шансов қарандар.
Another round delivered on Donk's deagle!
Просто Deagle man. Просто Deagle man.
Why did he have to end him with the superhero?
Ассаламу алейкум деп бізге келдік ағайын лайкпен. Уағалейкум ассалам. Donk, так, қанша килл жасады? 4 па Deagle man? Примерно 10 киллы Deagle man. Donktың 10 киллы Deagle man жасаған килл. Donk is Donk дейді, yeah, Donk it.
What an unreasonable way to close a map of Counter-Strike. I mean, what can you do when this man is in the server across from you?
I mean, he doesn't obey by the same rules as the rest of us. Let's be completely honest, you know. It's just that feeling that whenever you play Counter-Strike, Nathan, you get the feeling that whatever his game is showing him and whatever way the Deagle is acting when he's shooting it, it doesn't work the same for the rest of us, you know. He has just some sort of wild ability to be, I guess I'll have to say,
Потоки болып тұр ғой, Donk.
He's the best player in the world, he's the most impactful player in the world, and he's the only player in the world who can do it as consistently as we see Donk do it right now.
We're about to get an ace coming up. Is it this one? Oh, we didn't quite see the full one. Ace where he starts it with the deagle.
Хайлайттарды көрсетіп жатыр, резко мына жаққа өтіп, көрейік, Vitality мен де Фейздар. Мына жақта да қызық болып жатыр. Так, 12-ші раунд. Vitality үшін.
Vitality on their B game, still looking like enough to beat FaZe here on Dust 2. Massive recovery for Mezzi, because I will say in that first half he did look as shaky as the other 2 at the bottom of the board.
Слишком жестко ойнап кетті.
Huge impact in this CT side.
He's had an AK for this entire CT half. I don't know.
Shiro ойнады бұл жерде.
making it work. And, oh, they know what they've done to
Furia
FaZe's
қосылды,
economy.
көмектесті.
They are impoverished for this last round of regulation.
I still think it was a good call here for FaZe, but players not looking towards the window. The danger of that left-right smoke meant they had to scale close to the wall. No one's locking down window with the orb. J Bowen's not in a position to succeed.
Так, состав қандай бізде? FaZe'да кімдер ойнап жатыр? Нейтюма, Дебоен, Твист, Фроузен, Джейкоб.
Prioritize some nades as well, so some shortcomings in the firepower.
And will FaZe just leave this game thinking, man, we had it. It could have been ours.
Ooh, and Frozen has cooled off.
Видеоктарда Мэзи ойнап тұр, 20 килл. Апекс жақсы келе жатыр.
Okay. I'm curious. Nature's got a cache of
Апекс,
smokes, and
Мэзи
it's off the back of that FaZe timeout. They've got a gimmick. They've got
и
a
Зайву,
plan.
вообще. Так, мына жақта кім? Джейкоб 20 килл дейді. 16 Фроузен, 17 Нейтю дейді. Нейтю деген кім? Қайдан келді?
In the position in this final round of regulation.
Так, допы ма?
Replenishes the block.
Так, ну что за смог?
They do start 3B strong. Will Nature's utility lead to them digging their heels in on the wrong side of the map for the finish?
It's the call changing. FaZe are pulling out of long.
Mid to be ма?
Toe, but back they go. Mid to be smokes in play, and Zywu with everything
О,
to do.
базар жоқ.
Incendiary just at the perfect moment.
Қарау керек.
Upon Nature's util landing.
Бұл смокта сосын.
Mid to be.
Cancel the plan.
30 seconds. They're running this really on fine margins.
Big round for FaZe. They're going to recommit up catwalk. This is dangerous. Dropping mid to B into the stack.
Into the stack, no less.
Uh-oh.
Last round of regulation. FaZe, it's close.
Ой, ой, ой.
So is Mezzy by the smoke. Twist the one. Twist good on the D.
Біреуін тауып алды, біреуін өлтірді. Тағы да біреуін өлтірді. Соңғы Апекс. Ой, ой, ой, Апексті да өлтірді.
Bomb's got to get across.
2-2.
And it does. Zywu unable to find the headshot on the jump.
Зайву Флеймс.
They just want to disrupt, flash and go. Yeah, Bowen flashed. It's all onto one man's shoulders. Nature, home soil.
Ай-яй-яй. 13-ші раунд.
That's gotta feel good.
Stressful game for Vitality.
Валидол болып жатыр ғой мына жақта.
But they hit where it matters. They close out their map pick. A map that has not done them well since the Cologne Major. Vitality able to stabilize, and that sets up this series for one hell of a game. Cash is up next. It's FaZe's go-to. It's flawless since its reintroduction to the map pool, and FaZe.
Furia кейінірек ойнайды.
We've still got a game.
Так, не істейміз. Кішігірім пауза. Мына жақта да матч бітті. Ну, карта. Келесі картаны күтейік.
The aggression, the plays, but the guy has a deagle, no Kevlar, walks into B, gets an ace, wins a round for them. There's not much you can do. The guy is just
мына жақта бізде
great.
Spirit
And so you just have to accept it,
алда.
especially mentally. You can
Бір
see with
карта,
Bait, they were ready,
ана
because
жақта
the
Vitality.
The whole team was present. There was not one guy that was above the other. They were all in the same
Spirit,
place.
Bait, келесі карта Мираж бізде. Мираж.
But to beat a team like Spirit, to beat the players like Donk, you need to be exceptional. You cannot just be average to good. You need to be very, very good, and that's the thing that we're missing.
Two key moments in this game stands out to me. You know, Bait wins the second pistol, then they fail to convert. That's obviously not a great way of starting the second half. That cost them deeply. Also, the fact of the matter is that at no point did they manage to win 2 rounds in a row on the T side. At no point did they manage to completely destroy the economy of Team Spirit. You saw in some of those save rounds, again, Donk having a deagle that's... You can always have a deagle, you know. That's not about whether or not you force them to save, but then Shiro has an AWP, or they have a saved M4. Yep. At no point were they able to string rounds together on the T side, and that's the only, I guess, criticism I'll give to Bait in this game. I think they played a decent game of Counter-Strike, just about as good as you would expect them, but they had opportunities. By converting that second pistol, it would have been potentially a different outlook of this game. By winning 2 rounds in a row and actually applying real pressure to the economy of Team Spirit, could also have changed the tide of the game.
Now we are going to be headed forward, right? We're heading to a Mirage next. And when we saw that tick up in the veto, there were some questions here. Are you feeling the same way now as we head towards Bates map pick?
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way, and I think I got confirmed what I've seen all tournament long. Spirit as a team is not playing well right now. Bait can most definitely win Mirage if they show up, play well. NPL was nowhere to be found here as well. I consider NPL to by far be the most important player within Bait as well, so if he steps it up a little bit, that could also be a turning point for them. However, you gotta avoid Donk, you know. And how do you avoid a player that's playing connector, CT side Mirage, that is all over the place and does whatever he wants to? That's the issue. Spirit are not playing well right now, but Donk is at his absolute best, so pick your poison.
Yeah, Mirage is maybe one of the maps where you can actually counter Donk, do enough utility so you don't have that much impact in mid if he decides to push and be aggressive. But yeah, if he dodges that one flash, be ready, because he's gonna be here fighting.
Be ready. We are in the midst of the Donk experience, and we'll see if he can put Spirit over the top, if they can make it out of the round of 16. It's Bates tournament life on the line on Mirage when we come back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
turn up the radio so you can hear the songs. I turn up the radio so you can hear the songs I make when I'm all alone, thinking about the love you. Turn up the radio so you can hear the songs I.
has crash landed in Paris with that final play on Dust 2, and that puts Spirit in the lead of the series. 1-0 up against Bait, but now we move to Mirage. That was Team Spirit's map pick, and at stretches it was competitive, and it felt like Bait were coming back into it towards the end. I feel like we've still got a game left here, Jason.
Yeah, we definitely still have a game to see what they can fight with, to see if they can battle back and force us onto a third map. But I mean, the X factor, as always, Donk. That's just like a topic of, he just beat you basically on his own. That's not to say there wasn't any effort from the other players, no impact from the other players, but Donk clearly the standout. The impactful rounds were all his, the rounds they had to win, 2 eco rounds on Dust 2. So you still have that element, I feel like, if you're Bait, where you have to look at this and say, yeah, we lost. Yeah, he blew us up and he knocked us out of the map, but you got to come back into this one and say, we're still better than this team overall. If it's not for this one player, we are the stronger team. And that's where you have to put your faith if you're Bait coming here into Mirage.
He was the point of difference, and he always is the point of difference for Team Spirit. Even when they're not playing their best coming into an event, they're always a threat no matter who they go up against because of his individual skill. But there were other players within the squad that started to show a little bit of a glimpse of positivity. I think Shiro kicking things off looked much better than he did in the group stages. For Bait, I think one player in particular we were really disappointed in was MPL, and I'd imagine he's going to have a better map here coming into Mirage.
I think everyone on Bait played fine, just no one really elevated to keep them, to bring them into that game, to be able to overcome Spirit. They didn't have anyone who kind of elevated past the rest of them, who could go blow for blow, who was going to carry them through a stretch. So that is where you would point at an NPL or a Sizzy, as we saw in the Vitality series just earlier.
They don't have a Donk. They don't have anybody that can match up to the level of output that he can put into the server. So they have to do it as a team. They have to come together as a unit and defeat Team Spirit that way.
And that's already the philosophy coming into this second map, right? That's already their philosophy coming into Mirage. It's a map that they selected in this series despite having only a 27% win rate. So they've kind of taken the philosophy of, yeah, this is a weak map for us. You might not expect it, but we can prepare specifically for you. We can actually come to this map and have plans exactly designed to counter what you like to do. We'll see if it plays out for him. Going to be a very, very tough affair. A good map for Team Spirit. And you got Donk firing on all cylinders. If anyone else joins him, it feels like that may get pulled out of Bait's reach. They're going to be starting on the offense, attacking into the Team Spirit CT side. Smoke, 4 flashes, and a Molotov for Bait.
Looking to progress into the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. Team Spirit 1 map up on the defense now with Mirage.
Nobody's home with the
no one at that B site. So that's
Так, бізде Mirage басталды. Bait және Spirit.
Well, what's the plan? If you run a pistol round like this as Team Spirit, you have a plan or
Bait
something you
сабылда
try to
бізде.
do if the play is
Spirit.
towards the B bomb site. So what have they got that's like, okay, this
Франста,
is a 1 in 100 chance. This is the
Bait
only
қараңдар.
idea that can probably work
Қалай
in this sort
тауып
of
алды?
scenario.
This run coming back over Donk.
Файтсыз бойға шығып плентті орнатты. Ретейк, 5-5. Кит жоқ деп жатыр. Так, Хайе сайтқа. Аман емес, Сизи 26 хпсімен қалды. Так, Зонтикс 1 минус тапты. Минус МПЛ, Сизи, Мэджиксті жапты. Алекс, Сизи, тағы да 1 минус. Донг жауап берді. Essential, минус не. Донг. Соло және минус Спирит. Жақсы бастама, пистолетка бар, Бейт.
For Spirit to stack up towards A and middle to that degree, it's always going to be so difficult to get back into the B bomb. So you can see the plan. If they turn that quarter quick enough, they keep the planter pinned down behind the box. They have the double nade to maybe get a cheeky first kill. That didn't come in, unfortunately. And then there's just too many bodies to barrel through so many different crossfires. Nice pistol round and a good hold for Bait in the post plant. Didn't have to do any work to hit the plant, but holding on to it was a challenge of its own.
26 хпсімен тірі қалды. Оған қосып 3 минус берді Сизи. Так, Алекс 1 килл және Essential 1 килл жасады бізде. Так, ал бұл бізде Force, Спириттардан, иә. Тир, Сыра 5-7, 3 фармилка. Donk, Magic Zontix. Так, 1 минус бар, тағы да Хейт, ультра алмай жатыр. Ой-ой-ой, Сыра.
He sells out his teammates and nearly gets a second kill. That would have been it, but Magic.
Сизи, MPL.
Especially if he gets this kill because now Sizzy
Бірге
on low
бір.
HP. So Magic crosses into the open. He's risking his life. And he
Хорош,
can't win it.
Sizzy.
Sizzy stays composed. Magix is going to be confused about his own decision making in there.
It gets a little bit flustered, but that will be bait winning the round regardless of it coming so close.
Oh yeah, I thought he was going to
CZ қосылды. Бірінші раундта 3 минус қазір 4 қателеспесем. Қараңдар не істеп жатқан сүйрі. Ай-ай-ай.
I think Shiro's holding his trigger because of the ladder. I think he's so worried that the shots are
Так,
going to
CZ 6 kill дейді. 3 kill берді.
But yeah, if he gets that kill maybe half a second
Бірінші раунд 3 kill, екінші раундтағы да 3 kill.
Very tough round for bait.
Ақсасыз Spirit.
We know what that means. Yeah, we know what that means.
Бірақ Donk Deagleмен қалай ойнайтынын көрдік біз Dust2-де. Бейт те көрді. Сондықтан абайлап ойнау керек.
And the last round, obviously,
Пачка стартта жатыр. 4 бізде Б апста жүр. Кім бізде 4 MPL. Так, 5 T-spawn, essential ротация. Ага, T-spawn бұл жерде поджимді қарап жатырмын. Адан. Ал Spirit болса стак. Б стак.
4 players going to be grouped up with NPL as that off player in the B halls.
Так, шортта ойыншы бар екенін енді біледі.
under 1 minute left on this
Смоккон.
clock.
Б-ға барайын деп жатыр ма, әлде қалай? Жоқ, конға кірейін деп жатыр.
Down middle towards connector.
It looked like they wanted to go towards short until that smoke was put out, and Spirit did a good job using those smokes on Dust2 to delay and stall these attacks and make them awkward and uncomfortable. This time it's not going to work.
Yeah, the thing is though, if you're Spirit, you want them to come towards the B side. Not going to be the case. They've been funneled towards A, where there's only one player lying towards Shiro. Got anything in his deagle? No, because MPL able to come at a different avenue of approach.
Yeah, Bыстак екен түсінді.
He's got a second as well on Donk trying to rotate over, so no deagle antics in this round. It's very likely end up being a comfortable 3-0 lead for Bates.
Хорош, Алекс келді, тағы да MPL.
One extra kill.
Әдемі тайминг сады.
3 kills with it. So 3-0 as you mentioned, and we
Хай
get into the
саптырды
first round
Zontics
for Team
бізде.
Spirit. Shiro's got 2,900.
Well, thanks to Magix, this spot is a little more
Well known.
difficult to see through.
Magic дейді. Осы жерде 4 минус берді Magic.
That's a cool way to do it,
бір
though, man.
турнирде,
That's
иә.
gotta feel cool if you're
Осы
Magix.
жерде.
We've been waiting for those graffitis to have it actually be like a physical, tangible object
Так,
on the
минус
map
нер.
is pretty legit.
Әдемі.
Also, a great way of Valve sitting there going, that spot's a little bit overpowered. You can pull it out. Let us nerf that while also putting a graffiti in there.
Well, that's nerfed if you try and retake it like they did. 3-0. Going into round 4. No op on Shiro, at least for this first
Шабуылда
go-round,
үшінші
prioritizing
раундтарын
Bates'
алды
utility.
Бейт.
Well, smiles back on the faces of Bates, and it might be wiped off them very quickly as we get into the gun rounds here. No AWP yet for Team Spirit, so Shiro's just going to have to play with the rifle. I think they'll have no issues with that. And we'll start throwing out some utility towards the top mid boxes, just try and make it a little bit more uncomfortable. They realize they have to play with some haste in mid because they've thrown out the window smoke and con smoke, and you got to make the most of that.
Ooh, good flash.
Ой-ой-ой, әдемі флеш MPL, 2 минус.
Finally, some of that MPL impact we've been waiting for from the group
Бірақ
stages, but
мына
all
енді
that work
move
is undone because you see Shiro
қателік
today are able
болды.
to get those 2 kills right back.
Yeah, Kansas were trying to beat the pop of that smoke. Now Magic's against the wall, and Sizzy's not ready for it. Bomb is going to follow up in the B tunnels. Good thing Alex gets that kill. He opens up the opportunity for Essential to come in with the bomb. So now Shiro
Бір
and
карта
Sydney have to figure out how to
ойнаған
work themselves over
Spirit
this
не
B
мықты
bomb site. They've
картасы
got
ғой
no
дейді.
kit.
Оның өзінде почти равный ойын болды. Spirit'ге қайт.
Oh, this smoke
Татын
sucks,
сияқты
especially
дейді.
as you've just shifted
Бейт
to
сразу
this
айттым,
position.
бейттардың да дастары жақсы мықты. Виталитиларды отты ғой, Даст 2-де. Жақын матч болды, бірақ Spirit ұтты Даст 2-де. Енді қазір Мираж. Миражды ұтса, ары қарай бізде Decider Ancient сияқты, иә? Yeah, Ancient.
And now they start to move forward. Towards Alex. It's a great shot from Shiro. And now it's all on Essential, hiding behind the van. And he is hoping he is the man here for his team.
Essential.
Taking smoke onto the diffuse. Gonna hold it all the way. It's a long one. Essential getting to it. His teammate not body blocking
Essential
here.
не істеп жатсың.
To the open at the right time. Essential prevented from denying that diffusal. And Team Spirits do run it low, but they get through in the round.
Easy round қой, easy.
Play that post plan in the 2-on-2.
Хайе болды.
One watching the flank up in halls, one playing behind the smoke over in Mark, but not
Даже
both of them
хайесі
playing together. No
смоктың
way
ішіне
for one of them to fall back to allow the other to activate
насип
the
жасау
element
керек
of
қой.
position. So Spirit playing as a two-man unit, able to overcome both of them and grab their first round. Shiro's got the op now in round 5. Plenty of nades on the Spirit side, and we go again.
Мандраж ғой дейді. Алда бар я. Қашта ойнай алмаса, онда бірінші болып ойнау керек қой.
Bait's going to start moving around the map back to the A bomb site. No mid control whatsoever. Brought a little bit of utility to show they wanted to take it. Some standard nades. Spirit haven't quite figured that out.
Сизи Алекс МПЛ осы үшеу.
Concerned about the middle of the map.
Класста ойнай алатын сияқты.
Zontix will smoke off Palace. Perfect timing as the hit comes in. That'll hold Essential back, but the other 3 members going to be over at A ramp. Kenzazor, Sizzy, and Alex. That's now blocked off again. Phenomenal utility timing from Team Spirit's defense.
Не деген смоктар, а? Таймерда 40 секунд. Тағы да смок. Шыл керек, шыл керек. Басқа вариант жоқ. 20 секунд. Сейф, походу. А, жоқ. Қойды плентті. MPL Essential.
And Essential up in Palace. The defuse has started. No one's moving forward to try and deny.
MPL.
And again, Team Spirit are going to win the round by just sticking that defuse. And that's another one picked up for the CT side.
Yeah, I might have thought he killed the diffuser, but either way, with the HP the way it was going to be really hard for either of those guys to be able to actually close out that round.
Осы раунд енді оңып тастады.
Tanir does phenomenal
damage. A couple of very timely
kills, but phenomenal damage to multiple player and pieces together.
40 секунд қалғанда біреу.
Looks beautiful when he begins the retake.
Сосын екінші смогы.
Pre-firing assertively, swinging over to where he knows
Смокқа шығып ойнауға мәжбүр болды Бейттер.
And Bait's starting to run out of funds now.
Furia қашу керек. Так, быда.
I think as this half goes on, I think Bait might fall prey to something very similar to what happened on Dust 2, which is these slower openings without applying a whole lot of pressure early on. You've heard me say a number of times the phenomenal timing that Spirit's having with some of these smokes. Part of that is because no pressure is being applied for the first 30 seconds. They don't have to spend anything. They get a lot of these smokes so late in the round. They don't have to be concerned about a peak so much.
Бейттер. Так, смок. Терезеге түсті. Тағы да 2 смок, 3 смок бар. Әлі 3 смок бар. 1 минут қалды. КТ'да 2 смок, Zontix пен Shira'да. Біреу кетті Б. Апсқа. А екіншісі қайда түсті? Ап алысқа. Өт кетті. Ладыр жаққа, бірақ 30 секунд. 30 секунд. Ооо, мұна жақта. Так, Алекс әдемі. Магикс тауып алды. А Zontix'ты оқиды негізі Zontix. Опорник қой. Сіздейді оны. Ай-яй-яй, ой-яй-яй, Zontix.
Essential and Alex both removed within seconds. And Sizzy now 1v4 out into the open.
4 секунд.
Going to be happening. Don't call deny.
Round.
Yeah, really cool play from Zontix. Always fun watching from that POV. You can see Zontix piecing together how he's going to
тезірек ойнау керек сияқты кімдерге Бейттарға. Что-то слишком баяу раундтары. Қалмай жатыр соңғы таймингті.
3-3, we're all tied up. Spirit comes storming back after dropping the
тезірек ойнау керек.
It's starting to look good as well. Good protocols, good reactions, and you can tell they're comfortable on this map. And remember, this map is a risk for Bait in this veto process. Wanting to come here with a very low win rate just to specifically counter Team Spirit. And so far, we haven't seen that eventuality. We haven't seen that come through in the gun rounds.
Yeah, this is some great work out of Shiro, just tapping down through that smoke, taking two away. Zontic, yeah, beautiful positioning. Don't able to close it out on Sizzy. So 3-3 all tied up, and Bait don't have any money, so it's not a full buy at all coming into this round. And
КБР сатаяк дейді примерно. Бейттер.
There's a little bit of pressure applied early. Magic has a big bullet sent his way. And Donk has that smoke broken open for an easy mowdown. NPL and Kenzazor hit the deck down in holes, and I guess now all you do is speed up this play towards the B bomb site. Essential with red HP. He'll fall next to Zontix. And Spirit's going to take the lead at 4. 5 players survive, so money's going to start growing. Money's going to start getting stronger. And this is that time in the game where Spirit really within their head starts thinking, let's take control right now. Let's
Бейт хотя бы тағы да 2 раунд алса. Тағы да 2 раунд. Хотя бы.
That was the beautiful pair of headshots from Donk. Just the way he controls that AK. Just absolutely fascinating.
Бэйға барады. Да. Пистолеттермен, я.
Still going to clear the top mid boxes again. Donk to put pressure on.
Ой-ой-ой, Кенсизор әдемі.
Kenzazor bears down upon him with an AK headshot and opens
Доnkты өлтірді. Раундта қалуға болады. Әдемі. Кенсизор тағы да бір минус тауып алды. Кенсизор жоқ. Екі жақтан қысып тастады. Сол бір ойыншы бізде сайтта жүр. It's essential. Essential что-то ойнай алмай жүр. Так, Сизи минус. Essential ойнай алмай жүр что-то. It's Peter Essential.
Frustration from Bait though. That's one of those rounds you wish you could have back and just tell everyone to chill out. You get the opening 2 kills, you put yourself in a 5-on-3, and then speeding things up, give those kills right back.
Так, осы матчтан кейін жігіттер бізде Furia ойнайды. Жету.
Tanir and Zontix bring it right back and the round
Осы матч біткен соң.
Does feel like Team Spirit are just going to start pulling away with this. A 5-3 lead already. Bait again in a situation where they don't have a good buy.
Миразы ұтса, Spirit.
And this is more of a
Келесі
team
матч
effort.
қараймыз.
Everybody
Бейт
looks
ұтса,
very
Decider.
sharp for Team Spirit at the moment.
Yeah, CT side wasn't their problem at all on Dust 2. Some of it was just on the T side of playing those rounds that were more execute heavy, struggling to find opening kills, entries, and picking players off. See what it looks like on the T side of Mirage when we get there, but CT side...
Статистиканы қараған кезде алдыңғы матчтардан кім Сизи мен МПЛ негізі.
Magics.
Жақсы ойнайды бейттарда. Ой-ой-ой, Magics.
For a spam down through the smoke. Game leader on the other side, taking out a lot of damage to MPL as he limps his way forward into this B finish.
Ölmeu gerek, просто ölmeu gerek Magics.
Zontix, who's next up from short in that combination. It's going to prove strong enough, backed up by Donk to close things out.
Бұл Donk.
6-3 lead for Team Spirit.
See Magics after he gets that very first kill onto Alex through the smoke. He looks up at the kill feed. I think he's trying to figure out which player he actually knocked out so he can kind of try and read what strategy is coming.
Oh, buy round. Бейттарда buy round. Қайда ойнайды екен, не істейді. Так, 4 смок бар. 3 молотов көріп тұрмын. Спириттарда ақша жетеді екен. Фул закуп болады.
We've seen Bait in big moments where the mentality has started to crumble once they get themselves up against the wall. Seen it in Cologne and Seeing it right now, I'm sure soon, because the one team Spirit are playing. It's getting to that point where it's half.
Так, на хай-энда.
But it can still change that fact. It has to come in this round though.
Так, минус Кенсизор, Сиде, Арбастада, бірден Шира қосылды. Так, көпшілік бар спириттерді. Шихра.
Alex might have caught him off guard, but a little too fast from the sniper. And all that's left is NPL
Без шансов сияқты. NPL Essential қалды бізде екеуі.
A little bit brawly back and forward, saw some signs of life out of bait. We haven't seen that yet here in Mirage since the guns have come in.
Сизи мен NPL қалған кезде сенуге болатын еді. NPL мен Essential что-то как будто без шансов.
Get ambitious. Get brave as he moves forward.
I think he just got bored, to be honest with you.
5 секунд. Пачка старта. Был сейф.
Yeah, he might actually.
He's decided not to go.
I don't think they're stressed at all. Like, I mean, obviously, clearly, but I don't think they care about where the bomb is at this point.
Because they're not getting it down.
Yeah, they're sensing that this is a save regardless.
Yeah. Well.
And the save call comes out so early, there's no point for Spirit to hunt.
Now we can all get bored, Jason.
Yeah.
Wait for the next round coming up.
We do it together. That's all that matters at the end of the day, Dinko.
Yeah, well, NRP do make an appearance in the playoffs after all. Look at that. Right now, obviously, over on the A stream as well, we've got FaZe versus Vitality, which is into its second map.
Yeah, it's a big boy matchup, isn't it?
The first map also delivered.
Yeah,
so.
13-11. Close affair. Same for our first map.
Yeah, it was close, and then Donk decides to win it, just as it probably could have gone much closer.
Yeah, but at least he did it in exciting fashion, you know what I mean? Maybe we'll get it here too. We're in round 10. 2 rounds remaining in this first half. Doesn't really need to be said, but Fate desperately needs rounds on board. Desperately needs some positivity.
Smoke pit. Here, Tixirema.
He's just on the other side of this ramp smoke, and Tanir, he's got the right angle at the moment. In the meantime, we'll see start putting players through the lower tunnels.
Так, бейтерді force buy. 2 калаш, тек, 2 тек, 1 дигл.
It's a little early on the grenade. Could have been very impactful in terms of damaging up 3 players, but just the one. Zontix is ready for any kind of jump up, though. He hasn't spotted them until
Ой-ой-ой, MPL қалай байқады.
MPL to grab a great opening here.
I don't know if he saw the first player he actually boosted up in Windows, so he might not have called that out. However, Donk is going to have to be aware now that it's a possibility with his teammate.
Smoke бар, MPL-да бір smoke бар.
Work his way around. Kenzazor still here with the Tech 9. He'll be a pivot point. He'll wait.
Тексермеді қарандар. Бірінші номері кім бізде? Кенсизор.
Bates working themselves around towards the A ramp. Kenzazor can come in to cut off flanks. He can come in to backstab. But really, this round, if it's going to be won by Spirit, it's going to be something special from Tanir.
Kenzazor таймикпен шықса, әдемілеп. Так, минус. Питтағы ойыншын тауып алды. Кенсизор. Күту керек. Кенсизор. Так, шықпады. Біреу көті. Хорош, көтін өлтірді. Қазір жоқ, бейт. Әдемі, әдемі. Майтик және Шира. Авик және МК. Сізді Дигл, MPL Essential бізде Калаш қолдарында. Essential. Шықпай ма? Хорош. Essential. Минус Шира. Әдемі.
In the group stages.
And that nets them, that puts a stop to the 7-round
Ақша жетеді спириттарда.
That's the first thing they've had to celebrate since round 3.
Закуп болады.
So finally back on the board, finally putting a stop to this onslaught.
Таймаут сұрап жатыр бізде. Хали.
NPL catching Zontix off guard and using that as the opening to just work their way up nice and easy. Those are rounds we don't see them have too often. We don't see them usually take that initiative to go for the opening kill in that fashion. This time it works perfectly. The timeout is called by Team Spirit by Hallie to talk over to secure this final round in their defensive campaign on Mirage.
Yeah, clawing their way back into contention in this first half. Starting to talk about just a few rounds ago how it's getting to that territory where it might be unrecoverable. You might see Team Spirit in a position where it's just too strong.
Mani kızıl olsa bayt hesap aldı keteydin deydi.
They could grab themselves 5 rounds on T side, and that's pretty much par for the course.
Yeah, then we're in. Because remember, I mean, my general thought is that they gotta have something prepared. And while the T side hasn't exactly been strong with whatever game plan you brought in with it, let's see what they customize for Spirit when they switch over to the defense. And 5 rounds would be a great luxury to have, a great space to work with when you switch over.
Tağda ikeo azaqda jür. Midda ikinci nömür bizde. Sizi. Startta ikeo bizde. Bir üst, bu ikinci zor Alex. Hala 4 kile zaten. İsteyince uzatır bizde. Üçüncü nömür bizde bu azaqqa gitti. Azaqda Essential'dı tavı aldı.
Didn't expect that whatsoever, Essential. Backtracking, backpedaling, and the worst timing possible for him for that peak to come through. So Shiro gets mobile with the M4, or excuse me, Tanir gets mobile with the M4, Shiro grabs the off angle down ramp.
Con smoke.
And they can turn their gaze towards middle and towards the B bomb site. Defensive utility to slow anything down. Plenty of time as Bait readjusts on the map. No longer a presence towards the A bomb site. Starting to align for a finish at B.
Savulda bizde smoke, 2 molotov, haye,
I think that hurts too. I think he's a little bit concerned. It looks like he wants Sizzy to be a fake over on the other side of the map. That Molotov tick kind of ruins that.
Mızıks, laktırmay mı Mızıks pozisyasına Molotov'da?
It's going to work out well for Magix. Holds down the position, trying to squeeze 1 extra out of this, and that's an overperformance for Magix to get 2. But he'll be very happy about it. His teammates are still defending the site down in the site itself.
Solo Sizzy, minus.
From even getting involved. So 8-4, a strong
4 round zaman emez, savulda. Kurika pistoletka қалай болатын. Tapınça round alsa негізі композициясы сол болады. Спириттер бізде кім біледі қалай ойнайтын пистолетканы. Шығатын сияқты фейст раунд.
Coming way late in round 11.
Smoke, Molotov stairs.
Doesn't it, for Team Spirit? Just, I feel like that was a possibility coming out of Dust 2. I think you highlighted perfectly. It's not like Mirage, is it?
To
fall back on for Bait coming into it.
Yeah, which is why I'm kind of leaning on this idea that they had to have just specifically said, you know what? Maybe we've been practicing our Mirage. We're feeling better on it. They had a close loss to Vitality. So maybe they're saying we can put this together with Spirit. You know, they won't expect us to pick this map. They'll have nothing prepped for us. That angle sometimes creeps in, and at the moment, we can tell if that is their thought process, it's not playing out the way they would have liked. Deja vu to the first half, though. Looks like an empty B bomb site for the Spirit 5-man attack.
Так, смог кетті. Примерно контакт ұстайды, флеш кетті. Ой, Essential. 2 минус тапты.
Lovely pair of headshots on this USP. Because of that,
üçüncü minus.
Go ahead and use this hot moment to try and take everybody down. Essential going back forward.
4. minus. Essential. Solo.
That is fantastic work out of Essential.
Yeah, excellent pistols. Yeah, not easy shots to hit as they're crossing across those windows. That's great shooting. And now giving them, yeah, as you mentioned, the second pistol. So a great advantage here on this third map. We'll see if that comes into effect down the stretch. So outclassed in the first half, there's a chance Spirit can do the very same thing. And Dog's picking up his deagle in this second round.
Так, Dog deagle man. O'zigitin deagle ötte mıқты.
And without any kind of bomb plan in the pistol, they're content to pick up 3 MP9s to handle the unarmored opposition.
Шықпайды бізде, келесі раунд тақылдап.
this. It's essentially a dead round. You see Zontex even taking the time
Бірақ
to
сөйлеп
adjust
жатқан
his
жоқ
headset.
ешкім, қараңдар. Жай ғана күтіп
Just a little
отыр.
conversation, talking things over.
A little less and more action, please, Jason.
Yeah, I think that's what the crowd wanted as well. The fans want the action too. We're going to start moving over, so just getting things set. They want to make sure everyone's on the same page for that next round. If, again, especially for a team that's given these interviews where they've said we have issues, we know what they are, we're working on them, we're fixing them. You just want to, just go take that extra step of that little timeout in T-spawn. Oh, here we go.
Бұл Donk.
It's a Donk Deagle. We've already seen what it can do on Dust 2. Is it time for the Mirage Deagle to come out? Zontex is followed through.
Zontex тағы да бір минус тауып алды. Donk минус бере ма? Жоқ.
So that's Suzy, Kentazor, and Essential coming in to close out the 3v3.
Might have been too much if Donk was able to handle that fight. Take that with one shot, then it's just like, this isn't even fair.
Так, мид шығайын деп жатыр ма?
First guns come out, AK-47s, Tech 9 on Magics. Off in the hands of Sissy. Plenty of utility for this CT side as round 15 begins. There's the window smoke, the catwalk smoke.
Так, спириттарда авик жоқ.
It'll be Donk in middle. With Magics.
Сизи да бар авик.
Swap spots. And right out of spawn, right in this first gun round, Magics has called a set piece. 3 players in Palace, 2 coming up ramp.
Асплит ойнайын деп жатыр.
These are the kind of rounds that didn't look pretty for Team Spirit back on Dust 2.
Ай-яй-яй, не деген байт. Кім бізде битті? 8 дейді, Donk пен Magics.
Zontex trying to just break open that smoke, see if there is a little bit of contact to be made on the other side of it. But as those pieces of utility start to come in, Bait starts to ready themselves.
Ой-ой-ой. Алекс хорош. Екінші минус. Magix.
Pushing towards him, and Alex is pushed away. Magic has a bomb on Magix's back, so you need to be careful here, Team Spirit. Have to come back eventually, and Magix is going to backtrack and put it down behind Triple. The rotation is arriving towards ramp, and MPL has spammed down Magix. That's actually denied the bomb plant. With that spam through Triple, Shiro's got the read, and it's a big play to turn back here for Team Spirit. And it's the Donk Shiro combo, the 2 heaviest hitters here for Team Spirit, trying to round this one out, but it's gotta be Shiro.
Oh, yeah, Shiro.
What a different team this Bait squad is when MPL is playing well.
That's an incredible round as well. Good spam down on Magix, that ruins the day. Shiro even checks the flank. I thought that would take the manpower away. A good find, but a better 2v2 played. Man, that shot from Zontex is incredible. That's his only goal. He's a heat-seeking missile meant to take down 1 player in CT. He had 1 bullet to do it. And still Bait out.
Кім өлмеу керек негізі? Өлмеу керек еді снайпер Сизи.
First gun round is theirs.
Yeah, showing life. You know, we were worried with how that first half went, winning the first 2 rounds, then a single gun round from that point onwards. But a different story it seems to be here in the second half already. Sissy gonna go ahead. Tanir finished off, and Sissy's going to back into the site.
Good finds, man advantage.
Көпшілік бар. Минус нер. Ана жақта пистолеттер екен.
T-side get cranking, right? I feel like that's where he's going to put most of his volume fragging.
Here he is over the stairway.
Ой-ой-ой, Donk.
Is this going to be the moment where he's unleashed? Tech 9 to a headshot on Alex.
Білген істеп жатыр Donk.
Back to safety, that bomb plant this time is going to be allowed around the back of Triple, and Donk has found a pass. This might just be a Donk moment. Waiting on top of Tetris, looking to build this round piece by piece. Zontex got 1. Tech 9 for Shiro chimes in, and Donk will close it. So as soon as I say
Қалай пистолеттермен раунд алып жүр.
Have a big moment. There we go. Wins him around with weak weapons.
I think Bait's losing a little bit of grip, which is unfortunate because it feels like it was right when they brought it within reach. That round, I think they got away from each other, not playing as a team. Some individual efforts. That retake never got started. Never feel like they took the moment to orchestrate exactly how they wanted to attack the situation. And Spirit's Tech 9's got to move forward and play close to the choke points. Absolutely devastating coming through the murder hole. It's a 2-round lead and the final timeout for Bait. The final chance to get the coach involved to work out any changes in their approach.
Yeah, Donk Scales up, grabs that for Mass. Comes back, he gets further impact with it. Teammates do well to make the most of the moment as well. And don't let that be the moment that breaks you, Bait. But it's hard because you come into the next round and that's all you've got.
Yeah, maybe not broken them psychologically yet, but you broke their money. Down to 5-7s, Deagle, and D9s as well, weaker weapons. Magic's is going to have some resistance here. NPL at the point.
Essential and Alex. Компенсизор. Kill заставил Мейзер.
Together, to get rid of MPL. It does mean that Magic's taking some damage on board, which makes these pistols a lot more lethal.
I think for him with this HP, he'll be happy to go first. Give away the positions of the opposition. See if he can pull any of them out into the open. 5-on-3 for Spirit as they scale. Complete mid control. Two players up in window room for Bait. As soon as Shiro gets access to ladder room, they're in a ton of danger.
Shiro walking in towards Kansas. So another one cleaned up.
Alex kaldı bizde. Sizce solo beda.
So far away from one another. Sizzy will see what he can do with the Deagle. He's spotted by Donk. Now bullets on that AK start to whiz towards him, so he decides he wants nothing to do with it and backs away. So double figures reached here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing you can lean on for Bait is to try and find an AK-47 towards the tail end of the round, which you've kind of just done now. Shiro's going to protect this. Alex down to 1 HP. I can't imagine he gets away with this weapon. And indeed he will not. 10-7, it's a 3-round lead. And Bait this time, they can't force up. They're going to have to sit back on pistols, unarmored more than likely. A really tough stretch here on Mirage where they just don't have the resources to fight back, and they have to watch Spirit get ever closer to that series victory and that quarterfinals berth.
Ақша да жоқ, Бейттарда.
Not much to work with at all. Just heard the hydraulic press being used there, Jason.
Someone somewhere has been eliminated from the Esports World Cup. We don't know who. We don't know what game.
Tested it.
But it did happen.
Oh, that's but one of these teams, obviously, same situation, about to come their way. Looking like it's going to be Bait at the moment.
Just walked into this bomb site, rotating back. Elephant stomping all over the place is Bait. And the unfortunate thing is just the lack of ability in the next round to get too excited. Sizzy's going to have the AWP, but now it's just all the pressure circles in on this one single round, round 19. Bait, you had to wait some time to get this buyback out, and it's pretty much your last chance here. Spirit so close to the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. A 4-round lead. And playing very, very well on this second map of the series.
Раунд алмаса енді қазір Бейттар
қиын болайын деп тұр.
Қатардан бізде 3 раунд алу керек болып тұр. Кәке біраз мен, Нейр тағда сезін тауып алды. Alex MPL. Осында алмаса ГГ бол. ГГ походу бол. Да бек. До бек.
Because again, Bait had just spent what 2 rounds saving You're having the conversation of exactly how you want to play this round, what you're going to do, what you've been encountering, and then everything changes. The speed, the utility, the timings are all different, and all plans you made are useless. Spirit extend that lead up to 12-7.
Yeah, smooth sailing here in Mirage. Had to have Donk bail them out on Dust 2, but obviously Mirage has been a very different story. It's been a team effort, which is really good to see.
Yeah, Shiro has 16 kills, Zontix has 15 kills, Tanir has 15 kills. So everyone kind of joining the party here on map 2.
Бәрі жассын чатқа.
Yeah. Such a disappointing start to the Esports World Cup, but we also have to remember it is still early in the season out of the break, and The likes of Vitality even looking in that same boat, right? So
Так, а на захта не
just how
может
you perform in
быть.
the playoffs is more concerning, and certainly a step up in performance today.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
А на
admit
захта
that
да,
the
что-то без
Spirit
шансов.
lost to GG How the close series hurt my
Разница жоқ.
confidence just a little bit. Not that they'd be
Бәрібір.
good, just surprising seeing that the floor can be down there. But we obviously haven't seen that today.
11-де
The
5
Spirit
счет.
team with all the roster
Vitality
changes, with
Face.
the coaching situation, a work in progress.
Так, Алекс.
Just going through the motions, but Bait have got themselves the opening kill. So settling into a 5v4, still plenty of time for Team Spirit to change that fact.
Well, Spirit trying to give Bait all the rope in the world to make a move, make a push, make an information play. that
Алатын
they can
сияқты
punish.
бейттер қазір осы раундта.
Waiting quietly on the map, but nobody in Bait has that kind of courage at the moment. Zontic's up in Palace. Shiro and Magic's moving over in middle, and Donk is going to join up with them through the underpass. You've got Essential in the middle of the map in ladder room as a defender.
Essential тексерет по-любому, donc, ладарда.
35 on the clock. It's all the time left to try and recover this for Team Spirit. 4v5.
Так, көрген жоқ.
Are they
Тайминг.
going to close it in round 20? Kenty's all at
Молотов
the ready.
қолынан. Essential.
Multiple
Түсіну керек.
players inside of Connector. He knows they're coming as well.
Хорош, Кенсизор, 2 минус. 3 минус. Соңғы донг. Минус донг. Хорош, хорош, Бейт.
Another round for Bait.
Really good positions from Bait as well. I mean, quiet. They didn't want to make those information plays in the 5-on-4 smart move. Didn't have a whole lot of utility, so just kind of had to stand put. But
Давай,
they
давай,
put themselves
Bait,
in good
десайдер
positions to
көрейік.
help each other out and eliminate that attack before it can begin. Really, second time out for Hallie.
Так, Хали. Келесі раунд по-любому бай болады. Team Spirit'терда.
Eliminate Bait from the Esports World Cup and move on to the quarterfinals.
Осында
That'll be
алса
against
да.
FaZe or Vitality,
Бейт.
the winner of the other game we have going on right now.
I think Hallie is going to be happy with the performance today from Team Spirit. Overall, like just that everything looking much sharper across. Like maybe on Dust 2, I think it'll be a couple of rounds where frustration maybe creeps in just a little bit. But today, you're seeing what your team can do a little bit more closer to the level that we had at the end of the season.
Round 21. Another chance for Spirit to end this series.
Так, авик жоқ КТ-да.
Finish their day here in Paris and prepare for the quarterfinals tomorrow. Donk waiting patiently before crossing behind the top mid boxes. 4 defenders over at the A bomb site right now for Bait. Aline on this side of the map. And Essential as a defender towards the B bomb site.
4 калаш КТ-да. 1 МК.
Spirit happy to take all of this mid control without any kind of a
smoke
fight,
kaldı
without
bizde
even really having
Spirit'lerde.
to spend too much utility to get into these positions.
Бейттарда 2-ақ қана смок. Бірінші кетті. Пит жаққа. Така екіншісі қайда.
So not the final move in the round,
Kenty's
but
orada.
a little bit of utility spent. Forces a lot of
Bir
counter
ғана
nades out
смок
of Bait.
қалды.
And while the hit felt like it was going to come from the A ramp, it feels more at the moment like they've reconvened to attack through Con.
MPL. Was thinking about that mid push forward, but not going forward. 35 seconds left. This time a 5v5 to scale up and attack into the side with a little bit more time to do it.
Ой-ой-ой, Essential, Алекс, әдемі. Минус Зонтикс, минус Шира, минус Magic тағы да. Донк нер қалды. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Камбэк па не?
On the defense towards the A side.
Yeah, they run that 4-man stack back-to-back rounds, able to catch Spirit off and back-to-back rounds again. Seemed like very similar rounds from both teams. And Bait handled it just perfectly.
Соңғы бай бола
The
ма?
aggression, the two players top
Spirit'терда.
ramp not figured out. Back of the palm site as well.
Тап
Very
олар
dangerous. So good
соңына
rounds
дейін
from
я
Bait
бай жасап
to
ойнай
start
алады.
bringing this back. 2 rounds in a
Соңғы
row
луз
for the
бонус.
CT side. They need 3 more.
Smokes out into mid. You've got the window smoke, top mid smoke, and Spirit. No,
going to be extending too far forward just yet.
Spirit's running out of money as well. They built up a good amount of bank, a good amount of cash to sustain themselves through some losses. But those funds are running low. Bait have almost found themselves the reprieve they've been fighting for.
Get to double figures.
Siz Davi kalmagan.
They get your heart broken with a donked eagle round. That seems like it's coming up, Jason.
Par for the course.
Tereciye sok ketті. Sizler balkonda oynaydı. Biz bizde kalama böyle.
Looks like Magic wants to test if they're going to do this defense 3 rounds in a row. Saying eventually you're going to spread back out. Eventually you won't think we come back into this position.
Бірақ быға ешкім барған жоқ, қараңдар. Spirit бізде бәрі ада жүр. Mid'de ада. Тағы да split болайын деп жатыр бізде. Так, Molotov Stairs. Молик Under Palace. Так, бұл позицияларда ешкім болған жоқ. Molotov Con. Хорош, Донг. Так, Нир тағы да бір жасқан ұстап алды. Ой-ой-ой-ой, вот, бітті. Бітті, Бейт. Өйткенші зор. Бірге өсіп білмейді. Жоқ. Ешқандай бұл жерде клатч болмайды. Так, резко кімдерге Vitality үлгереміз ба? Или Vitality уже жапты ма? Vitality жапқан сияқты. Мына жақта да, мына жақта да. Матч аяқталды бізде 2-0 шөтімен. Енді бізде Енді бізде
for Spirit indeed, and now they will stride off triumphantly from this stage. A key to crushing another round here at the Esports World Cup.
Енді бізде жету Furia қалды.
Much more like the complete picture that we're hoping for from Spirit.
Yeah, that was a good outlook for Team Spirit. Very much agree with Jason. Felt like they came in, you know.
Legacy 2-0.
This was a game they
Falcon
needed to win,
2-0.
a game they couldn't afford to lose.
Vitality
They got the job done. Sure, the
2-0.
first
Spirit
match weren't
2-0.
pretty per se. That was the
Бүкіл
dog show,
матчтар
but
2-0.
that's always been the case with Team Spirit from time to time.
Furia
Over the course of 2 months, Nathan left no room for doubt that it was their team in control here in Mirage. Strong
2-0 болу керек. Ол да.
Almost T rounds before they got the job done. So I think we can allow ourselves to be positive for the first time in regards to Team Spirit doing this.
We're definitely positive. I mean, the thing that is very interesting is well, it almost feels like we have 2 different teams on Dust 2 and on Mirage. In the sense that on Dust 2, it's all about one guy, and on Mirage, you have the whole team that is performing. We don't even really counting Duncan. He was just there at the end, like getting the entries, getting the trades that were very important. Being Donk, just himself. But it was also especially the rest of the team that was very important, getting the entries, especially on the city side. Tanir, that we expected to go big, he was getting the entries, he was controlling A, it was easy for the teams to get into the site. So yeah, overall, the last thing to do is combining those 2 versions. Get that version from Dust 2, get that version from Mirage, get them together, and you're going to have that team that can claim the number 1 in the world.
Кішігірім үзіліс, арғара бізде Furia жету.
It is everything else that is much more encouraging, right? I mean, we talk about it a lot. The game plan when you're playing Donk is kind of one of 2 things. Do you target Donk or do you run away from him? They tried to probe the peripheries of the map. They wound up running into Tanir, they wound up running into Zontix, and the defense from Spirit held very strong, Jacob.
Yeah, and that's the good thing. That's the good thing to take away from this game if you're Team Spirit, the fact that all the players had moments on Mirage where they were the deciding factor, where they felt that they were the difference maker, so to speak. Tanir had a couple of moments, nice entering, Zontix on the B-bomb side to defend it when Bait were looking towards that one, and overall, that's more likely, you know, that's what you want to see from Team Spirit. It's the other way around, right? You like to have Donks sometimes pop off and win a map out of nowhere, but then your stability comes from the fact that everyone can chime in, instead of the other way around where you always rely on Donk, and then sometimes you have a game where it's the team environment that makes you win. So, as you said, you know, can you combine the 2 and find a better balance in that? Then Spirit, most definitely, as we know, can be a team that can go all the way at a tournament of this caliber. It's just we haven't seen them consistently deliver so far in this tournament. This was the first step in the right direction, however.
It was, and a big part of taking that step was the man on stage with Stunna. We have Shiro for an interview.
Shiro, first and foremost, congratulations. Quite the performance here. Spirit back in their winning ways. Right away, is there anything that you want to say to the crowd?
FALCONS, во-первых, мы вас поздравляем. Спириты вернулись на траекторию победы, это прекрасно. Скажите, пожалуйста, что бы вы хотели сейчас сказать?
Хотел бы сказать всем спасибо, кто нас поддерживает, это первое. Второе, ну, завтра будет еще одна игра, постараемся выиграть.
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much indeed for everyone who supported us. And tomorrow we have one more game and we'll try to bring the best of it.
You definitely will. Today, big performance from Donk. Do you wonder sometimes, do you rely on Donk a lot in the server?
Вот это точно. Завтра новый день, новая игра. А вот смотрите, большой перформанс по доку, да, в игре. Скажите, вы прям вот все силы, все ставки делаете на него? Расскажите об этом.
Думаю, нет, мы просто играем. Просто Даня выигрывает 2 эко, там Зигла дает жесткие фраги, нам становится легче играть. Но понятное дело, что у нас есть проблемы в игре, но мы стараемся их фиксить опять же. Вот. Но игра не только на Донка, но Донк играет.
Well, no, you know, we're using it, we are moving way forward, we have our strategy, and yes, indeed, when we see the challenges, we're trying to fix it, and yes, we are using Donk, but not only, and again, we'll see what happens, we'll move forward.
Last question, I swear to goodness. Hey, it's looking like you're probably going to be playing Vitality in the next round of the playoffs. Tell me about a matchup versus Vitality with Spirit.
И вот последний вопрос. Кажется, что следующую игру вы будете играть с Team Vitality. Расскажите, пожалуйста, об этом. Готовы? Каковы ощущения?
Мы их ни разу не выигрывали за последние 1,5 года. Опять же, это будет интересный матч. Мы постараемся сделать все, что от нас возможно. И постараться выиграть их.
Well, we have not beaten them yet within last year and a half. We're sure that it's going to be an interesting game, and we'll do our best to win. We'll see.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Спасибо и поздравляем.
Some sharp answers out of Shiro's mouth there on stage. It is a strong victory for Spirit, but potentially Vitality on the next line. That one's not decided just yet, but a tough test for a Spirit roster that, well, they've spread their wings. Maybe we're still seeing the effects here, Nathan.
Yeah, they're still not 100% there. You can see even in his voice, he doesn't have the full confidence, whereas Dong was very like, whatever, I'll destroy them. For Shiro, you can see he's much more cerebral in his approach, where he's always like doubting himself. There was a lot of interviews, a lot of backstage, documentaries, where you could see that he is a very, I'm going to say a bit more stressed, a bit more, careful in that approach. And so he's slightly overcoming that. After years and years of playing, you can see he still has a little bit of that doubt, but that's pretty normal. Some players you need that to perform and to be at the best. And today he has been delivering. Definitely no stress. He was very comfortable doing the difference with like the entries, with the up. Not the highest ADR, but good KD, good presence all over the place. Just very reliable.
He's needed because tomorrow they will be playing Vitality, who officially now have just beaten FaZe 2-0. And
there we go.
That game is over. And as Shiro was saying, haven't beaten them in a year and a half. Furthermore, we speak about Donk, playing at an absolute surreal level. All I'm saying is Saivu's last 2 best-of-3 series at this tournament. One was a +2 rating over the course of 2 maps was Lin Vision. He just pulled off a 1.51, I believe, against FaZe over the course of 2 maps as well. So we have the 2 best players in the world duking it out head-to-head tomorrow in a quarter-final at EWC. That should be pretty fun.
That is always a treat when it's on our menu. That's what we have to look forward to. But let's spend a little bit more on what we just had. I want to talk about Bait. What did you think of Bait's performance here at the Esports World Cup?
Overall, good. Overall, a step in the right direction, especially when you look at Sissy doing a good job. I think he's coming more into it. I think he's finding more comfort within this lineup, and I think that's needed for them to progress. But again, it's a team that is not... We don't have them in the same conversation, as a G2 or as some of those teams, potentially breaking it into top 5, top 6, making it into deep playoff runs, or always showing up at tournaments. They're still a gatekeeper by some stretch of their imagination, better than the bigs of the world, but worse than the G2s of the world. And they find themselves in that middle pack of teams right now where it's hard to quantify them. I think it's a good team. It's a stable team, but they're nothing extraordinary at the moment.
Yeah, the thing that I just didn't really like was not being more daring in the vetoes. I expected them to go more into cash and show that, we're pretty realistic. We know they're the better team. We're not going to play into their best strength of ours. Let's put a bit of randomness and a bit of chaos into it. Let's do something that nobody is very comfortable with, and maybe that's going to give us the edge. But they went a bit more of a safe route, which is maybe overshooting a bit their own level, like not being very confident or being maybe a bit too confident in your level, whereas you need to bring a bit more randomness. You have to know that you're not there yet, even though you're bringing a very good youngster in the form of the Opera. That's going to give you the edge, but is it enough to actually take Spirit like a turf that they're very comfortable on? I doubt it. That's the one thing I would have liked seeing more from Bay, to really see them as contenders, and maybe they wanted to take that step extra, but it didn't. And that's where I'm a bit more conservative. They're in that pack, they're in those teams, but they're going to need to be a bit more daring if they want to go a bit higher.
That's fair. And if you couldn't tell from that shot, there are some Magics fans who were in the audience here. Bait, their time comes to a close here at the Esports World Cup, because there is no second chance here in our playoff bracket. We've got our quarterfinal matchup set, and oh my goodness, what a bevy of Counter-Strike that is. G2, Furia, Foot, MONGOLZ, Legacy, Falcons, and perhaps best of all, Vitality.
Сыгардым.
Yeah, those are some banging games.
Так, G2 Esports and Furia.
We even have a quarterfinal taking place today, if I'm not mistaken, over on the A stream on the big stage.
Ертең бізде Foot, MONGOLZ, Legacy, Falcons, Vitality, Team Spirit. Ертең.
You can make up a great case to watch
Vitality,
every
Team
single one of those
Spirit.
games. 3 of them taking place
Мүмкін
tomorrow.
үлгереміз ертең. Көреміз, үлгерсек қараймыз. Но ертең PUBG Mobile бізде. Жартылай финал.
Every single favorite has been through except one. And so you can see that every single team came into this event so prepared. Doesn't matter whether they were favorite or not. They didn't take any single matchup lightly. They were always present, always giving everything they had. And yeah, they were favorites for a reason. And then they all went through except, Navi obviously just completely messed up this morning. But it's a beautiful bracket, one of the best we could get.
I think we'll be having a conversation after this tournament about whether Navi are favorites in many of their future matchups. Bait, their key will be crushed. The phase up from Magics, as that's another key getting crushed elsewhere.
Так, трансляция его стримда была ма или
Down it goes. And the fate of Bait along with it.
Good crush.
I just want to see what Magic does. Yep, okay.
Yep.
It's more phase up. I don't know whether he's looking for a new contract, a new jersey, or if he's just really leaning in.
Magic is Magic, you never know.
That's going to be the interesting thing when it comes to Bait, though, to see how they progress from here. Again, as I said, I think going deep into a playoff of a tournament of this caliber, too much for them right now, but there's plenty of tournaments out there, plenty of tournaments where not all the best teams in the world are showing up, and that's where we get to see the true level and get to see if they're still moving in the right direction. They have some interesting players. Sissy, stepping up massively and becoming more and more comfortable. NPL has been the star of that lineup for quite some time now, so still interesting aspects to the team, but we need to see a bit more before we can fully buy into it.
And I mean, here at the World Cup, nothing but the best will do. We've seen it. We saw the tournament bracket. We have 8 of the greatest teams in the world of Counter-Strike right now. And if you think you can make heads or tails of who's actually going to be better than who, well, you should head on over to EWC Play and make your own pick'ems predictions, because I'll be honest, I think you could throw some darts and you might have better success than thinking with your brain. This one's going to get really wild. I think we could have another very surprising finalist. Remember, last year it was the MONGOLZ taking on Aurora in our grand final. I kind of want to see a little magic happen there too.
I mean, with the way it's been going so far, a lot of the favorites have actually deemed to be too much to handle for some of these underdogs. So I don't know about you, Nathan, but I sense the same thing, that they're coming in well prepared, that what we saw during the Major in Cologne is kind of being confirmed. Everyone but Navi so far is looking to be in that position where they actually wanted to be coming into the tournament.
Yeah, and if you remove the names of the teams, if you don't see what player is who or which team is who, I think it's pretty open. I don't really see one team that is above any of the others. I even see some underdogs. Legacy, let's talk about them quickly. They looked extremely good. From a pure CS standpoint, they have nothing to envy to the other teams, to the other big dogs. It's just about the, best of threes, what maps are you going to play, and all that kind of stuff. So, in my opinion, it's all open. I'm not that set where the favorites are going to go on and get into the finals and stuff. I think it's very much wide open. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Legacy going far, some teams really surprising others.
All to be realized upon that stage, and the pressure of that crowd only ramps up from here. We've already had roaring games here on the B stream, but that is going to be the B stream coming to a close here for the Esports World Cup. It's now just into...
And Jason, so yeah, I think easy game on, but there's no easy game against Vitality on any map. You know, I think even if we just played a random map from the map pool, it's gonna be a really hard game. But yeah.
Well, thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your thoughts on it. Sad to see you go, but we'll see you at future events as well. That's it from FaZe here at EWC.
I know many are sad to see FaZe go, especially before they were able to earn club championship points, but expect this team to come back stronger. ZywOo, any final thoughts on your opponents before we talk about your next matchup?
No, actually, they play really good. To be honest, on those two, we were like pretty much like wet at the end, like we're sweating because they play really good in terms of injury delay and in terms of calling. They did a lot of fakes to try to move the rotation.
They won a
lot of 5v3, a lot of like injury delays that were good. So of course, like I don't think they're gonna think about cash because like you said, it was kind of a trap for them because we were prepared. But those two, they were ready and. Yeah, it was good to play them.
Absolutely, and of course, you got the word while we were in that piece that you will officially be playing Team Spirit. Let's take a look at what was happening over on that B stream because Dupree, Yanko, Donk seems like he's ready to play ZywOo. 27 kills in map number 1. He was putting up some numbers of his own.
He might be ready to play ZywOo, but I'm not sure he's ready to play Vitality. The Donk really feasts on teams like Bait, you know, who don't have as high of a floor as some of these other teams. They don't have really good protocols, utility usage, right? Who just want to take aim fights versus Donk. If that's your plan, if that's what happens in a game against him, like no one's gonna have a field day, and that's why you see teams like FALCONS, Vitality, and so forth really know how to minimize his impact and just make the game difficult for him.
And looking at, you know, the lower bracket as well, FALCONS also taking on the Legacy, you know, that's the big surprise to me that Navid really didn't make count. So, I mean, overall, looking at the games we have ahead of us, Spirit and Vitality is really the headliner.
And of course, Legacy, FALCONS, ZywOo, if you get past Team Spirit, you'll be playing them for an opportunity, of course, to move forward and eventually make it to that arena. You've had a lot of French fans hoping for Vitality success there on Sunday. Would you rather play Legacy or FALCONS right now?
I mean, when we see this bracket, I prefer to play Falcon, to be honest. To have like a really strong bracket and to manage like having, when we're gonna win this tournament, having like the joy of we win because we faced a strong team. So obviously we're gonna pick Falcon. I'm gonna pick Falcon.
Dude, I love this answer. The confidence from your team is incredible. Apex, a legend of the scene. You, the greatest of all time to touch the game. And of course, your teammates along for the ride the whole way, putting up their own numbers. Final thoughts here on what is it taken to get to this far to be a dominant team? Because Yanko said if you guys weren't able to win this match, it might be the end of the dynasty. It looks like the dynasty's continuing, at least in the winner's bracket.
I mean, for us, it's gonna be the same. We need to progress game by game, and I think today after those two, we progress in terms of communication, in terms of team. So obviously, we just need to keep going. And against Spirit, we're just gonna play our game. We're not gonna overthink about Tongs did I don't know how much rating or whatever. We're not gonna play only against him. We're gonna play against Spirit. So we're gonna do like every time we play against them, try to do our best. Try to do like as Vitality does against them. That's gonna be the plan.
Dupree, final match of the day, G2 Furia. Who do you think ZywOo's picking?
Oh, that's a good question, right? I think since he's already talked about the fact that he wants to face FALCONS, then why not get the hardest opponent out of those two? Then I'm looking that I think he's going to pick Furia.
ZywOo, is Dupree right?
It was right. I mean, I feel G2 and Furia can be really similar in a way of individually and team play, obviously. I just put a bit more Furia in terms of performance they did like through the years, but I can feel like G2 can play really good CS as well. So I think if both of the team are playing good, I think it's more 50-50.
Were you surprised to see G2 pick up Wrinkle for some players?
I think it was full surprise. I think no one expected that, obviously. Even them, I think that it was a full surprise. So
even him?
Yeah, even him was full surprise. So then actually, I think he fits really well into the team. So I think we need to see like in the longer way with them.
Zywoo, your handler is giving me the wrap it up signal. I got to move them backstage. You got a ton of people waiting to meet you. Congratulations on a massive win. We're excited to see more from Vitality. That is Zywoo. That is Vitality powering forward. When we come back, though, we are moving into your final 8. Who is going to make it into the semifinals? It's G2 or Furia after this.
I'm ready.
Ready, ready, go.
3, 2, 1, flashing. Flashing.
1 minute.
Flashing.
Forklift.
Highway. Dead highway.
Quad.
Nice.
Highway.
4v1. I'm only highway.
3v1, lock the round.
3v1.
Nice!
The human body was built to move, not trapped in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I think it was in 2011, called the Maxland. The best team of that time was Very Games in Seoul, so it was really like the unbeaten team. It was really tough to play against, and yeah, I won my first time with Shocks and Scream 15 years ago. Winning against them, I thought was impossible, and we showed up that day and won it. An insane memory for me and the team back then, and yeah, I was really happy that it happened.
I was playing just a 3v3 at a cyber coffee in Brazil, and we were just playing Aztec, I think. And I remember it because I was playing with my brothers, and the trophy was bigger than me, so I have a photo. But then later on, CSGO kicked in, I was able to win the first major in Columbus. Felt like the world was coming together into that specific moment in time. Honestly, you cannot really feel it again, doing the same thing.
Blast Open in Copenhagen, I remember it because, yeah, first ever tournament with Vitality and the first trophy lift, it's something you will always remember. Honestly, I don't even remember how I spent it, probably always buying Lego and building new Legos, so it's probably on this as well.
My first kind of international trophy that I won was back in 2017 when I joined FaZe Clan. That was kind of my biggest tournament that I won, and it was my second event with the FaZe Clan.
2019 in IEM Sydney. That's kind of the event that kickstarted the whole mini Liquid era. People played with like such hunger, you know, like no one cared about mistakes. Everyone's playing super aggressive. Everyone just wants to win the game. 2018, second place all the time, the entire year. Was happy to break the curse in 2019.
2016 IESF World Cup. We won as Team Finland. We won against Tyloo, and you know that was the trophy lift that felt meaningful in terms of, you know, the games were on HLTV and Finnish media coverage as well. So that was kind of the turning point.
Would you rather win every tournament except the major, or you can win the major but you can't win any other tournament?
I think I would rather win every other tournament than the major.
Do you reckon you would have said that a couple months ago?
I believe so, but I know that people will say I only say it because I didn't win a major. So now I can say it.
I win everything else. I win every tournament but lose major.
Okay. Would you have said that before you had won the major?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think he would have said that before he won the major?
I think one guy wouldn't. That's Nico.
I think win the major, and all the tournaments, no.
I take the other tournaments. Every other tournament? Yeah. I don't care about the major.
2 majors per year. I think I'm taking the majors. Yeah.
The prestige, the glory.
Yeah, exactly.
The history books.
Every player is playing this game because they want to win the major. But if you think about money...
I was thinking there is a money factor here.
There is a money factor, and I think I'll choose to win every tournament but not major.
Well, the thing is nowadays it's like major is cool and everything, but I feel like there's so many other events that are on par, almost on par as the major, like a Cologne or a EWC or a Kato. Like, is it much worse than winning a major? I don't know about that.
Yeah, and you'd be winning a whole lot as well. 2 majors a year.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
Winning more events is good.
Win every tournament except major.
Okay. No hesitation over there. What do you think?
I think it's better for me to win every major
just the majors.
Yes.
How long is this going on for?
2 years.
For 2 years, so you win 4 majors but nothing else, or you could win like what?
14, 12 events every year.
It's a lot of cash. You know, not that you guys are struggling for cash right now, but
Grand Slams included, Will.
Ooh.
Yeah, think about this one, because you're winning back-to-back Grand Slams.
We're doing some quick maths right here, yeah.
And we've won majors, Will. I mean, like the sticker's going down. You saw the article on Angel TV. If we're thinking from a business perspective, we go with the.
He's a businessman.
Yes.
I'll go majors.
Yeah.
The majors.
They're still special, even though you've got one in the trophy cabinet, you know.
So I think majors for sure.
All right.
No, I went to major.
You won the majors.
Yeah.
I wanted to say major like you, but then if you think about consistency, obviously, because you play what, 7, 8 tournaments. Imagine 8 tournaments every season, you win.
Katowice, Cologne.
I'm sorry, but fuck the major for 8 tournaments.
Win every tournament. I mean, the major is the biggest, but like if you win every tournament, it's much more dominant than just a major.
I think I will choose the same as Viggo, but you need one major at one point if you win all the other tournaments. So
yeah, it will be sad not to win a major, but it is what it is, and need to take everything else then.
I would choose probably the major wins, yeah, and then just lose the other ones. I mean, if you win, let's say four majors in 2 years, I mean, like, bro, that's a legacy, you know.
That is a legacy. Okay, good answer. I see you're working. What do you think?
I would go for the opposite. 2 years, winning every event, only not major.
Think of all those Grand Slams, bro. Gold bar.
So I didn't think about that, but actually, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss who pushes everyone to improve the most.
Can I write myself?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are the slowest writers in the history, I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't put one only, but two. It's possible to say one. So
good.
Just good. Why both?
Fallen is captain, so he has his concerns about the game sometimes. So we need to improve for him. And Marx was a second captain, basically.
I'm the root version of Fallen.
Yeah.
Who is most likely to leave you on red?
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, Yuri. Daniel?
That's it.
What did you write, Yuri?
Everyone.
Good. That's fair. Why do you think it's Yuri?
Me? I don't know. Good question.
That's what I'm saying. It's like everybody wrote a different person because legit everybody can, except me. Nobody.
Do you guys like each other?
No, not really. We're like colleagues more than friends, I think.
Yikes.
No, we're trolling. We're like a family. Like a toxic family, like where you're getting abused and everything, kind of that type of.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm joking.
We got the couches. We can turn this into a therapy session.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
Who is most likely to arrive to the airport way too late?
Of course, bro.
Of course, bro. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Brazilians. What do you mean, bro? It's him, bro. No way, bro. You guys are trolling. You guys are trolling. Why? Just now?
I never miss a flight, bro.
It doesn't matter. Just now we're late 40 minutes. Yeah, but it's not an airport.
Because of Caserata.
But it's not an airport. Oh, so specifically airport, right? I don't know about that.
Why you?
I always late. Not in airport, I always late.
Young guy.
He's always late.
Who is most likely to tilt after one bad round?
Oh, easy, bro.
What's her name or first name, bro? Okay, yeah.
I'm very sorry, guys. I feel when I was saying like this family is like full of trauma and abuse, I think I'm the reason for that.
You know what? We love a self-aware king.
Oh, great.
You're good.
Thank you.
You know,
Appreciate
as long as you can acknowledge it.
You see, guys? Like, is it so hard?
It's my job to be nice.
Nice. Appreciate it.
Who is most likely to forget something in their hotel room after checking out?
Easy.
Easy as well.
I put funny.
Why? Fun.
Yeah, funny. Sometimes forgot the things. Like,
No.
so I made me funny.
He forgot on the passport.
Yeah, sometimes finally forgot. Like,
I just forgot one time passport, but it's all.
Yeah, but then
So
the passport's passport. What can I do?
I see more funny forgetting the things, so I put funny.
You can hype away for everybody, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining me.
so
Hope you
much.
guys enjoyed it.
We are already into the quarterfinals, and there is a look at what could be the last year for Fallen. The leader of Furia, top Brazilian squads, have come out to EWC. Who is going to go the furthest? Well, I have a feeling we'll find out by the end of tomorrow night. We've got Dupree and Yanko alongside me. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. Gentlemen, we just finished an epic FaZe versus Vitality matchup. That was the round of 16, but now we are jumping forward. We're into the quarterfinals. You win here, you're into the semis. You're top four. You're making serious cash at EWC.
Yeah, and I think that really stands out for the likes of G2, right? They haven't made a top four since they won in London back last year. So for them, it's also about showing that the change of some players for Wrinkle was is the right move for them for moving forward, like raising that ceiling. So another mistake, not only like advancing this tournament, also in the big picture of why they decided to make this roster move. And this time around it's against Furia, obviously, and they haven't played it since the Budapest major. So it's been a while since the team has made. So a matchup that we haven't seen in a long time that also creates a little bit more interesting.
Yanko, for anyone who missed last night, sorry, real quick, was Hunter your star? Who gave G2 the win in your eyes?
I think Hunter and Wrinkle as the duo. Hunter with some good calls and good prep. Let's put that his way to some extent as well. But talking about Wrinkle, this is the exact sort of a game because of which they made the change, right? Because G2 did very good at gatekeeping the top 8, so to speak. They would beat teams below that, but they really struggled to beat the contender teams. And towards the end of last season, they have a couple of good wins, against the likes of Navi, for example, but they brought Wrinkle to raise their ceiling enough where they can take down a team like Furia at a stage of the tournament like the quarterfinals.
Dupree, did he show you enough yesterday? Do you have faith in Wrinkle tonight?
Yeah, I think he fits the squad a lot better than Senpai does, and I had a fair share with my time in sometimes when I was playing in FALCONS, and it was one of those issues that also haunted us when we were playing with him, that he wasn't aggressive enough, didn't really create that space that you can get out of an AWP, and I think it's rightfully so to give Wrinkle a bit of an extra chance playing at Tier 1, and you can tell that he really enjoys the time and being picked up, getting this extra chance of showing what he can bring, and I think it's really one of those players that needs the right kind of team around him to also be able to succeed. So I'm all in for this one. I think it's an interesting pickup, and I'm excited to see what he will bring in the future.
And also, Wrinkle himself was surprised by the call-up, right? Yeah. Because his performances on NIP didn't necessarily warrant it, right? And that's playing against lower-tier opposition. But, G2 saw his skill. They saw that maybe, thought we could fix him. And so far, he's made far less mistakes than he did in his NIP days.
And on the other side, let's talk a little bit about the Furious sniper, because the Brazilian fans were on their feet at the end of Game 3, Dupree.
And he's the one to look out for, right? And you can even tell by the head-to-head that it's a little bit uneven ground. MONGOLZ basically winning out the majority of the categories here, and rightfully so. He's also the star to be looking out for if you do turn to Furia. And yesterday, I think he had a bit of a blunder at the majority of the match. He found himself in a lot of good positions, but didn't really land shots that he was supposed to. He can be very flashy and he can be very aggressive, but you need to hit the shots once you're presented with the opportunity. And it wasn't until Mirage City side where he really came into fruition and really showed what he can bring and why he's considered the star. But he's dropped off a little bit. He's not really the guy that we saw back in 25 anymore. And he still has a lot of things to learn in my books. But there's no doubt that he has the raw mechanics to continue being a star to be reckoned with.
Is he the type of guy who makes noise mid-game, end-game? Because he seemed like he closed out game one pretty impressively. What do I need to expect from him tonight?
I mean, like, he can do everything, right? And I don't think, the thing about MONGOLZ is that he doesn't really change up his style regarding of how he performs. Like, he continues to be aggressive and he continues to look for those fights. And I think that's also what classifies him as a player that believes in his own capabilities. And that is just very important when you take to the big stages. You need to dare to play because that's what your team is used to and that's what you will get out of him. So I don't think he's going to change anything, but he just needs to hit more of his shots.
We were saying Kesarado and Yuri's name quite a bit as well. Yanko, who is your player to watch from Furia?
I think probably Yakinda, right? After the game he had yesterday, you know, he's one of their playmakers, openers alongside MONGOLZ, the more aggressive player. He's going to be the tip of the spear, and G2 is going to bring the game to him. You know, especially when G2's on the CT side, they're going to have a lot of plays where they're getting your face, and Yakinda's going to have to handle the brunt of that attack.
We'll be taking a look at the teams in a moment, but first, what is all that noise, James Banks?
I'm here with the life and soul of every Furia game. It's the organizer, Furiosa, who are always making a noise, partying hard, and bringing a lot of energy to our Counter-Strike events around the world. Now, you've been with me many times, my man, but just tell me, how stressful was yesterday for you?
Bro, the game yesterday was insane, but I feel happy because hard game was making a strong team, you know, about the difficulties, embrace the energy, the synchrony. So I think it's important. Like, okay, 2-1, we have to more attention, we have to reveal something. So for me, it's important for Furia and for us. Like, every time we got there, bring energy, bring the energy. So for I really happy because we won, but needed to improve, right?
The job's not done yet.
Yeah, the job is not done yet, so that's it.
And on this side of me here, I've also met you many times as well, but you got to be thinking right now that this crowd, we see what Vitality's doing as well, you know? Do you feel like you can be louder and better than that today? We can bring more energy, beat out Vitality, Furia crew better than Vitality?
I think that's why we're here, right? So we made plans, we came all the way from Brazil, we came here to make noise, so we haven't played against each other to know which one is the loudest, but we're gonna do our thing and hopefully everybody's gonna enjoy it.
I do enjoy it always, every time. For you, you've never traveled before. This is your first time as well, so just tell me what this experience has been like, how much you enjoyed yesterday, and how's your voice?
Okay, so as you said, this is my first time traveling abroad, and I'm very happy and proud as well. Yesterday so far was the best day of my life, but now I hope today is the next best day in my life, you know? So let's go Furia, and I'm here to do that in the best way, you know?
I understand him. I can often lose my voice as well. Oh, and look at this. You guys position yourself very well with this. So this lady here has been organising it from the very beginning, all the way back when we were first coming to Rio. I want to ask you though, I saw some new instruments. I saw a violin player, we got the trumpet as well. We're expanding the musical team.
Yeah, we need to improve, we need to bring new aspects, and we have a little surprise for later.
Oh,
yeah.
Can you tell me a small sneak peek?
New music, okay. So yeah, we have always trying to improve and bring more energy, more things, more the way like Brazilian party. So we're always trying to be better.
And I'm seeing it. I looked at the violin guy, I was like, okay, this is the first time I see this, and he was vibing as well. I didn't expect in the kind of party you guys have that the violin would work, but you were still doing it as well. Yeah, it's really good. So for you, just say the journey that you've been on since creating this and making this happen, could you ever imagine that it would be like it is today?
No. Of course, we have hopes and that everything will work, but it's even better, and we're very happy. But it's just the beginning. I'm sure it's just the beginning, and I hope to have the championship here, and it will be like the crowd.
Thank you very much, James. Yanko, as a former music teacher, what would it take for you to bring out the accordion and join the Furia band?
I don't know, $1 million.
$1 million. Furia, if you've got money, I know a guy willing to take it. To Pre, though, we got to talk about a guy trying to earn some cash. $2 million up for grabs in this event. And G2 Hunter is trying to lead his squad. Expectations for the IGL. For anyone new, what's his job right now? And in fact, we've got a Yakinder spotlight to take a look at first. Let's start with this guy from Furia.
Yeah, maybe he's looking like Yakinder trying to, we have to abuse this guy. We have to look for these type of fights because he will be fighting us. No, but I mean, like Hunter, he's by far the most experienced player in that squad, and he's also being the Ingle leader, takes up a lot of responsibility and also creates a lot of room, right? But in the big picture, it's about breaking through to the top 4. You know, that's been the issue. So I think this game is a lot about the mentality of G2, you know, breaking through that barrier that they've had such difficulties overcoming. And, you know, it can be very hard to sometimes break that barrier when it's been that one keeping you back all the time. And rightfully so, it looks like it's you know, put on some bias a little bit that the roof, like the ceiling of the team hasn't been good enough. But I mean, like, so far I think this is probably the best example that we can give G2 of making a top 4.
There's some of Hunter's big stats. He was 38-16 in the 3 games yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about, though, the expectations, because they peaked in London, right? Where have they been recently for G2, and are they happy with the top 8 finish?
I mean, they've been fighting. I don't think they'd be happy with a top 8, maybe content because they made the roster change recently, but I think they have a decent chance against Furia here today. And for Hunter also, it was a bit surprising to hear and talk about yesterday how he regrets not picking up the IGL role soon, because I know that's something that G2's management as well has been, you know, courting him about. Felt like he had a good personality for it, and it also solves a real problem that we talked about briefly yesterday, where IGLs usually aren't good fraggers, right? It's because they take the brunt of micromanaging other players, focusing on the team, on the preparation, on the opponent, right? And not always have the luxury of focusing solely on your crosshair. So having a guy who can do both and frag on a high level, you know, that just helps your firepower across the board. If having no weak link, it would be huge for a squad like G2.
They've added a new piece to the puzzle for Hunter. We'll see how well he's able to use the big man. Wrinkle is behind the scenes with James Bank.
G2 are entering into their quarterfinals matchup, and this man has been looking damn impressive so far in the G2 jersey. We spoke a lot about your confidence. We spoke about you playing aggressive. What do you feel like has changed, though, inside you personally to enable all of this and make you play as we expect you to play?
I think it's honestly all about mentality, or like going for risk, not being pussy. Yeah, just enjoying life, being positive, work hard, and yeah.
Was it like a mental reset that you needed after the time you had in NIP, like, and then coming into a team like this? Obviously, it's much higher stakes, higher pressure as well.
I would say I'm very grateful what happened, that I got benched. I think it was what needed. I really grinded a lot, like personally, and also like figure out some stuff in my head. And yeah, I was kind of resting from the team game, and when I came into G2, I was ready, full reset, and I don't know, just, you know, being positive and working hard.
Now, talking about working hard and being positive, when we saw you at the beginning of your career, I remember this flashy, very explosive, the aggressive Wrinkle. I wouldn't say we're quite there just yet, but is that what you're aiming for, or does your style change now because of what G2 need as well?
I think it won't change. I think in the start, when I just joined an AP, I was really flashy, going for every pick. And I think it won't work right now because many good teams are ready for you, so you need to figure it out also. But as I said, I will be active for sure. I will not be passive, and yeah, let's see what I can do.
And let's see what we can do also today against Furia. What do you think about this matchup? Because this will be the toughest matchup you've had so far here, right? Certainly a very good team, but they had their struggles against Aurora. Does this feel like a team that you're on the same level with, that you can beat?
I don't know. I'm not really thinking about it. I'm just thinking about having a good game as a team and having right mentality, right positivity in the team, and enjoy the game. I'm not really thinking who we play. Is it Furia, Vitality, Spirit, whatever. So yeah, I think we shouldn't focus on them. We should focus on us and bring the enjoyment into the game.
It looks like you're enjoying it. He's got a smile on his face while saying all of this. Let's see what they can do on the servers. G2 versus Furia coming up next.
Great to see Wrinkle with a smile on his face before the match. Will it still be there at the end of 3 games? Only time will tell. But James Banks seems pretty confident in this guy. Yanko, do you have confidence in Wrinkle tonight?
I think so. I think we might be witnessing, a nice little redemption arc early in his career, right? Because he was this sort of flamboyant player, and then NIP didn't look so good. A lot of basic mistakes that were being made, and he's very honest in that interview, right? Like talking about how he had to do some self-reflecting and do some extra work on himself, and how grateful he is for the opportunity, right? And he's only 21 years old. Like, there's no reason why he can't learn from his mistakes. So hopefully we see the best of Wrinkle moving forward.
And I also just hope that he will, grab this opportunity and, look for himself to learn something where he can really give something extra to G2, because that is what they've been looking for. And he's a very aggressive AWPer, and I think that's also a natural thing that G2 maybe have needed, since they haven't really got involved. Like the main aggressive, rightfully, looks like Nerds, and he's not always been like the most aggressive player by nature. So getting that aggressive, stint into the team might do some wonders for them.
Are there good maps for him in particular? Anything that plays to Wrinkle's strength?
I think early on it's more about what G2 is good on as a team at the moment, right? And I think that's, for me, when we start talking about the map pool, is why I think G2 has a decent chance today, right? Because
осындамын.
is G2's weakest
Ассалаумағалейкум баршаңызға тағы да.
is actually what Furia has been picking lately in terms of nuke, and we see actually Furia switch it up themselves. This is a huge curveball in the veto. Furia to veto out Inferno and be willing to play Ancient. Yesterday against Aurora, it's not the same. Aurora also permabans Ancient. G2 plays it, not too well perhaps recently, but that's against other Ancient teams. So this really tells you they've gained a lot of confidence for that win against Aurora yesterday.
Бізде Furia G2 матчы басталайын деп жатыр. Карта таңдап жатыр бізде командалар. Ancient бізде G2, Anubis Furia.
I think for me it's crazy.
Decider бізде Dust 2. Nuke-ті G2 бірден банға тығып, так, Inferno-ны банға тықты. Ancient кеше көрдік. Furia бізде Ancient-ті камбэк жасады, кеше. Так, бұл G2-ның пигі. Негізі 2-0 жабуға болатын сияқты. Қалай қарайсыңдар?
For Furia to take such a huge risk, I hate this. I absolutely hate this. Like, tells me that they're overcooking it. Don't have enough confidence to just play the default maps. You're going up against G2, who just made a roster change. So where's the confidence for Furia?
Well, the fans are siding with Furia still. 80% that went over to esportsworldcup.com/play chose Furia in this one. G2 20%. Dupree, are the fans way off on this?
A little bit, I think, yeah. I think this is a way 50-50. Like, it's way open in my books. With what I've seen from Furia and their individual output yesterday, this might as well go G2's way. I think it's a lot about the individual showing up in this specific matchup.
And if Furia somehow drops their first map pick, is this completely over 2-0? Or is there a chance they steal game 2 and force a Dust 2 in your mind, Yanko? You've been on point today.
I think there's a chance, right? Anubis was a map I didn't think we were going to see, because both teams haven't been too hot on it lately. I actually thought it was going to be a lock in terms of the map pool with Mirage, Dust, Inferno, just a matter of the order of the maps. But Furia had other plans, so yeah, I wouldn't say they would be out of it, but with such a big risk in the map, if you take such a huge swing, and then if you miss, I don't know how much confidence the players would have going into map 2.
It's time to take a look at the bracket one more time and remind you what is up for grabs. There's over $2 million in the prize pool. More importantly, the title of EWC 2026 Counter-Strike 2 champion. And of course, we are into the quarterfinals. Our 8 teams remaining. We have G2, Furia, Foot Esports, Mouse, Legacy, Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit. The other 3 quarterfinals are going down tomorrow, but we're giving you a little special spice to end the night between G2 and Furia. With 2 minutes still to go before the players are ready here, Dupree, can you tell me about play styles? And clearly, it was the bottom half of the bracket that had the bigger names at the start. Do you feel bottom half is still the tougher side?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sure, Navi, they lost out to Legacy, but you still have the 3 favorites in the tournament in Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit. So it is just going to continue being a brawl down there. And we already heard from Saiwu that he's ready to take on Spirit. He even wants to face Furia as well. So he wants to take the hardest possible route all the way to the A-Core Arena. And that's also just a statement thing for them, saying that, guys, we're ready to play. And it's, it requires confidence to do, though. And the exact same thing FALCONS has done. Like, they just want to replicate what they showed at the major.
Yeah, and I just think to touch back on this Ancient a little bit, yesterday we actually saw Furia being able to win 9 rounds on T side, and they had some really strong mid rounds, and saw online somewhere that, you know, someone was giving an interview after that game, was talking about how actually Yikinder was doing a lot of calling on that Ancient T side, right? And we know sometimes he can take over some games, maybe where Fallen isn't feeling it, maybe this is just Fallen's 4D chess move to like sort of get Yikinder to be the IGL once he retires, but you know, I think that was again against an Aurora team who also doesn't play Ancient and switched to international roster. G2 is a team that's very proactive on the CT side, right? Like, they're not going to sit back, they're going to be making moves, they're going to make the game extremely uncomfortable for you. So I'm not sure that Furia will be able to execute the same sort of mid rounds that we saw win them the game yesterday.
No, but it's just like exactly what I want to bring up. Like, it's going to be a different kind of approach to the game, because now you actually face a team that knows how to play it instead of a team that usually bans it out. So it's a bit of a different storyline. So it's a little bit ballsy in this one.
25 seconds. Let's make it official. Who is going to win game number 1? How many rounds are we going, Yanko?
I think G2's going to win 2-0. I think Furia got lost in the sauce. Well,
we still have to come back after game 1. So who's going to win game 1 and how many rounds?
G2. In 22 rounds.
22 rounds? No 24-round games. Guys, 5 seconds to go. Stage is ready. So are we. Give it up for Yanko, Dupree, and of course G2 and Furia.
Our goal when we came here was 100% top 8, gave everything for this organization, this logo, of course. One more thing like that means a lot to me.
Making the quarterfinal means a lot to us because we kept our composure, we just had to fight a lot, so yeah.
We individually can step up because I know what we are capable of, that can surprise people.
It's panic stations for Astralis. It absolutely has to be!
This is a very good team. It's going to be a crazy game. We have to be prepared.
So they're always trophy contenders, and especially because it's last year of Fallen, I think they are giving toll.
Give it a go. When you kick someone's top part earlier, he hasn't repositioned. Headshot comes in. Nade right below. That might be it. The money shot on Jimmy! As K-Serato clutches up. Catch that!
I respect Hunter a lot as an in-game leader because he's always bringing very cool stuff into the games. Honestly, very cool to see the IGL battle inside the server. They have their own mind games. They're playing like a chess match, so it's very beautiful to watch from the outside.
It's a pleasure to play against Fallen because he is absolute legend of the game. It'll be a pleasure to play against him again.
Whenever we come back from difficult games where we are supposed to lose and all of a sudden we are winning, this is one of the biggest boosts we can get as a team.
Everybody is preparing and everybody is ready for anything that opponents have.
If we can pull out some comebacks like we did today, we're going to be a dangerous team.
Нешеде ойнайды, білмеймін, басталайын деп жатыр, міне. Таймер жоқ. Сахнаға енді шығайын деп жатыр бізде. Ширек финал бұл, жігіттер. Плей-офф матчтары аяқталды.
The floor rumbling as you look out into the audience and see
nothing but
a sea of black and yellow jerseys as this crowd chants and screams
Legacy FALCONS, Vitality Spirit, осында сетка, ширек финал.
In the quarterfinal. You might be thinking, how do you follow that? Well, you bring back the Brazilians.
Oh yeah, you bring back the Brazilian that lost their votes yesterday for their Brazilian team. And that's maybe one of the reasons why Furia managed to close it out on that third map. But today, it is against G2's composure. And I can tell you that it is not a CS2 event without the G2 army. Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez vu la passion des Brésiliens hier. Mais aujourd'hui, ce sont G2 qui se tiennent face à eux. And Ian, from now on,
G2 бізде Франциядан қоя организация.
Obviously, for the winners is another step closer to this trophy. And we're about to witness our first quarter-final. If you thought it was tense in here already, get ready to take it to the next level.
If you think that the show is finished, you are so wrong. First place in the top 4 to go and get, and I can guarantee you that all these teams want to get their hands on it. Ian, shall we?
We shall. Let's welcome onto the stage G2!
G2 бізді бірінші болып шығады сахнаға.
This version of G2 is still being built. More aggression, more freedom, and a new generation being
areenada.
to make the big plays.
Бірақ бразилистер де көп.
Could argue they haven't found the finished product yet, but here they stand.
Тағы да бір сұрақ, бразилистер, француздар, кім жанкүйерлері мақтырақ. Бразилистер бермейтін сияқты, бразилистер прям жестко қолдайды. Ал міне біздің жігіттер Furia 2-3 бірінші болып келе жатыр. 2-3 молодой Fallen, Xerato және Yuri.
L'équipe brésilienne est venue à Paris pour une chose, et c'est gagner, marquer l'histoire.
The arena is bouncing once again. One team is finding out just how dangerous this new chapter can be. The other has spent this year getting closer and closer to the biggest trophies in the game.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit!
Well, it is time at the Esports World Cup for the quarterfinals in Counter-Strike. We've got two great teams in Furia and G2 taking each other on. You would say these are the two biggest names on this side of the bracket as well, Jason?
Well, you absolutely would, and the teams with the most to play for as well. G2, as we mentioned, in a little bit of a situation trying to mold this team exactly how they wanted to play, so you got another chance to prove that you're on the path right now, that this addition of Wrinkle is going to be paying off long-term. For Furia, they already mentioned it, the big one is obviously with Fallen's departure, rack up as many trophies as you can for the old guy before he takes off, and then also try and show that you still have the same level that got you to a major final just a couple months ago.
Now, the interesting part from that death segment for me was the fact that Yanko was so passionate about the decision to take this one to Ancient. I want to hear your take on it, Jason.
Well, I mean, it is a big risk for the team. You can't deny it whatsoever. This is a map they don't play too often. Both of the maps, Ancient and Anubis, that they don't really touch on a whole much. But like now you come into this, and I think they're looking at it and saying there's a weakness on the other side for G2. That's probably the main reason why they've come here. Is they said, yeah, we put some work in it. We want to try our own things, but it's also very weak for them. So we feel like there's an opening, but it is a big risk. You're playing to a weakness of your opponent rather than the strength of yourself, which is what I believe was the argument from Yanko. Was have the confidence that you're good enough on the maps that you practice, that you want to play, that you can take this squad down.
What do you say?
Басталды нет болып қалмай қоса ойнан. По-любому нет боласың ғой.
I like to see teams go for, although I mean I am a big fan of. I do like teams.
Біздің ойыншы ойнаған кезде нет боласың по-любому.
Being a little bit aggressive in the veto process. This one with both of these maps seems very aggressive, very tough.
Қасан нерсіз қарадым.
We'll have to see what they come out with, but obviously, as Yanko and Dupree mentioned on the desk, also is that confidence that surely had to have grown out on the Ancient win against Aurora just the other day.
Now, a big story around the major was the fact that Furia were on the easier side of the bracket to make it all the way to the final. G2 was on that opposite side, right? They were the more tough side of the bracket at the major, had a great game against Team Spirit, but that's got to feel like a missed opportunity for G2. Now they've got a chance with Furia in front of them. Not a Furia that's looking unbeatable by any means whatsoever. I heard Dupree saying the fact that series, it does feel that way, and I think
Bazı ASK дейді. ASK sensin ba? Dana account ba?
Maybe not statistically,
Bazı
but
ASK
I test wise think he's looked good, and there's obviously been some pop-off games where the stats kind of line up with it too. For me, I look towards that interview that Saul gave just a little bit ago, and it's kind of my thoughts too. He basically said this team isn't where we want it to be. This team doesn't seem like it's getting to where we want it to be. So that's why we made the change, because we want to get a new ceiling, new potential for the squad, and see where it can go with Wrinkle in the lineup, and I love that out of the coach.
Well, it is time.
На всякий случай, ASK маған ЛС-ға жазсын, точно сенсің ба? Модерка берейін. Мен просто білмеймін. Басқа біреуге алып жүрсе. Чуйка не подводит, по идее. ASK болу керек. Қош келдіңдер жігіттер, ассалаумағалейкум баршаңызға. Furia G2 ширек финал бізде. Ancient картасы. Қорғаныста бізде Furia, Wrinkle деген шот, минус Fallen, Юри жауап берді бізде, Wrinkle'ды жауап, Нерс минус, Қатыр Матис тағы да бір минус тауып алды. Юри. Ой-ой-ой, әдемі дар, Юри. Клатч, heavy god, клатч. Пачка мидта жатыр, екендар, болды, ақпарат бар. Heavy god туралы біледі, Екеш. Қорқпайды екен Екеш.
Goes for the reload, almost like he could hear you, but 55 seconds left and he steps forward. And Kindar hold this crossfire.
I think this is over. I think they've now moved into checkmate positions. This is going to be really hard to clear one side or the other, and I guarantee Heavy God knows exactly what he's up against, just doesn't know how to defeat it quite yet.
He's got one piece of utility, one flash.
Бірге пик жасайды, ай, хорош. Юрий, жарайсың.
I like that from Furia. In the 2-on-1 eventually, giving him some time to make his move, setting up the crossfire, holding and waiting, and when he's not coming, take the initiative yourself. Good setup from Furia, very reactive. Tons of options for multiple players to be able to help save this round and secure it. The bomb dropping.
Алшықты Юра осы раундта. Қанша 3 минус берді ма Юра? Видеоны дауысы шығарсақ бола ма? Сәл дейді. Тағы да шығарайын ба не? Давай шығарайын. Тағы да сәл шығардым. Енді қалай? Естіп тұрмын ба мен?
So it's kind of interesting, both teams kind of struggling on this map, not any kind of great win rate. There's going to be some shakiness, there's going to be some scrappy rounds. Get exciting down the stretch.
Кірген жоқ қарандар.
This is going to lean a lot on the individuals on both teams, so it just means big plays are going to have to be made.
Бір смок қалды. Бір ғана смок қалды. Қызық екен. Лонгшотты жауып. Шықпады. Тағы да міне. Шортты жауып, енді шығу керек шығар. Ой-ой-ой, Нерс, Heavy God, бір минус тауып алды. Ксерата, жабу керек Хантер. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, Ксерато! Әдемі. Квадра Ксератадан.
Great discipline inside of Cave to make sure that round doesn't go the way of G2.
Yeah, it shows you how much of an outplay that is by the fact the sound cue doesn't give it up whatsoever. Dropping down, Hunter can't react in time. Easy first kill, but good trigger discipline from K-Serrano. Line them all up. And good decision stepping in towards Cave.
Фурияға Анубис таңдады дейді. Себебі кімдер? G2 бам берді ғой, Нюкты. Нюк бам берді, и қандай тағды картаны?
And because of that kind of damage in round 2, G2 is going to invest here and fight back against Furia. They like the economic damage they've done, so a risk early on in this T-side half and a timeout called to talk it over.
G2 бам берді Нюк, сосын Furia Inferno бам берді. Ancient'ы таңдады. Бізде G2 ары қарай Furia Anubis'ты таңдады. Сосын 2 бам беріп, бізде не қалды? Decider'ға. Decider Dust 2 болады.
A very aggressive buy at this point of the game, so it's in line with the philosophy they've been trying to spread throughout this roster that everyone just needs to crank their aggressiveness up just a little bit. They got a chance if they can have a strong punch here to break the economy of Furia early on.
Мирас бәрі ойнай алады жалпы, сол үшін мүмкін. Мираж бам беріп, Даст. Даст жалпы бізде 4 рет ойнады. Furia 75% win rate. Ал кімдерде G2-да 40% win rate 5 матчта.
But a warning sign, a warning shot, as they now know MONGOLZ is opposite B.
Yeah, didn't want to take the space off the shot either, just stayed tucked back. Not a whole lot of utility already for G2, just 3 smokes to utilize. They'll have to play the trade game around this corner with no need. Mattis is going to kill.
Moving in, it's going to be 2 from Mattis.
Білмеймін, екеу кепті тұрып, бір ғана минус бергені. Ай, жарайсын, 2-2. Осы 2-2 болмаса, ай, не деген тайминг, а?
And so Nerds gets that headshot to pull G2 into the lead of the round. And Fallen and MONGOLZ still
Папасымен баласы қалды. Хорош Fallen. Fallen хорош, батя Fallen.
360 just for style as he gets back to that kill on Mantis and puts Nerds into the clutch alone.
A very winnable clutch though. A very
45
winnable
секунд.
1v2 for
White
Nerds.
smoke.
He gets to play the whole map. He's got 40 seconds.
Ну, екеуі ойнайды, retake жасайды. Аға қойса.
Fury wants to make the decision, but how do you do it? Here's the problem. Fallen's low HP. Do you really want to send him off on his own to CT spawn
Байт
to watch
екенін
the
түсіну
A
керек
bomb site?
сияқты. Енді смок
If he
жатыр,
goes down
ешкім
and
жоқ.
Moldo is not in position, that's basically the round there. So Nerds has got a lot of freedom.
Молодой кефт отыр авикпен. По-любому КТ жаққа үлгермейді. А Fallen қызыл. По-любому күту керек.
Committing to it.
Молодойды күту керек.
Rotation has arrived. Fallen very close. In just a second, MONGOLZ will be joining from middle.
Donut
has selected
тексереді
Donut
ка
as the
молодой.
position he would like to play this post plant from.
Eventually, he's going to have to actually clear it. Now that nobody's coming, he has no sound cues, doesn't know where anything is happening on the map. He's got to step in to get the safety.
Oh,
and now it's low HP Fallen having to try and clutch this up against Nerds. We've asked so many times for Nerds to step up and deliver for G2. We talked about how important this round was, and it's Nerds to deliver the goods.
Critical round for Nerds to win for his team. Impressive 1v2 clutch, finding MONGOLZ out in mid. He's even picked up the op at the end of the round, so that's a big weapon taken away from the Furia side.
Күткен кезде, я.
All throughout the round, Fallen coming out on top.
Қарандар таймингка.
Nerds with this 1v2 secures it early on.
Терезеге барайын деген. Екеуі бірге ойнап, Fallenмен болмай қалды. Гандар жоқ, Furia'да. Бір ғана фармилка Юри'да.
5-7s on 3, a deagle and an MP9.
Well, they had to take some risk on the map with the weaker weapons. Unfortunately, it's taken them away from the B bomb site entirely. So, 3 plants at the very least for Furia, or for G2. And we'll see if this retake can do enough damage, grab a kill early on, and maybe make this retake possible.
Негізі Юрамен бірге ойнаған кезде, я жақсы болар еді, бірақ Юра кейфті жүрсін. Қалғандар бәрі КТ'да. Ой-ой-ой-ой, әдемі, флэш. Юра ойнау керек. Хорош кісерата тағы да біреу тауып алды. Юра да минус берді. Heavy God'ты жатты, соңғын жатты. Әдемі, бір ғана фармилкамен. Бір ғана фармилкамен раундта алып жатыр. Хорош.
Op is brought back over to MONGOLZ. He'll have that here in round 5.
Раскит әдемі. Хайе, сайтқа, 2 флэш. Әдемі. Let's go, Furia. Так, 2-2. Қайтадан АВП, MONGOLZ'дың қолында. Так. АВП, калаш, 3 фармилка. Так, на жақта G2-да калаш, шут. 3 калаш, галил, және УЗИшка фармилка.
Fallen slides into position as well, although with an MP9, a weaker weapon, these AKs might have a field day against it.
Yeah, flashes come out, Fallen, long range against the rifle.
Білмеймін, онай түрде жауат деп ойлаймын G2-ларда. Ең қиын осы Аврора болды. И келесі бізде G2-ны өтіп, бұйырса маус күтіп тұр, по идее. Келесі кезеңде. G2-ларды өту керек деп ойлаймын.
From Fallen to move back into the site once they realize they've blocked the A main players with the smoke.
Так, 3-ші раунд Furia.
Round 6 now, and G2 is going to be back on the pistols, unarmored on, or excuse me, armored on those players.
Well, they have been really aggressive with their decisions. They're buying into this one, throwing all the deagles and Tech-9s into it. But this could be the end.
Одан да тек алмай ма бәрі?
As Furia look to force them into the eco.
Yeah, it feels kind of desperate at this point, doesn't it, with a buy like this one? Money in a terrible place for G2. Losing bonus being reset.
Фурия виталиктермен финал сияқты дейді. Фурия Falcon деп ойлаймын. Ой-ой-ой, молодой, әдемі Даня. Минус Heavy God. Маус футтарды өтеді. Шанс көбірек. Байнан енді я. Бірінші мауспен фут ойнайды, сосын сол парадан бізде Фурияға түседі. Так, жеңу керек жетуларда. Так, естеді. Фоллон. Батсатта, бусты. Стартта біреу бар екен, түсініп тұр. Так, енді. Ротация жасайма, аға. Митті жүрсе, асплит екен. Сплит емес енді. Бәрі, я. Салбардан шығайын деп тұр. Хайе, әдемі. Так, Сирата. Білмеу керек ең бастысы. Хорош. Әдемі Сирата. Хорош, хорош. Нави не седі, Нави ұшып кетті болды, Нави. Домой. Білмеймін, вообще без шансов ұтылды ғой Legacy вообще. Прям. Бразилистер. Ойладым Legacy бір карта алатын шығар деп, Нави отады максимально, типа. Либо 2-0, либо 2-1 завод деп ойладым Нави. Өздері 2-0 ұшып кетті. Пазар ғой, пазар бұл.
Rounds like this, you can just take it as a bit of a pause and slow things down. Obviously not going to be too happy with how the T side has started here.
No, it's been a very rough, hasn't it? Saul's not going to be too pleased, I don't think, with the way this has been playing out. Haven't found a whole lot of success. With the emphasis towards, the bomb sites themselves, the extremities, without that success, you still haven't really been able to find the middle either. So Furia across the map, feeling very strong.
It has a certain sense to the game so far, Jason. It hasn't really been settled in yet. We haven't had the clean buy-on-buy round just yet. So hopefully that's coming up. Well, will be in the next round too, as they're just kind of walking around at the moment. No hope really for a bomb plant.
Yeah,
it's going to get cleaned up. Make some money on this SMG. Fallen now moving in with the information. They're
терезеге кетті қарандар үшінші номер. Ой-ой-ой, молодой, минус. Екеш. Юрий келді тағы да. Хорош. Ой-ой-ой, пшақ. Хантер екен көрсетті. Так, авикті алу керек по-любому, я. Қалай ана жерді тоғы. Хеванда екішпен молодой, блоктардан таяқ жеп жүр. Қаранды, бамс, минус бір, молодой. Минус екіш. Еще пшақ на жақта, ой-ой-ой. Пшақ болады, я.
As someone who can be a very, very well-rounded player down the stretch in the future.
Хантер кровозон екен, я? Митшін бұл жерде. Төбіліс, бірақ қарандыр. Не деген тайминг, а? Хантер. Хантер потоки болып тұр ма? Қорқпайды қаранды. Бірінші таймингпен шығып кетті. Так, смок. Рампаға. Рахматис пен Хантер екеуі жүр уже. Так, әдем молотов. Пачкан қойған жоқ. Екеш пшақ. Не болып жатыр мына жақта, не болып жатыр. Пачканы қойды, хорош. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, Юрий, әдемі. Юрий, тағы да бір минус беруге болады. Тағы да минус берді. Соңғы, heavy god. Ай, молодой, Таня нүкте қойды бұл раунд. Әлем кубогы болған соң бәрі болуы мүмкін дейді. Ол бар енді, иә. Сенсация жасап жатыр бәрі. Ширек финал ма? Я, ширек финал. Бүгін бір матч, ширек финалдың, и ертең бізде 3 матч болады. Ертең FALCONS мен Vitality ойнайды. Бұл матч енді білмеймін. Үлгереміз ба бұл матчқа? Үлгермейміз ба? Ертең ПМЦ Қазақстан басталады бізде. Тактиктер қыздар лайк басырайық, жаңадан кіргендер. Қиын болмаса, қолдап жүріңіздер. Heavy мықты дейді. Heavy god, yeah.
It is one of those things where you like it's unfortunately you almost have to judge some of those decisions with the hindsight, but now that it's taken them so long,
бірақ бұл ойында емес дейді. Дұрыс қой. Бұл ойында молодой, алға деп отырайық. Алға, Furia, алға, молодой. АМГ ойнайды, бірақ финалда. Оларға тікелей не. Финалға инвайт берді. OMG және кім? Мэди спортстарға. Так, Таня. Неге инста смок бермейді екен? Furia.
Flash to his face, drops back to safety. His teammates will support him. That'll be the full black plan here.
Ай, хорош.
And that's the AK gone.
Екеш тағы да қарандар. Ай, осы олып сақтайым деп жақындағаның кезде қарандар. Қалай бұрылады?
That'll put him on notice moving forward into the future, and Furia can play this so chill. They don't even really have to worry about stopping the ball.
Екінші осылай.
Buys coming in next round no matter what.
Паджим жасап. Артта. Ооо! Ринкл. Олай болмайды, Ринкл. Так, Сирато. Тағы да бір минус. Молодой Даня әдемі.
Do come in for the retake, only losing 2 players in the round. And one of them you couldn't really do too much about.
Осы жылы база шығатын сияқты жігіттер ойнап тұр дейді. Иә, база состав мықты. Мынаны қараңдаршы, не деген шот, вак шот.
Well, round 10 is here. G2 desperately need a little bit of fire. A little bit of belief, someone to make a play that can re-inject some energy into this T-side. Nerds at elbow.
Так, міне.
Gonna remain passive for the moment.
Инста смок, молотов. Минутқа шыққан жоқ ешкім. Бірақ екінші таймингпен шығу мүмкін. Так, развей. Шыққан жоқ. Хай естіп енді шығайын деп жатыр, иә. Тағы да бір хайесі бар. Стай ма? Даня? Ой-ой-ой, қалай. Екінші бір ХП. Фолон, әдемі. Минус хэви. Так, Люркті өлтірді. Так, 0 бізде кім? Екіш. Екішті оқымайды. Иә, білмейді.
Timing is everything for him. 3 players walk past him through the wall.
Өлтіруге болады. Ой, әдемі, Ринкл. Хорош, Ринкл. Тексермеді.
And the P-bomb site's available to you.
Так, шыны керек. Кейфта екен енді. Так, бәй қараңдар, таза. Ешкім жоқ бәді. Ой-ой-ой, Юрий. Ай-яй-яй. Не істейді енді? Сейф па?
2-man advantage that you held, well, it's gone the other way. So we got 3v3 post-plant. Furia have to retake. Now they found success in this B-side.
Ой, әдемі. Қалай?
G2 into the open, last second headshot
there for Hunter
before he goes in the ground.
Ой, хорош, Даня. Так, да, біреу қалды.
Nerds going for the reload. MONGOLZ changed position. He's got a smoke. It's not planted for Nerds. MONGOLZ could get on it. He taps the defuse, pulls Nerds.
Ай, хорош, Таня!
Makes it look so easy.
Nice.
Just toys with him. Had all the tools he needed to get himself out of that situation to work that problem. Perfectly played. Even double peeking him. Good composure from MONGOLZ.
Все, қосылатқа молодой Даня кура ұстап кетеді қазір. Осы класстан кейін кура ұстайды. Албай алдады. Бірінші карта, я, Эншін. Так, мид үшін төбелес. Мидқа ешкім шыққан жоқ. Шеуі бізде стартта тұр. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Болым, хорош. Бір ғана минус бірақ. Так, молодой. Естіп тұр. Дулат.Т. Дулат естіп тұр ғой. Даня. Даня. Ой, хорош. Так, сайттағы ойыншыны көрді. Давай, Юра, тезірек. Ай, хорош, Юра! Бірге бір. Молодой Хэвигот. Тағы да клатч. Даня. Пачка мидта жатыр. Пачканы алған жоқ. Так, түсіну керек молодой қазір енді. Я, смок, флэш кетті. Қайда барады екен Хэвигот?
3 bullets for Heavygod at the moment. It's a guessing game at this point for both players. It's flip a coin. Which bomb site do you want to go to? MONGOLZ is not going to be able to read this. Blocked off by smoke. Quiet on the map. So much time for Heavygod to play with.
Пачкан қойға беретін сияқты, молодой. Алама, диптер, қалай ойлайсыңдар? Даня, тағы да клатч алама. Сезіп тұр, қараңдаршы. Даня, сезіп тұр. Екен.
MONGOLZ stays committed to the A bomb site. It is the right call currently, and because of the time, Heavygod has to commit. But look at the lack of ammunition. 3 bullets in this AK for Heavygod.
Шаққан ау Хэвиготта.
Plants the bomb. MONGOLZ makes his move.
Кешеді көрдік, е? Ой-ой-ой. Кешеді осындай клатч болды, негізі. Бірақ кеше бізде кім? Сайттың оң жағынан былайдан ашылып, өзі шықты молодойға. Фаз зуммен өлтірді. Базар жоқ, Хэвигот.
But you can see Furia's got so many answers, man. They're playing really well together as a team. Yikinder almost pulling that round back for them and stealing it right out of G2's hands. Final round of the first half.
Make their way up through the Vito straight away again. Some pace to get Wrinkle up on top of the boxes.
They want to exploit this rotation. They showed a B-rush with all those flashbangs, but it slowed down and
Ксерата Фолан. Минус 2.
A very comfortable close to this half if they can round this out at this point.
That's the exact play G2 wanted to be made. That's the scary part is that Furia takes it and just churros it and comes out with the advantage.
Байда біреу болу керек. Екіш бүкіл ақпаратты жинап берді өзі. Екіш. Респаунда жүрі екіш. Так, біреу мидті қарап отыр. 7-ші номер кім Ксерата бізде. Екіш арттан келе жатыр.
Well, look at Furia right now as well. 3 players behind Cube. You got
You
have Kaspi just watching for them to drop off the jump up and go towards mid to readjust to the A bomb site. Now they're not entirely sure.
9-ші раунд па Furia үшін әлде G2 4-ші раундты алама.
All the information in the world.
Так, Wrinkle кейфті. Бәрі кейфті отыр. Так, рампада ешкім жоқ екен көрді.
Quiet nature of the map.
Бәрі кейфті. Болды, түсінеді. 30 секунд. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Бірақ екішті оқымайды. Әдемі. Екішті тұғылу керек. Перекрест. Әдемі. 9-ші раунд. Furia үшін. Easy деп тұр. Молодой.
Okay, so we know that the Furia fans are loud over there, but I've managed to find some G2 fans. How we do it?
Так, жаңадан кіргендер, бұл бірінші карта бізде.
Tell me why G2's going to win this thing. Because we got heavy gun. Good answer. Furia not loud enough.
G2 танаған карта бұл, Ancient. Келесі Anubis, Furia Piga. Decider Dust 2.
Nice mix it for me because a bunch of friends my dad, so I have a message.
Лайк бастерейік, бір-бірден тігіттер, қыздар. Let's go G2 деп жатырған. Алға Furia. Қайдағы G2. Так, шабуылға енді. Furia. Так, опа, Wrinkle. Күл ақпаратты жинап берді Wrinkle.
All the Furia forces following up.
Соңына дейін қарандыр, е? Шығай деп жатыр аға. Қателік емес па? Furia?
And here's the attack.
Wrinkle темплда. Wrinkle минус. Сайтта Матисті өлтірді. Тағы да бір ойыншы сайттағы. Так, Нерс. Бірінші минус. Furia'да.
Furia continue to be strong in the opening map of this quarterfinal. Nert's doing what he can, but there's too many targets and they peek him somewhat at the same time, but haven't actually been able to remove him just yet.
Yeah, but how the players are, it should be pretty.
Екеуі де темплдан ойнап жатыр. Ой-ой-ой, екінші минус.
2-on-2 now.
They got a smoke as well.
2-5 хп.
Going to be a 10-second stick on the diffuser, but heavy card will going to be the body guard.
Оу, қалай. Heavy good. Тағы да клатч пәне. Екеш. Қайдасың? Ой, хорош. Екеш, хорош.
And that will be a 10th round win for Furia.
Бис хпсімен. Бис хпсімен раундты алды Екеш.
Very impressive, but Furia with these openings is just way too strong.
3 минус. Клатч. Хороший Екеш. Екиндар, Екиндар.
That's got to be a little scary if you're Kinder and having to put that many Glock bullets into the diffuser inside the smoke, and you never know if it's actually hitting them.
10 раунд бар. Пистолеткан жеңді. G2 бізде форс жасап жатыр. Бұға шыға ма жылдам? Жоқ, үшеу бұл жақта жүр. Екеу стартта. Ой, sorry. Ауысты ғой, ауысты бізде. G2 екеу Б-да, үшеу А-да тұр. Eagle, Бармилка, 357. Үш смок бар тағы да. Бір хайе, флеш. Фурияда Галил, так, 3 Галил, 2 фармилка. Раскит, смок, бір ғана смок көріп тұрмын. Так, 50 секунд. Так, әдемі хайе. Матис, 18 хп қалды. 40 секунд. Тағы да бір смок мұне. Нерста отыр, Донатта. Қиын. 30 секунд қалды. Шоу керек, смок. Әдем. Ой-ой-ой, Wrinkle 2 минус берді. Қой алмайтын сияқты. Ой-ой-ой, молодец, Хантер.
First kill is there for Caserato. He knows Wrinkle is still towards A main. He turns to that one.
Ой-ой-ой, хорош. Үлгерет.
Time is the issue. They have to look towards A main. That bomb plant will come through. And Matt is
Ой-ой-ой, Екеш. Не деген шот бұл.
Well, they just showed G2 how to win a 2v4.
Не деген валидол бұл, а? Не деген раунд.
That's it. Throwing the towel now. Like, you can't recover from that round loss.
When G2 come back and review this map, they're going to see 4 or 5 rounds that they should have won. They were in great position and just could not handle.
Oh my god.
Дейді. Insane менде. Сенбедім мен. Не істеп кетті.
Caserato is sitting at 19 kills, 9 deaths at the moment. Looking to try and break 20 as he head into the last couple of rounds here. And G2 used their final timeout.
Оян дейді. Мен смара açsama дейді.
element of it is the economic situation where you mentioned maybe they just haven't felt like they've gotten
сынды жету.
dig into the game plan a whole lot. I think also you look at that solid conversation and interview he gave where he said, you know what, the major we kind of found our ceiling. This move is made to see if we can propel past that. Well,
Явно моральдан ұрады бұндай раунд.
Getting flattened here on the opening map. In this quarterfinal series.
Просто қолда тұрған раундты тартып алды Furia.
Here in Paris. Anubis will be up next in this series and Just 2 as a decider if we need it.
Furia G2 ойнап жатыр бізде. Так, Б-ға шығайын деп жатыр бізде Furia. Ай, хорош.
MONGOLZ killing his own teammate in the midst of all the chaos. He can on to at least help G2 out a little bit here.
Хорош.
Fallen still wins the engagement against Nerds with the MAC-10.
Так, біреу кейфті. Ринкл туралы ақпарат бар, флеш кетті. Ай-яй-яй, тайминг. Сәл ертерек,
5-7 giving it a go here from Mattis.
Матис Хантер, Ринкл, минус Хантер. Матис сайтта, молодой, әдемі. Соңғы Ринкл. Ай, молодой. Әдемі, Таня. Жарайсың. Жарайсың, Таня.
G2 have yet to start the quarterfinals. This has been so clean and really so few
Бүкіл матчтар бүгін, 2-0. Есебімен дауып жатыр.
Round 16 and potentially the final here on Ancient. It's a grim buy for G2's
Осы
defense.
матчта да 2-0 болса ғой.
Pistol and MP7.
Так, соңғы раунд қалды Фурияларға. 12 бар. G2 3 раунд. Қолдарында фармилка, utility. Керек емес та utility. Так, бек болып жатыр мына жақта G2-ларда. Тік істей алмай жатыр. Тік істей алмай.
Madison Nerds stepping through CT spawn just as the smoke fades. 12-3.
Неше минутта бітті жалпы осы матч? Что-то слишком тез бітіп кетті.
Tempo, one gone already. Why not try and grab both? But it's heavy guard, the final player here for G2 and their final moment. It's going to be a crushing defeat coming in to G2's way, and I gotta say,
Я өз пиктарын, я пешекім нюкта ойнаған кезде, но бүгін нюк болмайды. Келесі Анубис. Анубис 100% Easy отат деп айта алмаймын енді, көреміз қалай болатын. Соншама күтіп 5 минутта бітті. Бізде бірінші матч. Жарайды енді 5 минутта емес, но слишком тез бітіп кетті.
Alongside me as this was a swift one. We may have a bigger delay between games 1 and 2 than we had for game 1 on the stage. Dupree, what went down here? How did Furia walk away with that convincing 13-3?
That was a very dominant showing for Furia. Very disappointed in what G2 showed in this one, and if it would have been for those two clutches from Nurse and Heavy Guard, they barely would have gotten any rounds, and in majority of their T side, they just looked like a team that didn't know where to go. Like they lacked the overview, they simply lacked the positioning for themselves and finishing out rounds. They even lost a couple of clutches they were not supposed to be looked. So whenever they return to the practice room and they're going to be looking at this game, they're going to be kicking themselves because this game could have been very different.
Take a look at this scoreboard right here. Take a look at the amount of kills that Furia has in a 13-3 win. You almost never see this. Why is that? Because in the 3 rounds that G2 was able to win in the first half, they had 2 players alive combined. They had a Nerds 1v2 and a Heavy God 1v2 that they won and stayed alive, and then in the 3rd round that they won, everyone died.
Right.
So that was it. So round after round, Furia was able to rack up kills, right? That's how dominant that first half was. And honestly, it was embarrassing for G2 what they showed. I understand that you were caught off.
Анубис көп ойнамайды ғой Furia дейді. Вроде FALCONS'тармен ойнады, астанада дейді. Есімде жоқ. Но Анубис, олардың карталары нюк, Инферноны көп ойнайды, бірақ Инферно білмеймін бұл жерде. Өздері бан берді негізі Инферно. Мүмкін кімдердің мықты карталары, G2-лардың сол үшін. Бірақ Инферноны ойнауға болатын еді, жалпы.
Maybe Furia should be bringing this out moving forward? Well, I don't know. Not sold on it yet. I don't know about the long term. I don't think they won because it's ancient. I think they won because G2 just played poorly. No matter the map, if G2 played like this, they would have lost, right? But still, there's an element to it where you're catching them off guard. Perhaps they didn't account for it, and also, obviously, you knowing this is an option.
Уже бас салып, бірінші матч аяқталды бізде.
That's what gave
Бірінші карта.
confidence to the Furia players on that city side.
Параллельно матч жоқ, жігіттер, параллельно матч жоқ. Тек осы матч.
Map 1 here. What did you see in the early rounds?
So round 3, as you can tell, the fact that we have 5 players from Furia on this side already, like we have 4 towards the B bombs and 1 in middle, and you can tell like
Ширек финалдың қалған матчтары ертең өтеді. Бүгін плей-офф соңғы матчтары, я. Плей-оффтың и міне бізде ширек финал бір матчы.
From the side of G2, Fallen jumps up from it, finds a fight onto Wrinkle, kills him in the back, and Mattis can't convert this fight, but thank God for the likes of Nerds. This is one of the rounds that we pointed out. This brought back G2 because would they have lost this one? There could have been a chance they wouldn't have gotten a single round.
Осы раунд алуға болатын еді негізі, Нердсқа бермей. Сәл тайминг, я.
Also how important this round was with the economy that he bailed them out, but apparently this was just like the start of the disaster for G2.
Yeah, we called that in early, hoping that G2 was going to show more life. Unfortunately, we kept getting clips from
G2 көбірек көрсетеді деп сенеміз ба, или күттік па, соны айтып жатыр бізде.
This is like third, fourth round in a row that goes terribly wrong for G2 towards the B bomb side. Heavy God, bless him, was like, hey, I'm going to try and make a play, right? I applaud that, didn't work out. Here, Yakinder sneaking through the smoke. Right, sort of, again, is going to catch G2 a little bit. Okay, you can see the weird situation where the rest of the G2 players are sort of sneaking cave. So they're going to find a gap here towards B. Even though they're 2v5, right? Get the bomb down.
Furia айтсам.
Be in a decent situation. They catch Fury, they're going to kill Yakinder. But now, when that happens in this 3v3, right, you're going to see, again, them struggling to find solutions, right? Great job from Nerds finding this kill. I mean,
жестко ойнады.
Hunter also manages to find one, luckily.
Молодой қарандар, классты.
Moldoy knows about Nerds. He doesn't know about Matt.
Арттағы вообще нефтеуін кетіп қалды.
But you're just finding you need to also, if you're Mattis,
И мына жерде қарандар.
don't reveal your position.
Ми ғой таза.
You need to leave him to either win the round or die, right?
IQ.
You now have the 1v1. Moldoy has no idea where you are. You can position yourself wherever you want to just play the clutch, and this way you made it easier for Moldoy, who smoke really made the clutch difficult for Nerds to win.
Just a lack of decision making, right? Someone just needs to take the helm and say, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. And it feels like they're super stressed out in this situation. Like, Mattis have no reasons to peak in this given situation. And just play Nerds it out, you know, so let Nerd play it out. And in theory, it's these type of rounds. Like, they could have bounced back if they won this one, but when they throw this stuff away, it also just keeps killing their confidence, and it's just not good enough.
Not the way you want to finish your first game unless you're on this side of the ball. Let's take a look here at the stats from 2 stars. We didn't really say enough about Kisarado in the pregame. Yakinder, we highlighted as looking to step it up going into today's quarterfinals. Did he do so far?
Look, it's the only reason why we did not talk about Kisarado is because he's been so good for the tournament that we didn't need to, because he always delivers, right? We did have a little bit of negative point coming in that Yakinder was missing yesterday. But he kind of made up for today. You know, he found a lot of position and got a lot of information that could really help Furia puzzling the rounds together. And I mean, like, it's just good to see that regardless of having a bad game yesterday, he shows up, and Kesarado, you know, like, this guy is just unbelievable. Like, he just delivers time and time again.
Молодой Юра, осы ше ойнаса прям потокқа кірсе әдем болса еді.
Also yesterday on
Статистика набивать етіп, шеу фэнтезида жүр менде. Ертең PUBG Mobile, я ертең PUBG Mobile эфирі, бірақ осы арнада емес, ресми арнада PUBG Mobile киберспорт арнасында өтеді эфир.
It's not that Furia has had tremendous results on it lately, but they know G2 hasn't either, so they just want to go and sort of make G2's life as uncomfortable as possible, feeling that their worst maps
are better for them than they are for G2.
Shout out, we got a lot of OGs in the chat right now, and I saw a question. What is this? Yes, it is a best of 3. So if you're Furia, you need just one more map. We're going to Anubis, and if needed, there will be Dust 2 as the decider. With about a minute left here in our break, Dupree, I want to get your thoughts going into the second map.
With what G2 have shown so far, I'm worried that this is just going to be like a completely stomp for them. I don't think they have looked solid whatsoever. And I'm also looking at the map pool and the video, everything. I'm kind of curious whether Furia is like playing with the idea of playing all 7 maps, or they try and remove their permaban into something different. Because looking at the fact that they decide to pick Anubis against G2, it's not a map they have played themselves a lot. And now also G2, they have looked pretty bad in that one. So maybe that's why they went that way.
Yanko, give me a reason to stay tuned for map number 2. Tell me how G2 is getting to map 3.
I think they're going to get a kick in the behind from, the coach, the mental coach as well, and just get them to reset and don't overthink. Play your own game, like communicate with each other. Try to play together a little bit more, because they lost due to bad fundamentals, not because of Ancient.
Kick in the rear, get your butt in gear. It's time to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's map number 2, live from EWC, Counter-Strike 2 in Paris.
Так, кішігірім үзіліс, 1-2 минут, және келесі матч басталғанда қайта ораламыз.
Yuri, drop your smoke.
One donut? No.
Guys, I'm smoking donut.
Okay.
Or smoking city.
Smoke city and not a full donut. Temple.
Pushing city.
More temple, one more.
Molly temple.
Donut. Temple.
Out.
Nice!
Hi everyone, Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss. Who has the messiest hotel room?
Damn.
Oh, easy. I already saw the room, bro. It's crazy.
What's wrong with the room?
Oh, but there's everything in the room. Like I don't know, bro. I can't explain. Like it's ugly, bro.
Yeah, take your time, bro. It's okay.
Have fun.
Okay. Hey, let's go.
What? Me messy? You're crazy.
I pick myself because I know me.
Bro,
I don't like.
Once he forgot his passport in the hotel, so I need to go back to take to him, for him, and I saw the room, bro. It's like mad room, bro. Like I never seen anything like.
I feel like in our team there's always like pairs that live together most of the time. I think Kasrato and Yuri's most of them. Then Daniel usually lives alone, and me and Fallen sometimes share or whatever. I've never really seen anybody being so messy, but I just wrote Kasrato because I've never lived with him. So I just assumed.
Shots fired.
I'm not this type of guy. I'm the only one.
He's
I've heard bad stories about you though, Yuri.
Sometimes.
All right, who's most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse?
Bro.
That's funny, actually. Bro, it's definitely not you, bro. That's actually funny. It's definitely not you, bro. It's definitely me. Yeah, bro.
Bro, I love movies, bro. Everything.
Watch is the difference, bro. What is different?
Yeah, bro. Nice, Maddox. You're right, bro. You're right.
You know why I wrote you? Because you're playing 1.6 zombie servers.
True, bro. Since I was kid, I love like apocalypse. Huh?
How it help in life?
Bro, because there's things that you saw that in the real world that's gonna work.
You know that I had to shoot the head.
Yeah, there's more things, but I love this kind of maybe me, yeah.
Who did you put?
Well, no one, bro.
None of us.
None of us, of course.
Maybe.
Yeah, depends how is the zombies. The Walking Dead zombies, easy to survive. But if it's a fucking World War Z, impossible, bro. Impossible, bro. Yeah, I guess it depends. Yeah, it does depend on many things. None of us. If it's 1.6 zombies, Yuri is the king. Yuri is the winner. By the way. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have power, so maybe.
Who is most likely to sleep through their alarm?
Yeah, all of them is him.
Always late, you know.
TikTok all the night.
How many hours do you have on TikTok per day?
It's not many hours.
Not many.
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
time
yeah.
I see you in the phone on TikTok, bro.
I think 4 hours per day.
4 hours on 4 hours, but the speed he scrolls is insane. He's just like not even looking at them, just scrolling for what?
Do you watch in like 1.5 speed?
No.
No.
He's not on TikTok. He's on Twitch. Watch some server.
Twitch,
Yeah,
true. I think 10 hours is Twitch, 1 hour is TikTok, and
When do you crack?
He doesn't. Watching Twitch.
Yeah.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining
so
me. Hope
much.
you guys enjoyed it.
Now, over in the Alliance Bowl, we've had some pretty big news going down. Over in Counter-Strike, it's been FALCONS and Vitality to secure themselves top 8 at very least. But bigger news over here, Trav. What's happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreak for AJL. They've come into this one expecting to win it all. This was supposed to be their tied on 1,000 points this week that gives them a chance to win the club championship. And they've gone crumbling out of the competition in the quarterfinals. Baisha Gaming have taken out Team FALCONS in the lower bracket of the qualifying stage, have been drawn against AGL, and have beaten them both. So the top 2 teams in the club championship are now out of our competition. It's Team Liquid against Na'Vi at the moment, so there's some more storylines here and there. Na'Vi still in with a chance of winning the club championship. Same with Vitality, but they're pretty much got to win all 3 games they're in this week and have FALCONS do bad.
Okay, so what you're saying is the odds are looking ever stacked in the favor of FALCONS for
They
this
are.
club championship.
Anyway, I think Team Vitality and Na'Vi had like 0.33% and 0.22% chance of winning the club championship at the start of this week, and I don't think that's gotten any better.
Well, thank you so much for the update, Trav. If anything changes, we will, of course, be back at you with more club championship updates.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, look who I found wandering around EWC. It's none other than Tweede, the biggest man in Counter-Strike. I think that's a good way to put it. Liz, how are we doing? You've also got the no refund shirt on.
Refunds, yes, no refunds, got it. Shout out.
Now, tell me, you've been around EWC, you've been around many events. What have you been up to? What have you been doing during your time here, mate?
Oh, I got invited to just check out the entire event, enjoy myself, of course. Oh, the player area. Oh, I got access to that one, yes. You can do a lot of things like play, pool, enjoy every type of games, catering twice a day, you know what I mean? Like, oh my god. Yeah, just enjoy the entirety of Paris, see that sick event that is around here. EWC right now, definitely impressive as usual, Counter-Strike event, and enjoy myself.
You mentioned the catering.
Yeah.
Easy for you to hit your macros and your calories and get enough food in?
No. Did you have like, you have 7, 8 different choices of everything and then desserts and stuff, but I am prevailing at the very minimum with the dessert.
Can I take a look at what's in this bag? Can we show what's in this bag? Because you surprised me earlier with this, right? I said you're the biggest thing. Well, maybe this is.
This is 4,000 calories. Just hold up.
Okay. My God, this is the most French thing you can find. 4,000 calories.
Yep.
You can eat it all in one sitting?
I actually, in fact, ate one of those early on a live stream.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, God.
I got paid $25 for it, so.
I would take that, yeah. That's a good. I don't know if it's worth it or not, but you can do some cardio to burn it off as well. But I now need to ask you a bit more about the Counter-Strike. You can hold it. Is it heavy?
No, it's not good.
Okay, it shouldn't be heavy for you.
It's going to be part of the interview.
This is now part of the interview. So, who are you looking forward to seeing here at EWC? Who do you think is going to be doing well in the Counter-Strike? A lot of Vitality fans, but they've been shaky. People are saying FALCONS on a good run. Furia is playing right now.
I mean, big fan of Furia, Fallen, Yakinda, the whole shebang. I am personally going to go with either FALCONS or Vitality, and for the love of the game, get Vitality in the arena. Hey, Vitality in the arena in Paris is going to be magnificent, like, so we need them there.
So you want a Vitality Furia final, and then who wins?
Something like that, and who wins? I don't really mind either. I mean, having the Fallen there winning with Yakinda over there, but let's just go with the flow, gain a vitality, fan favorite in Paris, see Apex explode. That's it.
There we go. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it from him. Good luck eating this.
With the end of the Esports World Cup inching ever closer, truly every single game matters. So I'm back down in the Kadir City grid to get a little update from Glitter as to what has been happening in Fortnite. What are the headlines? So we're in Group B, halfway through our matches on the day so far. Now this was the group that AGAL were expected to top out of. They didn't do it so far. They were actually down at the very bottom for quite some time. They're starting to have a little bit of a comeback. They've now moved their way all the way up into 12th. However, that's not enough to make it into finals. It's enough to stay alive in the competition, absolute worst case scenario, but they still have 5 more matches to kind of pick up that performance and continue chipping away at the leaderboard. But if we're talking about some of the other teams that are even just in the CC storyline and looking to improve their placement, even just from a money perspective, Twisted Minds are at the top right now, which is working out well for them, and we've seen some solid performances out of Furia as well. So we'll have to see how the rest of these matches go. Things could still be shaken up, but definitely not what we expected so far. Okay, very interesting. So much unfolding over here at Fortnite. Thank you so much, Glitter, for the update.
Goes back towards the B-bomb side and allows players to activate with the normal res. Floor mode down immediately. Threes want one of these in the spam comes up. He knows Zulu's feeling the pressure. Donk.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's the quarterfinals between G2 and Furia, and right now only one team has shown up. That's got to change coming into map 2, otherwise the key of G2 and their dreams of actually winning this competition will be crushed.
It's actually kind of the first and really the only question worth discussing at this point is just, you know, are you actually going to be here? Are your individuals going to provide anything for this G2 team to rebound in this series? We're going to have to see who's going to step up here on Anubis. Second map in the series, Furia one map closer to the semifinals at the Esports World Cup. Looking to take out G2 in 2. They're going to be starting on the CT side, G2 attacking into their defense. Got utility, 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov for G2. This is always going to be towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, Furia have so many players ready to defend this B-bomb site. First up is MONGOLZ with Yuri. And this combination might prove too difficult to get past. Yuri's even got utility to slow it down, but G2 can't respect that. They've just got to go. Heavy guard, great entry, followed up with a second, and Matas moves in with him. So that's the site, that's the round.
Yeah, very perfect, really, as you'd say. No, nothing they could do whatsoever. Good utility usage. MONGOLZ had to get something with the dualies to slow that down. Nice little punch in the face from G2 to open up this second map, and hopefully a taste of what's to come. Hopefully an indication the attitude's going to be a little bit different here for this G2 squad. The other nice thing about that, we talked on Ancient, it felt like that T-side kind of fell by the wayside, never got started due to some financial issues, the economics they could never get under control. As long as you can convert round number 2, this is the exact setup G2 would have loved to have had on the previous map. Get some money in the pockets quickly.
I mean, that was a big problem over on Ancient, right? The fact that G2 just never really got going economically at all. We didn't get to see Wrinkle. We were talking about Wrinkle a lot coming into this game, saying we've been impressed with his off play. We've really enjoyed watching him so far. He's been a great surprise. Then we just didn't see him all. So
he never had the cash on the T side, did he?
No, so it's got to change.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I'm sure we'll see it on this map. It got to be a priority. AK-47's rifles coming in for G2. Looking to build upon that pistol round victory. We do have a small tech issue up on the stage, so we're going to chill for a little bit before we get back into the action. Kasaradu coming into this big map after a monster performance on the first one of Ancients. Just a complete beast inside the server. 20 kills for Kaspi.
Anubis картасы. Екінші карта. Бірінші картада бізде Furia жиында. Пик Фуриянікі. Anubis пик Фуриянікі.
And we have got an actual approaches for Furia. It's not great, but it'll be a scout, a couple of MP9s, and a couple of 5.7s.
Фуриянікі ғой, ja?
They're going to play the smoke fade, or they're just going to come on through it. Flashes there. Little sketchy from Heavy God, but he does get away. Free kill, a man advantage. And plenty of G2 players around to make sure that there's no further danger from this push.
Furia таңдады. G2 шабылда бастаймыз деп шешті.
That's actually a really good find. If he can disappear into the bomb site, if everyone can kind of slink back into their sights and reset this
Anubis
round.
лабиринтті дейді. Anubis я осы қазір нені қосып қиын болып кетті сәл. Мидтағы терезені. Так, бірінші раунд бізде G2 алды. Furia Force. Так, бір минус тауып алды. Минус Heavy, минус Fallen. Так, екіш қалас салды өзіне. Молодой Мухаммед. Юрий 5-7, Ксерата фармилка. G2-да 3 Галил, 1 фармилка. Так, өткетті. Аға, бұлай, бұл деді, екіш түкісте алмады. Қаласы тауып. Сейф?
Staying calm, taking it slow, seeing if
there's
any more follow-up. You know that despite the fact that you have a man down and they've taken a weapon away from you, you've got control of the map, you've got the better weaponry overall and more utility down the stretch. The longer the round plays out, the more difficult it is for Furia. Letting the clock bleed and then play in your advantage. 2-0 for G2. Furia on this map hasn't played too much of it in the past 3 months. That's kind of the conversation the desk was having with the Matt Vito pre-match. Going to Ancient and then going here. 0-2 on this map in the last 3 months. They've lost to Dendele and FALCONS. Dendele.
Yeah, Dendele. Sharks players.
It's a fun name.
Yeah, fun to say. Also fun to lose to, apparently.
But you know what? They surprised us on Ancient, so coming into here, I expect, you know, to not have that same vibe of a winless Furia on this map. Defense has yet to get around on the board, yet to plant their feet. All the advantages to G2. Heavy God's got a MAC-10 looking to farm up some cash.
Так, 2-0.
Spread into an early default to look for aggression. Heavy God as a little information gathering piece.
Кім 9 бізде? Молодой, Беда. Мухаммед тұр.
Speaking of information gathering, it might just be one of those plays from Furia out towards A main.
Б жаққа барайын деп жатыр. А мейнда кірді бізде Heavy God. Өзі дайын тұр негізі, лақтыру керек. Fallen. Oh.
Heavy got blinded, but will retreat to spot that he's killed 2 players.
Yeah, beats the flashbang as well. I love that he steps into that fight. Aiming for the head because he had to have the head shot.
Oh, good tag.
Yeah, tag on the wall. Nowhere from
Қалай тигіз алмады 2 шот.
Not for long, surely.
He's just getting thrown every piece of utility as well.
Өлтірді Heavy God.
This time on Heavy God. With the bomb planted in B. Obviously, Fallen just seeing if they can grab anything extra on the way out.
Кемдегіне 2 минус беруге болады не де? Б-мейннен шыққан ойыншы. Осы суда жүрген ойыншыны екінші шотын тигіз алмады. Жарайды, unlucky.
Yeah, we'll check when the guns come out. How that's going to play. Been very slow rounds at the opening for G2. Haven't tried to apply too much pressure rather than going up against pistols.
Келесі бай раунд енді. Көрейік.
Pace changes will come at some point during this half, but now we're going to see Furia's defense with all the weapons they could require.
Фуриян картасы емес дейді. Ну, пик Фурияныкі. Картасы емес енді.
Only thing they're missing at the moment is kits on the Furia side, so any retake is going to have to be quick, it's going to have to be fast. 3-0.
Пик бан бізде нюк банға кетті бірден жетулардан, я сосын өздері инферно бан берді. Ancient таңдады, Anubis таңдады. Так, Мираж бан берді бізде жету. Кэш бан берді Furia. Так, Курик, ой-ой-ой, әдем приемка, бірақ мына жақтан нерс бітті. Так, ада бір ойыншы бар тағы да, бұл молодой, Даня ұйықтап қалды.
2 of the 3 remaining players here for Furia are low in HP. 6 health for Yekindar, 21 for Kaspi. Nerds and Wrinkle are going to try and figure out if there's any way to come together in this round win.
This is the guy you're most scared about at the moment, is Nerds, just because he's the one on the map with a minute to play with.
Варик болған жоқ бұл жерде, тек Anubis. Но Миражды ойнауға болатын еді, я.
Oh, they just exchanged positions. The low HP player of Kaspi is actually going to win the fight against Nerds, so now Wrinkle's chances to win the round.
Күрекеден өзеніп бізді ертерек ұйқыға жіберсе екен дейді, сол мен де соны ойлап тұрмын. Фалконстарға дайындалып жатыр ма дейді, мүмкін. Я 4 алса негізі жетеді қорғанысты.
And Furia didn't bite on that. Very easy for Kaspi to make that call, feel that pressure, and pull somebody else over. But nobody from Furia budged.
Wrinkle attempting the kill down towards Connector. Not going to get that chance though.
You mentioned his AWP and the fact that we didn't see it a whole lot across Ancient. We've got it early here on Anubis in round 5. It'll be a supportive piece early on to allow the AK-47s to scale up and move to map control.
Разымен кеше де бізде қарсыласын пигін алып, өз пиктарын ойнай алмай, Decider қарадық. Мүмкін жету қарсыда Decider қарайтын боламыз. Көреміз. Карта енді басталды. Түсініксіз.
Off on Nerds as well. Trying to keep track of the presence over in middle. I think now wants to get a little bit frisky, has the chance to peek out the window. G2 is going to start readjusting on the map back to the A bomb site. Mattis is outside B. Nerds in the middle of the map watching for a push. But everyone else lining up in A main.
And Fallen. Alongside Molodoy. The duo to try and defend the site.
It's only a 2-man attack, so they don't need to commit off this. They want to cause some damage and maybe open up an avenue for Nerds.
Көрді, көлеңкесін. Ой-ой-ой, қалаш болған кезде, я. Болған жапты.
Looking at a 3v5 now to try and return here for Furia. 20 seconds though. Mattis lurking into the site. The bomb is coming back to B. This could be stepping up. The time is so limited, they don't have enough time to be methodical. Another bomb moves in. Planted Yekindar in the open. And they've just about grabbed it here, G2. Yuri and Molodoy can still win this though.
Try.
He's going to want to make the first move. Take some attention. Open up the flank for your teammate.
Болады. Бұмайында біреу бар екен біледі. Мына жақтан ашылмай ма?
He'll fall away, and it will be G2 to pull through to a 4-1 lead.
Dicey, G2, I think, almost outcalled themselves in that round with the return back to the B bomb site. Yekindar almost puts together a clinic. Can't read the play, the late play from Nerds in towards 8 main, and that's the pressure release that allows G2 into the bomb site to win the round. Lead extends to 3, it's 4-1. Talked at length about the money issues on map 1 for G2. Now it's Furia going to be struggling with it, and what kind of a buy they can put together here. The AWP is not available to them to pass.
Unlucky болып тұр, сәл.
Well, you know, that extra kill even at the end just adds to the damage that you've done to G2's economy. So you know you've got them in a brutal point when it comes to residual cash, but G2 are absolutely going to have the superior purchase available in this round, and it's up to Furia to figure out what can we even put together. Is there any sort of disruptive style we can maybe throw into the CT side?
And if we want to take stock of G2 during this timeout after the Ancient map that we just discussed, You're seeing more of that individual effort and talent kind of show up here. You can see they look much more comfortable working the map with the protocols and the plays that they're following and the way they're moving together.
Нені сұрап тұрсын? Типа матчтарды ма? Параллельно ойнады ғой плей-офф матчтары.
We want to get a deep 3-map series here in the quarterfinals. Freeze time is coming to a close. Round 6 going to go live, but Furia doesn't have a whole lot to fight with. Haven't shoved all in here, so you got Molodoi with the M4, you Kinder with the FAMAS, it's a pistol and an SMG on K-Serrano behind that.
Так, он смог түсті бізде. Үшеу бұйда. Так, МК, FAMAS, Фармилка, 5-7, Юсп. Юрий қайда жер бізде? 6. Бұйда жер. 09 молодой екендер, Юрий Беда.
No timing to favor him, and obviously if you commit to that for a little bit too long, end up conceding space elsewhere. Good for Furia not to concede an early player to the waiting AWP, but you're sitting back, you've got weaker weapons, it can feel like you already lost the round, so they're trying to take the fight to G2, and they start to send Yuri out towards B. He's got nothing to lose, just a USB.
Так, байқады, матчты байқады.
At least knows the one player, the kind of lurker to watch for those kind of pushes is still hanging around.
Бір ойыншы ғана бөлмейінде.
Saw them attempt that push a little bit earlier, so very aware of the possibility they come back into it.
Ой, хорош, екеш. Әдемі.
That is a massive moment to get out of Yekindar, doing some
Тигр,
great work
тигр.
towards this site. And for Mass to a triple kill, Mattis and Nerds, it feels like
Матис
G2
пары
didn't
кем
get to do
біледі.
anything
Так,
in
енді
that
тағы
round.
да
We were just
біреуін
about to set up the move and the positioning to actually go for the call that they had in
Nerds
mind, but
қайда
then
жүр?
Yekindar just rips that away from them, picks up an AWP. And that's a huge round to win for Furia there.
Екеш қыпысы жоқ, авик алуаған.
Economy here of G2 and the
Пачка
run that
сәрсі
they've been
жатыр.
building on this T side.
That really breaks up the momentum that they've
20
been working
секунд, бұл
with.
сейф.
An extended save here at the end of round 6. Plenty of weapons for Fury to upgrade into for free. They're going to have 2 AK-47s and that AWP that they bring forward. All picked up off the bodies of G2 players. Really nice round from Yekindar.
Анубис картада атакаға хотя бы 4 раунд алса әдем болады. Жалпы,
He's showing some real resilience at this B bomb site. He's the player most often at the moment.
Атака мақтарақ.
A lovely sequence, good spray control with a weaker rifle.
3 минус.
One missed shot from
Бам, бам, бам. Жабық деді Кон.
4-2 in the favor of G2. And their last buy before they're forced back onto pistols.
Соңғы бай дейді, G2. Ақша жоқ келесі раундқа. Бұл раундта алу керек болып тұр. Келесі тегін келеді. Ой, қалай.
But it's not enough damage to bring him down. Both competitors dishing out some blows to one another, but for Nerds, he's down on 17. He'll still stay committed to his task of just dribbling a smoke out because the main attack is once again going to the other side of the map at Fallen. Who's going to try and delay this. He's only got a FAMAS.
Oh, he busted out a really defensive smoke, thinking they were going to commit to that as well. A lot of defensive utility. Fallen felt like that was the execution, so Molotov is burned, multiple flashes burned, a smoke is burned at the A bomb site.
Қайта.
In fact, G2 have so much time they can actually call it off, go elsewhere and set up for what they hope will be a successful B finish to this round. But once again, it is Molodoi and Yekindar here to defend.
Yeah, I think you might need a third player here as well. They haven't shifted anyone over. Nobody's even close. If these two can't hold on to the bomb site, it's a save call surely for Furia.
Ай-яй-яй, молодой әдемі 1 минус бар, бірақ екеуі де өлді. Негізі смок молик болды, я? Сразу бмн смок беріп, молик қонға беріп ойнаған кезде, я? Мен ойладым кіз молодой моликті беріп, екеш молик қонға тығып. Ой-ой-ой, ксерата.
Extend this lead back out to a 5-2, 3-round lead. But because Fury was able to return the previous round with weaker weapons, they've got another buy coming in, so not out of it just yet.
Ақшалары бар негізі, я? Фурияда. Келесі раундқа. Я молодой авикті алады. Ақша бар авикке.
This Furia have money to fall back on. Great to see G2 actually showing up in this
Алға
series.
Furia.
Very worrying performance on map 1.
Getting some really good calls out of Hunter, some really good movement around the map, doing a really good job of making it tough for Furia to read.
Так, тайм-аут бізде Furia алды.
Some good individual efforts. Heavy God 7-4, Nerds is 6-2. But more than anything, I think, by the nature of how assertively and how convincingly they're taking these bomb sites, they haven't really had to play too many
Калаш 2М Фама Савик Фурияда. G2 4 Калаш 1 Авик. Гранаталар бәрі бар, я? G2'да. Full комплект. Так, екінші бір нәрсе айтып жатыр. Сферата қосылды тағы да, Полон.
Full nades across the board, a pair of kits.
Полон молодой, бірінші армормен. Каскасыз. Так, киті бізде екеш пен Юрида. Екі комплект бар. Хорош, молодой. Хорош, тағы да бір минус. Екеш бір минус берген кезде, я? Норм, ойнауға болады. Үшке үш. Үшке үш. Бәрі кіті жақтан ойнайын деп жатыр ма не? Так, флэш. Разбил. Ревил. Так, Ринкл. Ойнап кетті. Полон без очков, Полон.
Just really good poise from G2, waiting. Patiently waiting
until
they can sense how easy it is to get that bomb planted, and Wrinkle is the one to provide the kills to give him the safety. Now a 4-round lead.
Yeah, as good as Yukindo has been in the early stages of the defense of this B bomb site. That's 2 rounds in a row now. Molodor's got his. Yukindo just unable to get something going.
Yeah, they were having a really hard time delivering both of them in the same round, aren't they? It's one of
Бір минус берген кезде екеш, я? Алшы еді раундта.
As long as they can batter down this B bomb site, Furia might want to start maybe considering rotating a third player over earlier. Now this attack happens early in the round, so even that wasn't going to help. But late round having a third player here,
Нечкада тұр деп ойладым негізі.
or at least figuring out some way elsewhere to be aggressive to gain an
Колонқасында
advantage.
тұрды екен.
Well, the buy is battered and bruised here from Furia. You're going to have a 5-7 for Fallen, Kesserado on an MP9. At least the others have their choice of weapon in hand. Not seeing Kesserado we see on map 1. Not really seeing anybody.
Аны бір опыт жинау керек бірақ та дейді.
Again, starting with 3A. Perhaps they're thinking, Jason, that G2 are expecting them to lean an extra play towards the B side and then would lean on an A play.
Yeah, they might be. That's the mind game of the IGLs, trying to get ahead of the adjustments. Mid-take, though, with numbers. We've seen them do it solo with Nerds here on his own, now bringing an extra body.
Might be the right call, though. They've got 3 players defending here, and we've got G2 starting to make their way towards the A side.
Smoke broken
Ой,
open.
курда,
Nerds just gets into some
Юрий.
safety, but information for Yuri. Sees them setting up, poised, outside camera.
Так, кітін қарау керек
It's
енді.
Heavy God and Wrinkle that would be tasked with taking A main control.
G2's ability to stay in limbo, though, and decide to go elsewhere has been so impressive throughout this first half.
But you're just running out of time for that, right? 40 seconds left on the clock. You have the easy drop down into canals, but they're committed now.
So they're coming at the 3 players that Furia put on this A site. The decision to stack the bomb site, is it going to pay off?
Ай, бір ғана минус Юрий. Хорош, Fallen.
That's the bomb going down. Fallen finally getting a kill on this map. And it's a big one
Бір
too.
келдер тезірек. Fallen жалғыз.
Waiting desperately for his teammates to arrive in the rotation. They're a long way off.
Ой, хорош, Fallen.
Another one out of the 5-7, but Yukindo's dead.
The flank. Fallen's trying to stay alive for the flank.
And that's all he's been doing. But finally,
Молодой
Fallen is
қалды.
gone. But he set
Solo
up Molodoi
молодой.
with a chance. A small chance, and Heavy God wasn't looking the right way, but Molodoi announces his presence.
Сәтсіз өтіп жатыр жеті раундтар.
To turn and react for the kill.
Yeah, Molodoi's going for the win right there, right? He wants to jump in and hope he can grab the planter out in the open, maybe delay it, maybe play a one-on-one.
Секірмеген кезде молодой, я Хэвиготты өлтіріп, бірге бір қалыш еді. Дейіп айтып жатыр бізде комментатор. Ағылшын тілінде. Дука стрим даусы жай естіліп тұр дейді. Менің даусым или осы стримнің ба? Лайнан шығарсам, қалай? Не істеп жатыр молодой? Ойлаған шығар бәрі сол жақта деп. Осылай қалай жігіттер, қыздар? Менің даусым естіліп тұр ма вообще?
Coach Fallen in the past, has always been his main priorities. He's always has his one star player on the team that he just wants to constantly feed rifles to, constantly give them chances to build themselves into the game.
Что айтындар, жазыңдар?
Nerds handling Molodoi very easily indeed with the AK. He's going to try to do so again here on the Kindok. Does a lot of damage.
Сирата ғана я, бізде гам бар қолында. Ой-ой-ой-ой. Ай, хорош, Сирата. Менға бармай ма? Калаш алуға.
Serrano's open that one kill might shy them away from the A bomb site. G2's thinking along similar lines because they're readjusting right back towards the bomb site the M4 was at, the strongest weapon that Furia have in play.
Dished out some damage as well to Serrano sitting here on 40 HP. I mean, there's such little chance that he's going to do too much in terms of impacting the round win.
Тильт болуға әлі матч біткен жоқ, әлі шанс бар.
Hunter just goes back to check it out for a second.
It has taken quite a long time. They did have to wait for the smoke to fade, but it is giving the opportunity for Fallen to creep closer.
The question is, how much can Serrano do? Out into the open, good amount of damage, but just a single kill.
Тағы да минус берді Серата, бірақ бұл соңғы минус болды. Так, Fallen кім? Юримен негізі мойында қалаш жатыр. Қалаш салып қасса. Так, о, кетті Fallen. Так, Юри қалаш салды да, мен кеттім деді.
8 to play with for G2, looking like you have a great chance at extending upon the 8 rounds they've already won. You have to say it's been a really strong bounce back from G2.
Ақша бар негізі, я? Байқады. Хантер да байқады, я?
Because he dropped the hero M4 over to Serrano is going to need a rifle. This is that rifle. So Yuri not actually peeking for any of these kills he knows are available beneath him. A 6-round deficit for Furia. 2 rounds remain in this first half for them to score together whatever they can. But nothing has worked.
Соңғы 2 раунд алу керек G2. Ой, Furia.
At one point Furia did stop that momentum, but it's right back under G2's control.
Соңғы 2 раундты алу керек Furia.
Fallen has one at the A bomb site. You want to talk about shoring up a defense with an extra player? The second off allows you to move a third M4 to that B bomb site for the entire round.
It gives you a lot of freedom reallocating those resources, and we've got Hunter getting into the smoke here.
Hunter konda.
A quicker play early in the round.
Үш қандай сплит емес, минус деп жүр. Ой-ой-ой.
Finding success on your Kindle through the smoke, and nothing working for Furia's defense.
Шық, Юри, шығу керек, көмектесу керек. Юри, оқымайды сені.
Finds one, but yeah, who else is going to add into it? Is anyone going to make a play off that? Here's the peak.
Хорош.
Equalizer from Yuri.
Шкеш.
All of a sudden, G2's been thinned out. 2 good opening kills, but brought into a 3-on-3.
Now, the whole time, Furia have been worried about the fact that that A site is completely open, so they're now reallocating the rotation back to A. But is that going to be the right call?
Жоқ, аға барайын деп жатыр, әдемі. Бірақ тайминг бұл жерде, я? 40 секунд бар әлі. Молодой, Серата. Сонна дейін тұрса ғой. Күту керек, сонна дейін күту керек. Жігіттер. Кити бар.
To possibly losing this round. Let's see if G2 can get
Давай,
through this.
Даня.
Молодой waits.
Ай, хорош, Даня. Минус
And
нерс.
G2 now realize that they're walking into a setup. They're walking into the sniper. They're trying to get rid of it. They're forcing him away. Wrinkle staying in the fight, trying to move forward, but 10 seconds. You've got to get that bomb down soon. And that flank is now arriving. Kaspi trying to win it. Round the back, Wrinkle. He turns, he nails it. Yuri comes in with a headshot of his own. And so it's the new
Ай, қалды
samurai.
соңғы.
Let's see how sharp his sword is.
Оны білет.
1v2.
Кити бар. Хорош, Юра.
It's Yuri that'll move through an essential round victory for Furia.
Так,
Without
екі
that, there is
ойнай
no
ма не?
half. But now they've got a chance.
Good triple kill from Yuri. Extended fight over at this A bomb site right at the
Hadi
tail
жүріп
end of
кетті.
things. Now it's always G2 desperately trying to recover, and they almost do it, but Molodoi adds one on top, makes it real difficult.
Great shots out of Wrinkle, just couldn't combine for the win.
Не деген тайминг, Ксератаны қалай тексерді? Таймингпен прям білгендей бұрылып та шотын берді.
Let's see if they can grab this last one and carve out just as much chances as they need in the second half.
8 раунд алып қойды, уже слишком көп. Болады. Тағы 4-ші раунд алса Furia камбэк жасауға болады. Хорош екіш. Смоктың үстіне қарандар. Қолын жасықсағын еске алып жатыр ғой дейді. Я, прайм фолын батя. Бірақ осы карта енді 2-ақ қана килл. Пока енді.
Heavy Guard steps up next towards A main.
Алдыңғы матчта прям жестко ойнады Fallen.
Well, Heavy got deleted him in the
Маңызды
previous
фрактар
rounds.
беріп.
2 op, same position. You don't see this every day.
Так, 2 авик, я? Я, 2 авик.
Beside each other.
Well, that can be deadly. As long as Molodoi can find a safe place, Fallen needs to hit this shot. Then he can
Хорош Fallen, упорда тұр ғой.
Fallen peels into the corner. And they're walking into a double op setup.
Папасымен баласы тұрады, 2 палка стап.
That's the release valve.
Хантер.
Do they run it all the way?
Не істеп жатсың сен? Матчта қарандар.
They're going to drop into the water. They're going to come in.
2 энтри беріп.
They'll try and block them. Smoke goes down. They're just going to run through, but they know the rifle's waiting.
Юра, давай, Юра, әдемі. Өмір сүру керек. Молодой, жүгір, кім? Қайда, молодой, жүгір. Осында. Бірге бір. 15 секунд. Үлгере ма бұл?
I think this works. I think he might just make it in time. Oh, it's so close. Molodoi's not entirely sure. And he is.
Үлгереді қарандар.
Oh, just perfect. What a read from Hunter. Slipped the net. And now
Hunter
Molodoi,
primed.
a very tough clutch to step into. You've lost information and positioning of your opposition.
Префпен шығу керек. 28 хп.
Once the prey. Now Hunter sits with a chance to close it, but the time is ticking and the tension builds as Hunter backs his way into storage. Molodoi has to back himself, gets onto the site, taps that defuse. Hunter, round from heaven, exceptional round out of Hunter. The time is on his side, and Molodoi will get the kill, but there's not enough time to stop that bomb going off. And that is all Hunter to secure the next round for G2.
Yeah, beautiful time for the captain to step up. Hunter providing impact, understanding the situation, boxed in, creates the escape route for his team. That is a lovely adjustment when you've been stuffed cold at the
Қиын, жігіттер, қиын. 3 қана раунд.
And one more round at the tail end for
Hunter
G2,
жестко.
why not? 9-3 on the half.
Потокқа кірді бұл жігіт.
G2 playing for that third map, Dust 2 waiting in the wings if they can take us there, and they're poised for it.
That's a devastating round loss right at the end there for Furia. They win that. We're talking 4 rounds pulled out of the first half. Conversation can be had about them feeling good about the second half if they get a good start, win that pistol. Now the second half becomes very difficult indeed for Furia.
Ал камбэк бола ма, болмай ма?
See what they can do with it. We saw him flustered and a little bit disorganized.
Что-то бірінші картаны Easy Furia өтіп кетті. 13-3 қазір. Керісінше болып жатыр. G2 9 раунд. Furia 3 қана раунд. Heavy қуып жіберді бұйдан қарандар. Heavy көтті. Бірақ бір минусын берді.
Yeah, but I mean, this is interesting. G2's all rotated over, but they have no idea what's actually going on. That whole time, that felt like a B hit, like a B rush, like a B attack. It's got him out of position. But Fury don't want to press the envelope in middle. Gonna try and start working the way through A main, but Nerds is grabbing yet another kill.
Ксюрато. Без шансов, походу. Даня, давай. Трипл, квадро, бір нәрсе. Юрамен молодой. Давай, хола. Ай.
This is a good start. Look at the way Mattis is taken out the fight and brought down, and nobody's even in the bomb site in return.
Comes down to shooting from Yuri. Can he muster anything? Defuse has started. In fact, there's
Ой, хорош. Диффуз засапсатор.
Got onto the defuse inside of a smoke, and with the kit, it's an easy win.
Yeah, with a teammate as well being a distraction, make sure he commits to a fight.
Decider, походу, жігіттер, Decider.
G2 a step ahead in every single scenario. This map has been there since the start, and they are not going to relinquish it. Lovely shooting from Nerds, and there's that aggressive word again as he continues pushing to clear the
Decider.
The pieces were there for Furia. The idea was there in that pistol round, but just so disjointed.
Comeback жасау дейтін енді қиын. Осы раундта. Бүкіл раундтарда алу керек подряд қатарынан. Жетуларға шаққан раунд қалды.
Fury have anything to say about that? It begins now in this round.
3 defenders here for G2. Really
Кеше бірақ камбэк жасады Аврора қарсы.
Goes down if he has to give up the angle if it's not smoked. Heavy God just this position kind of sucks, so he's got to be really careful.
Heavy God sharp on the first, seconds go to
Бірге.
And this round not competitive at all.
11-ci
Fury
round.
cannot break through. It is 11-3. And it's about to be map point for G2.
12-ci round G2 үшін.
That just goes just perfectly. Lovely first shot, a clean, quick kill, allows him to double up. His teammate Mattis turns towards main, covers him from that.
Furia дол берет алса, teammate дейді, басқалар алса, тупа. Ата салса да тиеді дейді, so барау.
Round 15, and you're right, 12 is looking extremely likely. Furia do invest.
Мен де ойнай алмаймын осы дол береспен. Дол бере салсам. Ағашы тимейді ғой. А мен қарсы алған кезде де еще 2 километрден хедшот береді ғой.
Heavy God waiting for any indication of what hit is coming. One player spotted over at the B bomb site. Furia letting G2's defense sweat. Perfect nade on the here's the hit as they stream in.
Yeah, they stream in, but to the death is Heavy God at the back of the platform. Even with the USP, is using it to devastating effect. In fact, he nearly gets everybody. You cannot barely hanging in there. When the rotation is arriving, a 2v1, and you've got your Kindle social XP, but he's got himself into a 1v1 fight. If there's any hope,
Пачка көрініп тұр ма? Жоқ, пачка көрініп тұрған жоқ. Уақыт бар негізі. IQ Gaming.
The bomb was dropped at A main. Nerds surely realizes he doesn't need to move from this position. Kinder still has to go get the bomb. It's a teammate from Nerds' perspective. 20
Мада
seconds.
шықпайды қарандар, а? Өзі пик жасай ма не? Енді бір раунд қалды.
It's waiting in the wings, waiting for its chance to step into this series. Impressive recovery after map 1 from G2, looking completely different, full of life here on this map. 17 kills on Heavy God leading the way, 11 on Nerds, 10 on the captain of Hunter.
Бай, үш калаш, 2 галил. Агрессиямен қарандыр ойнап жатыр. Молодой, әдемі. Аксирата, префпен. Көлеңкесін көрді. Юра Фолан. Табек бұл, мен ойынша. Шанс жоқ екенін түсініп. Қайталады. 13-3. Размен. Бірінші карта тура осында есеппен бізде есепмен Furia жапты жетуларды. Енді қазір қайтарды жетулар. Енді потный бір десайдер болайын деп тұр, валидольный прям. Зеркало дейді, я. Анубис неге таңдады, енді білмеймін жігіттер, мен қайтам білем оны. Бірақ я нюкті банға тықты сразу жету. Сол үшін мүмкін. Негізі өздері Инферно мен Миражды банға тықпай тұға болатын еді осы Анубисті банға. Сонда либо Мираж, либо Инферноны ойнаушы еді.
Furia, all the decisions they were making in the mid-round didn't work out for them, and it was a 13-3 the other way on Anubis.
I really feel like Nerds had a lot of saying in this specific matchup when it came to the middle area.
Олар ғана өз жалғыз таңдамайды ғой. Жету да бан береді, таңдайды картаны. Ойлаған шығар, Анубис банға кетеді деп. Ол да IQ ғой бұл жерде. Ойын не матчта емес, уже осы пик банда басталады. Неудобный соперник болып тұр жету. Чисто картамен қарасат.
But you didn't mention the economy, and this was a reset round, but this was for me also where I really saw, all right, G2's back in it. So 3-0 up, Furia wins a round. This one is important so their economy doesn't get reset and they get some momentum in the game. So default from G2, Furia clears mid, Kaserato tucks in close to window, and now you see G2 position for the fake, right? This is just to draw rotations from the side of Furia, create space for Kaserato doesn't move, but Nerds wins the duel outright, Winkle with the support utility, right? And here following the spot out. So now in a 5v3, G2 actually makes the kind of wrong decision when you look at the minimap. They go where two defenders are going to be, but despite that, still managed to do a good job of covering each other. Nerds arrives at just the right time, so Ikinder cannot deny the plant, and that they don't lose their cool in the 3v2. Hunter is able to take down Yuri, which forces MONGOLZ to say.
We talked about the IGLs clutching up and able to lead with some frags. Hunter had some big ones in there. Dupree, what did you clip out that from round 8?
Well, round 8 is just like a bit of the contrast to what Yanko just talked about, that as you saw before, like it was all about the defaulting playing slow, and then this time it's a B-pop, you know, it's a change of pace from G2 where they just throw it at him, and MONGOLZ even gets the opening frag here, and then you can just tell that Gikinda is flashed out and he has to fight multiple angles. MONGOLZ even gets a second here, but at this point he can't really pull the trigger fast enough, so he gets taken out with a very fast trade frag by Nerds. And then this is some of the things that I really want to be pointing out with why Wrinkle was put in this squad. I'm just going to showcase like the fact that he goes in front of the smoke, gets a first break onto Fallen, but goes through this smoke to fight CT. It's exactly this type of aggressive play that he was brought into the roster for.
You wanted to see that aggressive play tonight. It paid off there. Does it pay off moving forward into a game 3 on Dust 2?
Well, it kind of has to, right? You know, that's also a map where you can be very aggressive, and you also have to try and find the openings, and this was a good showcase of what Wrinkle brings to the table.
If anyone is excited for Dust 2 and a G2 fan, they're probably excited to see the guy who started popping off in this game. When I first came in, you guys said, put a star next to Heavy God's name. What has he shown you in this game number 2, and what are our expectations for Heavy God in particular on Dust 2?
He's just been rock solid for G2, right? Lately, or I mean pretty much ever since he joined. And, you know, those are the positions that are not maybe the star rifler, but the guy who's playing lurk on T side, anchor on CT side, right? Like they need to be very competent to make moves on their own, to take initiative, to punish aggressive plays, right? And HeavyGod did all of that on Anubis.
And it's all about the responsibility that is also thrown at him. It's roles where you need to be making the right decision and be very good with your communication. And HeavyGod has been one of those reasons to why G2 has been looked out for a while, right? He's definitely the player that has been standing out ever since he was picked up.
Some clean trades, and when he needs to, he can get it out himself. Pistol here cleans up 3, and HeavyGod celebrates a 13 score as they take map number 2. We take a look at the overall numbers: 18 kills, just 10 deaths, 139 ADR. But the opening KD is what we wanted to highlight. 7-0. The best we saw yesterday, Yanko, was 7-3 out of their 10 fights.
Yeah, that's not too shabby for HeavyGod, and you know, not often that you're going to see him involved in that many openings, but just how the game turned out. And you know, I'm just hoping for a better game for these fans on Dust 2, right? And this does feel like the series could have been a best of 1, right? With these 2 maps and just how the veto played out, it was very, very strange. And G2 not showing up on the first map, Furia running away with it. So now on Dust 2, you're hoping get to a 3rd map, both teams are settled in, and this is where they're both going to feel a similar level of comfort.
Now we go the distance, right, Dupree?
Yeah, well, we have to. Like we're going to a 3rd, and I'm curious too the fact that those 2. I know that Fury, they picked up a 13-6 win against Nancy when I watched them over the group stage, but I didn't really feel like it was that confident. Their CT side was just not really anything that particularly put together. I think it really looked like a team that still, even though they've said they worked it out, still had a lot of issues. And I hope that if you look on the side of G2 that they can work it out. Look back at that game, because there were so many openings, especially when they came to the A-split. So, I mean, like, if G2 have done their homework, I think there's a lot of openings to be found.
Just to remind everybody where we are at in the tournament, we finished our round of 16 previous match. We are now into the quarterfinals. So what does that mean for both of these teams? You win, you're into the semis. You're earning even more club championship points for your teams. And of course, you're getting a step closer to the arena on Sunday. As we take a look at what we have in store for us tomorrow, though, boys, 3 more quarterfinals, all here on the main stage. Dupree, which one has you most fired up?
I mean, obviously it has to be. I think actually Mouse as a foot is really good, but you know, Vitality Spirit is also one of those games that you got to be looking out for. The whole Saibu Dunk conversation that we had early on was something that needs to be brought to the table. But regardless of that, you know, the lower side of the bracket is just so top heavy. So it's just incredible to see that all these teams are stacked down there.
We've had a party here in the STC Arena. Thank you for staying late with us. We've got one more map to go. Stay tuned for an interview with a dog. Map 3 after this. Woof woof.
Artem, carry gel, okay, when you come back.
Guys, I'm all in middle, okay?
Guys, I'm taking Moto.
I have full status, guys. Okay.
Perfect.
I'm all in middle.
We have middle. Nice.
Bump.
Okay, guy last. Artem, carry some bullshit. Okay.
Nice, sick boys.
I am here with a very special guest. It is the one, the only, most important and stylish member of Furia, Barto. Barto, you've been in Paris for a little while. Oh, you're already active. Okay, Barto, how are you feeling? Okay, so he's complaining he didn't get taken already to see the Eiffel Tower. So you want to go and see the Eiffel Tower? You might need to win the tournament first. Let Daddy do that, and then you can go. Let me ask you that. Do you think Daddy's going to win the tournament? Is Furia and Fallen going to go through and get revenge on Falcons if they meet in the grand final again? Oh, he's looking away because he said there's no way they're not losing. That's the confidence he has in his dad and his dad's team. I completely respect that. All right, Bardo, if they do win, he's going to make a lot of money. What would you do with that money if you could buy all the things you wanted? Anything you want, bro. He wants a bigger bed and a bigger bedroom than mum and dad have to himself with lots of treats. Okay, that's a good way of doing it. I really like that a lot. Well, Bardo, I know you're a very important person. You got plenty to do. I'll let you go. Any last words for the fans? No words to the fans, just a beautiful face. Oh, Bardo.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bardo. Thank you very much.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
My first LAN event against like the absolute best teams, DreamHack Vegas, 2017. I was on Misfits, played against Fnatic and VP at the time, the Swedish lineup and the full Polish lineup. I remember it was my first time seeing Fnatic like on LAN, and I was like big Olaf Meister fanboy, big Olaf fanboy, and NIP was also there. I saw Forrest, I was playing with his mousepad at the time. I remember I was nervous to ask him to maybe sign my mousepad.
So I played my very first LAN event. It was a local Finnish LAN held by a high school. Best thing was that I got to see how it was to compete. You know, I was there with my friends and we joined some local tournaments there. We played, I believe, Counter-Strike 1.6. But, you know, just to see there was some teams coming there who were way better than us. Obviously, I was just kind of starting to get this experience on what it was to compete.
It was the Gamer Assembly in 2016, I think. I was like 14 years old, and it was with a French team. Like it was a huge LAN before in France. It was like where you get to start your career in France. My best memories from the first LAN, we were like kids basically, like just enjoying CS, but like we made it through the group stage, and it was like insane for us. And the fun fact is that my analyst right now is my ex-teammate from my first team ever. So
my first LAN event was Copenhagen Games in 2018. I have many good experiences and memories from the event, but one of them was for sure that I was living at home at the time, and I think one of our games ended at around 4 a.m. and we had to play again at 10, and I was driving home, so I was probably home at 4:30 or something like this. And I remember going in and waking my mom up and said, "Mom, we made it to the next day," because I was so happy. And then she was like, "What are you playing?" And I said, like 5 hours or something. She said, "You should probably go get some sleep," but it was literally impossible because so much adrenaline was pumping through my body because I was not used to playing and being happy on LAN and these things. So this memory is for sure a fun one of mine.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Would you rather play with teammates that say nothing but have great aim, or play with teammates that have poor aim but have great info?
No cons and good aim.
Speaking of no cons, good aim, we've got the opposite here. I'm playing with
That was good. Great aim. I mean, I'm an IGL. Maybe I can communicate enough to make up for it.
Great aim. You don't care if they talk?
Yeah.
If I play with, let's say, Doku with Jabby, I could just say, you know, we'll play and we can hopefully shoot, you know. Then if they just communicate good and they kind of follow our plans well, I think it's fine.
Communication.
Good communication.
And better aim, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. What about you?
Yeah, I would choose the same. I think you can win the game when you have the good comms, you know, but if you have only aim, yeah, it's hard.
Great info so I can get the kills. See, that's a man of culture right there. Yeah, I like that.
Good aim, but saying nothing.
The teammates who don't say anything and they have great aim.
Everyone's saying that. I feel like that would be so annoying if like they don't communicate, but I guess if they kill 2 or 3 people every... Okay, exactly. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, it's same. I think same. We just join server, kills them fast and we go.
That they can speak.
Yeah, good comms. Priority number 1, good comms.
Yeah, because they can practice shooting.
It doesn't matter, but at least IGL will speak. If you have like 4 others that can shoot, it's GG, bro.
Imagine IGL playing on A and no one speaking on B.
That would be hard.
Killing gonna be a lot of killing.
Yeah, they've got great aim.
Yeah, but they cannot kill 24/7.
At the very end, who shoots harder wins.
I mean, I think that's valid.
Let's say Robin is quiet, but he's in a position to be quiet as well. So sometimes you don't need a guy communicating so much from those positions.
As long as he's getting the kills.
Yeah, and his aim is pretty good.
So it's the answer is it depends. Okay.
Started out as underdogs. The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series. MONGOLZ close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
Going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that a hairline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Goes back towards the B-bomb side and allows players to activate with the double. Riders forward mode down immediately. Threes. Well, one of these in the spam comes up. And he knows Zulu is feeling the pressure.
The first of our quarterfinals here at Counter-Strike Esports World Cup require all 3 maps. 2 blowouts back-to-back, but hopefully Dust 2 is going to be a very different story.
Should be as well. Should be more of a brawl, more of a fight between these 2 teams. A little bit more middling on both their map pools, so they've got more experience, more reps on it. And we'll see how they bring into play. But the main topic has been just, you know, you mentioned one-sided. It's not even because of the maps necessarily. One team just doesn't show up. The other team shows up in the next map. So it's a weird situation now coming into this third one, where teams have just been so absent or so on point. So the question becomes who gets that hot start and who can have the first bite at taking a significant chunk off the scoreboard when this gets going.
Well, Dupree at the start of the day mentioned individuals, so let's take a little count and look back on who has popped off so far in this series. Opening map for Furia was obviously Kesserado was the standout player. For me, second map, I really enjoyed watching Hunter. I think Cole a great game, not only that, but also had some of the most impact.
Yeah, Heavy God had the frags at 18 kills, but Hunter certainly called just a disgusting T-sided game, working Furia back and forth across the map, and then you also had a very clutch and impactful performance in bailing them out of a 2v4. We'll see how it all plays out here on Dust 2. Deciding map is going live. Winner moves on to the semifinals here at the Esports World Cup. Furia starting on the T side and moving 4 players in.
Al gittik Furia alga. Decider басталды бізде Dust 2 картасы. Жету қорғаныста бізде Сабылда Furia. Furia 4-еу танылды тұр. Так, Serata midді тексеріп жүр. Ақпарат жинап, минус деп.
And only one player here defending for G2.
Furia has everything they want. Defense has been pulled out of the bomb site. Everyone's going to have to play
Ешкім жоқ беда, ешкім жоқ. Әдемі, молодой. Хорош, Ксерата бір минусын берді. Екі минус берген кезде әдемі болса еді, бірақ бірде. Жақсы. 4-ке 3. Бір смок, кит жоқ деп жатыр бізде. Алсын комментаторлары.
Hunter's already backing off, like there's no point even going for it.
Wanting to save
the armor, save the smoke, the piece of utility for the next round.
Екі армор бар.
So Furia will open up Dust 2 this third map
Дол
with the
беретіс
pistol
бар.
victory with the lead.
Және смок таватқа. Так, молодой, тағы да ринклды тауып алды. Қай год қой.
Not going to work out for him as Furia will sprint away, and that is going to be the pistol round. Go all the way to the T side. So, for Furia, you're the team that was just banged out 13-3 most recently. You want to make sure you come in with some positive spin on things.
I think it's going to be a pretty easy one to put that map at the back of their minds going out between maps, not just because of the one-sided scoreline, but also because it's just a map they know they haven't really gotten their pool yet. So easy to kind of just forget that that occurred.
And also, it helps that you have a 13-3 win under your belt as well in this series.
Second round bye for Furia and for G2. MP9's picked up 5-7s. A little bit of utility on this CT side. Going to deploy these smokes.
Басыма заман емес, иә. Что-то G2 өздері бұл жерде. Б'да ешкімді қалдырмай. Тегін келді деуге болады бұл раунд.
And Furia happy to play this patient. Play this opening of the round slow. Knowing the second round bye, seeing all this utility dumped early by the G2 defense, they know again late round advantages will be in their favor.
Боксын қасындатар. Екеуі ловер.
You can see this crunch of Furia players coming into the tunnels to try and clear it at the same time.
Пальмада 9-шы нөмір. Ай, хорош. Фолан.
Oh, that is a devastating timing. Fawn and Kesserado come into the tunnels.
Так, б'да ешкім жоқ. Қайтадан Б'ға шығайын деп тұр. Пачканы, иә. Молодой да пачка екен.
Really unlucky in that position. Here we go. There's that deep smoke to create a little bit of space, a little avenue around the smoke on the left side, but with an MP9, Hunter can't be too aggressive.
Юра карда. Шықпайды. Пачка. Пачканы қою керек.
And I think G2 once again going to have to back away from this and just try and use these weapons in the
Бір
next
нәрсе бар ма?
round.
Смок. Екінші смок. Екінші Титаникта тұр. Неге пачканы қоймай жатыр?
And that's going to end up being the second round in a row here for Furia.
Тағы да сейф. Заман емес, екінші раунд.
Good look so far. Outside of the one map, we know Furia really doesn't touch a whole lot. Been playing well. It's got to be, you know, this is a nice performance to have if you're Furia, if you make it into the semifinal at this stage of the season. They have like an oddly tricky season coming up in my mind, I think, because of the impending retirement of Fallen and how the team is going to change after that. Are you just replacing Fallen? Are more people going to be taken off? It seems like down the stretch, Furia has a lot of things on their mind with the impending roster changes coming. So I think a nice deep run early on in this second season can do a lot to kind of shore you up with some of the difficulties and distractions that will be here when the second major of the year rolls around.
Не болып жатыр бізде? Техникалық ақау ма тағы да?
Furia's fan base following them no matter where they are in the world. They want to have someone to support over the next couple of days. Furia need to pull off this quarterfinal win.
Үшінші раунд. Паджим лоуердан, Хантер.
Into the lower tunnels. Now the Vaughn's right beside him. It's going to come through with a kill. Looking for a
Хорош,
second, but Yuri
размен бар. Юра, тағы да бір минус, Юра.
That could have caught him off guard, but Yuri is very quick to adjust his crosshair.
Ойнап тұр бүгін Юра, әдемі.
As he comes swinging wide, Nerds is going to push forward towards T-spawn to try and maybe lose himself on the map.
Көпшілік бар. Енді не істейді?
For a backstab, it's a
Екінші
long
нөмір
route to
кім
go.
бізде? Nerds, Titanic қараңдар. Спаун жоқ, почти жетіп алды. Бірақ барған жоқ қараңдар.
4-on-3.
Mid to be ма?
And unfortunately, I actually now that he's kind of parked himself, I don't know if Nerds, if they want to actually try and win this round, I don't know if you can. We need an MP9 to get involved in the action. Regardless, Mattis surely is going to go down.
Әдемі, смоксыз, распик
Really
жасап.
nothing for Furia moving into the gun rounds.
Ақпарат керек, я? Білмейді. Қайда тағы да екі ойыншы.
Look at how, I mean, just not trying to take anything for granted, right? Like, knowing they have a 4-on-2, knowing it's against a weaker buy, they could be, like, escalating. They could be picking up the pace. They could just be kind of running around and they're saying, we're not going to run anything, right? They get any percentage chance to something stupid happening that ruins this. Bomb planted. Nerds will back away with his armor.
Slow start from G2.
Üçüncü round. Furia için.
That slow start on Ancient. I imagine it's going to be a different story here on the CT side.
Ақша негізі бар. Бірақ дұрысқан жоқ. Стуарда, я. Оны біледі Furia. Бармилка. Қалай берсін деп тұр. Өздерінде екі Галил, екі Калаш. Фармилканы іздеп керек емес.
Well, the winner of this moves on to the semi-finals. They slide into that slot and then await the winner of Foot versus MONGOLZ.
I gotta say, I said at the start of the game today, I do feel like if you're a G2 or Furia, you've got a feeling, and that you're gonna have a chance to beat whoever makes it into that semi-final, right?
Oh yeah, all three of those teams, I think G2, Furia, MONGOLZ probably all feel very similarly. Okay, we got a B-rush to open up the gun rounds. It's coming in quick. Furia, they want to set the tone early and they might just do it.
Шықты фаст таймингпен Б-ға. Б-да тесік жетуларда.
You want this to be a grinded out round where we can really get to see the idea of the defense play up against the offense, but just a quick rush into the B bomb site. Nerds and Heavy got not prepared, not ready for it whatsoever. Both of them blinded by phenomenal utility. And you just get a real quick, cheesy round on the board. 4-0 for Furia.
Ай, хорош. Ринкл екен, ема. Скопты көріп Даня деп ойласам. Даняда Калаш қолында вообще.
To the 45-second save, you know, it's a terrible situation to find yourself in.
I'm really kind of surprised. I know the win was super clean and it's still early on in the half. I am a little bit surprised Fury wasn't more aggressive on the hunt to take some of those weapons away, right? Like you have all 5 players alive.
Пока әдемі келе жатыр. Даня авиксіз ойнап жүр.
You send some numbers at that with utility and take those guns away.
Yeah. Бір МК, 4 Калаш. Фурияда. Жетуларда авик бар. 4 МК.
And the only thing on his mind right now is let's not allow this to look like
хорошо. Sorry, мой косяк.
My boys can't get back into it while they're mentally checked out. So trying to put a stop to the bleeding early.
Басында қараған жоқпын. Кім немен ойнап жатқан. Ойладым Даня авикпен.
And G2 still sitting pretty healthy in terms of their economy as well after this investment in this round 5. So for Furia, no easy rounds coming up anytime soon. G2 is going to be able to muster up buy rounds for quite some time.
Енді азаққа шығайын деп жатыр, тез ойнап. Қарандар. Қолдау қарандар. Фаст таймингпен, бірінші таймингпен шығып жатыр.
Furia playing with some momentum. Ikindo is the player to watch at the front.
Оған емес сияқты жету.
Wrinkle is pushed up in the lower tunnels. We've got MONGOLZ just above him.
Тез шығып жатыр.
Doesn't have the op in his hands this time though. It is just the AK.
Так, опа.
Look at this push all the way towards top middle.
Yeah, they missed it. Fallen might find it.
Авеляндар Fallen. Ай, хорош. Батя Fallen.
Oh, Nerd's going to be frustrated. Can't complete the kill.
Қайтадан Б-да ешкім жоқ. Тіпті жету ұтыта. Сирата. Ана екені өлтіруге болатын еді. Хотя бы біреу КТ-дағы.
Yeah, and there's still MONGOLZ in the tunnels as well.
Қызық екен. Вообще жоқ ешкім Б-да.
But Wrinkle's op is in lower, and man, I think G2's going to save. You can't do anything from this position. You have 3 defenders at the A bomb.
Отылған команда шама, я.
Wrinkle with the AWP, and there's nothing. That weapon is so unwieldy to try
команда жартылай финалға өтеді.
And it just seems like Another extremely easy round for Furia, and on top of all of that, Yakinder is still out at long, waiting to punish anyone who comes here to save.
They're being completely outplayed right now, G2. Every single turn, Furia already there. And Yakinder, he senses this. He senses his chance.
Енді жылдам ойнап жатыр, мүмкін сол үшін тез ойнап жатыр. Размен жасап, расчет соған. Позиционно былай минус деп ойнап жатқан жоқ, тез шығып жатыр. БА, лонгта.
They're right there, ready to build up momentum. They already have their economy grown.
But that's the question: is
are they
going to actually get on the board here? Because right now they're getting completely manhandled right now by Furia. Even in the server.
Yeah, certainly with 2 rounds you haven't even been able to go for. Already 5 rounds deep, we've had like 3 very long extended saves and rounds that are just impossible for G2 to win.
We got nerds. Матис, иә, бізде. Бірде-бір кіл жасаған жоқ, әдемі. 2-3, абыла. Ой-ой-ой. Минус 2. Юрий размен жасай алмады. 2 ойыншы лонгта тұр бізде. Так, хэви год жапты бізде. Ай-яй-яй, Юра. Қайтадан Б-ға шыға ма? Как будто Б-ға ойнауға болады әр раундта. Б-лар онша емес. $100. Так, смок. 40 секунд таймерда. 20 секундта бітеді. О, Таня, хорош. Өлді деп ойладым. Екеуі смокқа шығып. Так, Юра, давай, перетяжка ұстау керек. Ай, бір ғана минус Юра. Ринкл. Молодойды өлтірді. Ксерата соло. Ой-ой-ой, Ксерата.
And it's just no time for this for Kaspi. He has to win an elimination, and Rinko will deny even that. So,
Молодой қалай өліп жүр?
G2 get a round win.
Yeah, I thought G2 was I thought Furia was in a winning position there. I don't know why the bomb didn't get planted, but the player inside the bomb site wanted to fight with his players over in CT spawn. That's a good opening kill. A better rebuttal from G2 to slow down the long play, but now you're in. And this bomb just never gets planted for whatever reason. And here's that eventuality for G2. They get their first round on the board. They got plenty of cash in the bank. Furia gonna try another knockout blow, another B rush.
Қайтадан Б rush.
Here they go, just swinging in, trying to attack. Heavy Cons had such a tough time so far.
Ринкл.
Good wallbang headshot, but not enough for
Молодой өлтірді. 2 жауап берді, Heavy God минус. Бірақ шықты, Б-ға шықты. Осылай ойнау керек жалпы Furia. Дайын емес G2. Осындай раундтарға, тез раундтарға.
Just throwing so much pressure on the B defenders here, Furia.
Yeah, safe ball.
Unrelenting as they charge into the B bomb site and forces G2 into that old familiar position of having to save without really having a shot at the round win.
Қазақша енді. Титаникта не тұр, Ринкл күтіп, Матиспен. Упорда тағы да бір ойыншы бізде. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Біреу өт кетті. Юра өлді. Жарайды, раунд бар, ақша бар.
You're 6-1 up already.
That's the other side of it. It's like, I mean, Wrinkle's got $12,000 down 1-6. That's kind of crazy. They just saved so many rounds. Fury on some levels just like, whatever, we're still winning them. And I guess the money doesn't matter if you rebuy weapons that you're never going to put into play.
Yeah, it's on you to
Тир болып жатыр ғой Wrinkle'да, тир.
stop these rounds from being so decisive.
Так килл жасаса да, раунд Furia алды бізде.
The fans something to celebrate. Hydration perhaps the issue.
6 раунд бар.
Wrinkles chugging down and trying to get through this timeout.
Енді не істейді екен?
Try anything at this point.
Furia.
Get yourselves back in action.
I mean, Heavy God has got to feel some of the pressure on his shoulders, but it's a player that can turn things around. We've seen it before.
I think the problem right now is just that, I mean, again, you talk about the pre-mentioning the individuals. This series is going to go about these individuals play better. Well, here starting in the third map, zero kills on Heavy God and Mattis. 1 on Nerds, 3 on
Heavy God, Nerds.
Wrinkles the only one putting some volume.
20 хп қалды әдемі. Явно баруға болады енді Б-ға. Мидта ешкім жоқ. Бірақ шортқа қараңдар. Шортқа бара жатыр бізде Furia. Бірақ 3 ойыншы ада. Флеш керек. Жігіттер. Неге молик, флеш, вообще еш нәрсе берген жоқ қой? Ксерата хорош. Минус Хантер, минус Матис. Ай-яй-яй, Ринкл. Молодой. Жарясың, Даня. Клатч. Молодой клатч.
This is his territory though. He's comfortable in the clutch. He knows he can back his aim. He knows he can back his skill set to win these situations. If G2 can see this,
КТ-да, Даня. Сезіп тұр ғой, брам. Сезіп тұр КТ-да екен.
I think he needs to clean one out before he can sit back.
And he's going to start moving forward. He is looking for that play. Molotov has a good
Ой, шашлық болады не
he goes back into the sight. A disappearing act from the magnificent Molotov. But again, it is looking to be magic from his sniper. Just can't get it. Heavy God, what a time to show up with your first kill of the map. Denying Molotov a clutch.
Бәрін түсінді, сезді, по идее, Molotov.
Man, Molotov set that up 3 steps in advance with those smokes inside the bomb site, knowing eventually he'd likely want to play around it. Really cool look for him.
Осы жерде түсінбедім мен. Неге Molotov берген жоқ? Флеш.
Molotov will never find him. And the fade just reveals too much
of
the
the
map, too much field of view for Molotov to handle. Well, 2 rounds punctuated.
Авиктар бар екен біледі ғой, негізі. Молик, флеш, лақтарып. Дұрыс болушы еді. Контактпен шығу дейді емес пе? Контакт енді... Қалай өнесің контактпен авик тұрған кезде? Өлтіреді ғой? Ататта қой салады сразу авик. Өлтіре алмайсың оны по-любому.
Furia avoiding hitting B early on, but the bomb is in the tunnel, so you do
have
the option to drop down into that B split if you want.
Флеш болған сияқты енді. Даже молик бермесе, хотя бы флеш беруге болады еді. Міне осындай Молотов береді, по идее, әр раундта. Шортқа барса, осындай Молотов лақтырады командалар. Бұл Молотовты бермей, екендар тегін кетті. Так, малды авикалды айтпақша бізде. Медал алды. Хантер. Ревил. Әдемі. Үшеуі. Хорош. Тағы да бір ойыншы бар. Б-да. Өлтірді. Екеуін де өлтірді. Хорош. Айтып тұрмын ғой, Б-да васе тисік. G2-ларда. Аға васе бармай қойып. Чисто Б-ға ойнаса. Қалған раундтарды бүкілін алуға болады. Тез Б, сплит Б. Ада шютер. Оны білем инфа болған жоқ екен, бірақ мидта жоқ. Либо лонг, либо шорт, по-любому. Сен хайе граната не үшін аласың?
This is the kill as well. That starts things off to a CT spawn. The turret from falling. The both B defenders are able to find a setup that works for them. And just impossible. impossible to stop them.
And again, I feel like I just have to
Он
remind you
все
that
походу.
money for G2 with the way that this has played out. These aren't like eco rounds, they're
Тез
losing
Б.
USP rounds, they're losing bomb
Б'да бір
rounds
ғана
each and
ойыншы.
every time. They're having the resources, they're having the off, the utility, all the
Молотов
M4s.
таставкасы тоқтап қалды Furia.
Can't get anything done.
Well, that money is
Smoke.
in that comfortable
Yekiş.
situation. Heavy God finally with some stopping power towards this B site.
Плюс дау
Just
деп
been able
жатыр
to
ба?
run in there at
Екеш.
will and just take that kill on Heavy God.
Oh, I think it shows you the faith that G2 has in him because he was the only defender inside the bomb site. Wrinkle didn't budge over in middle. They wanted to have a three-man opening at A.
Құрастап кеткен походу Furia. Өзі соғысып жатыр
Full
екендер.
trust in Heavy God despite the fact it's been a very slow map for him. 2 kills, that being his second.
Өздері білет тербір ғой, как-никак дейді.
Let's see the reactions. Flash comes
Ондай
in.
қателіктер жасамау керек қой, тербір.
He's not able to connect the shot. We'll put G2 two players up in the round. And still feeling rather comfortable. 50 seconds on the clock, and Nerds will start to move towards the
Бірінші екінші шығады, желет, сосын флешка базар жақ дейді. Хорош, Юрик, Сирата.
Again, G2's defense just
Просто
brutal.
массамен
It breaks
осылай
as soon as
шығып,
there's any pressure from Furia.
изи алуға
And Matis
болады
has to
раундтарды.
cower in the corner because his teammates are all gone.
I think brittle is the best description you can have for it because it feels like they should have some strength. It feels like they have players in positions to have some resistance and put a stop to it. But as soon as they meet, it's just not the case. It just falls apart.
Қараңдар,
It's
сезіп
crazy the way
тұрмайды.
this is happening.
Бар екен. Ай, мәссаған.
G2, just players have just fallen off a cliff.
Болды, Фолан, тоқта, атсуға болмайды.
8-2, now a 6-round
11
lead.
хп қалды Фоланда.
Losing like this sucks. It hurts. There's nothing more painful, but getting eliminated like this.
Осы жерде лақтырады Молотов, қараңдар. Өту үшін.
It's just feeling like you're not in the fight at all. Could be a bad day at the office, could be fundamentally just breaking down, but
Қашып кету үшін лақтырады Молик. О, Глазер, ана, Глазердер біздің аренада. Көрдіңдер ма?
Furia capitalizing on it.
Пауза басып қараңдар. Капюшонмен тұр.
4 versus 5 conversion without dropping anyone from there. Flawless. Round after round, there's only 2 remaining. And G2 still searching for their game. It's somewhere on the map here in Dust 2.
Айтпақша Глазерді кеше кім Furia парақшасы Инстаграмда
EWC. Furia was
видеода болды Глазер.
runners up in Cologne, and no one's really talking about Furia as one of the top dogs of this event.
Сұхбат
I
алды.
think a lot of that is the
Кішігірім.
fact that their bracket in the playoffs at the Cologne Major was the easier side. You could say it's the same here, but they are wanting to get to that final, get through a more difficult opponent in G2.
Күшті қыздар көп кісті дейді. Так, айтпақшы, Донат келді. Кім?
Well, over towards middle. Wrinkle's gonna come in late.
No паник, Тима, от души, брат. Қалдым вообще Донатты, от души.
Clear line of sight. He wants to fight.
Екеш, что-то без шансов. Даня, ай, тигр. Упорда, Даня. Ай, хорош, Нердс.
Can be going right here for G2. Hunter at least getting something out of the long attack.
Molotov's got a smoke, so he's got to make his way up short to kind of help for this cross because Yuri's only got the Molotov. So right now, Molotov just making sure nobody's holding him.
Yeah, so smoke comes in now. He'll drop that forward. Trying to stick to the flash. His teammates safely across this smoke. And Yuri's going to get shot through.
Больно.
As Heavy God sends one shot forward. Now Molotov a clutch. He was close to winning one earlier.
Флэш-дырсап берген кезде негізі молодой.
Limiting factor as well. He'll commit to the plant. Quick wrap around long from Heavy God. Nerds trying to keep him busy.
Қалай тигізеді? Секіріп. Вот. Алды. Біреуін өлтірді. Қайтадан Heavy God қарсы.
Heavy God trying to stop him again. It's a replay.
Секіріп атады қазір. Кім? Или қарға? Міне ма? Я карга
to use the magic stick. We'll see if it's MONGOLZ, the magic man, holding for his moment. Heavy God's disappeared for now. And MONGOLZ looking the right way. Heavy God's over the top. And he's got the headshot again. Heavy God down to that defuse, limited time, but he pulls it off. A third round and denies MONGOLZ yet again in the clutch.
Yeah, brilliant shot from MONGOLZ. Brilliant little movement and jiggle to make that all
Адуши Тима. Темск Тима. Рахмет, брат.
Same situation, same bomb site.
11 теңге жіберді.
MONGOLZ never considered anything but the railing. And Heavy God just jumping over the top gets a freebie. Timeout taken from Furia.
Қарамады да, MONGOLZ, он жақ.
G2's way out of the 3 they have total are off the back of a 1v1 between
он жаққа.
in pretty much the same round.
I might just have a wild round swing score with just 4 kills. High fives down the line. Hunter trying to keep everyone locked in, focused, motivated. Heavy God keeping some life in this team with these clutch wins.
Так, жеге ассалаумағалейкум баршаңызға. Бір-бірден лайк басып жіберейік, қолдап жіберіңіздер. Шешші карта бізде. Даст 2. Қан команда жартылай финалға өтеді. Базар жақына жақта тактика галактика. Минус Нерс. Демал деді Нерс, демал. Нерс 2 қана килі Нерсті. 11 раундта.
Apply some pressure to the 8 bomb site. You know the defense is already going to be weakened.
Негізі мидта минус беріп,
if you apply pressure early, make this defense start to panic and move with the man disadvantage to open up some opportunities late.
Бірақ мидта тағы да 2 ойыншы бар екен, міне енді көрдім. Бе жаққа бара жатыр, қарандар. Мен сияқты ойлап тұр, жетулар. Фалкон міне контакт енді әдемі. Осы контакт ұнап тұр маған. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Қалғандар беда жүр.
Taken down with ease, completely confused as to why.
Смог жатыр ғой шортта.
And that's the site completely under wraps. The last round of the half, G2 can't save this one. They have to give it a go, but it's so unlikely. Look how far away they are. Heavy God is in T-spawn.
Ай, хорош, Даня.
Obviously 9-3. The
Қайтадан, бізде.
Furia really have encountered no issues, walking into bomb sites time and time again without any problems, without any fight back from G2.
Heavy God, 1 versus 5, steps up and
Бүкіл 3 картада, бірінші половина бізде 9-3 бітті.
And we've got Furia leading the way, 9-3. Every single map has ended 13-3 so far. Is this going to be the same? It feels like it.
Let's check out that pistol round. This performance out of Furia's got the Furia fans on their feet. Jubilation in the crowd as they look to reach the semi-finals.
Шабуылда 9 раунд. Мықты.
G2's got to be shocked and stunned. Very short amount of time in this halftime break to try and get it back, to try to
G2 вообще білмеймін, что-то қорғаныстары бейді тесік. О, қазақтар жүр қарандыра, Қазақстан туын тағып. Әне, глазер көріндер ба? 2 қазақ. Базар жоқ, атмосфера енді аренада кайф. Главный Фурия жетуға білмеймін, қиын болатын сияқты. Так, молодой әдемі. First blood. Entry bar. Минус Хантер. Вот, минус тапты.
And whatever plan you had, if you're G2, you don't get to play that the way you would have intended with that aggressive play up middle and the fact that you've conceded a player.
Especially with someone like Hunter out of the fight.
Yeah,
Hunter, I feel like is the one I see most often kind of task situations or willing to take the
Bak
mantle of that
8.
entry
номер
frag
bizde
or
Fallen.
creating space
Ya.
for people following up behind him.
7 bizde Xerata.
He's going to go back to long.
Ой, хорош не деген
He's
тайминг.
been on a journey all across the map in this
Отсорт
round.
екен
Second
түсінеді.
headshot
Fallen.
coming through here for Furia. Under a minute left. Kesarado waits a goose. His teammate
Ай-яй-яй.
doing the distraction.
Әдемі. Xerata. Тағы да. Мынаны өлтірсең.
Any punches. Wrinkles left, knocked down, and again, not a single player
Bir
dying
minus
here for
alған жоқ.
Furia.
Furia. 10-шы раунд. Easy, easy, busy.
Anything on this map. Such a strong win on Anubis, but they could not carry it forward. I mean, it just all goes wrong. As soon as Heavy God kind of pre-aims to turn the corner in towards the double doors, in towards Cave, it's when Yakinder moves out. So just the timing, just the counter-strike gods even against G2 today.
Так, лонг шығайын деп жатыр бізде. Fallen. Ай-яй-яй, екіншісін өлтіре алмады. Bir minus var. Так, екіш. Қорқпайды екіш. Қайда жігіттер, жабық лонгта. Бокстан шығу үшін ақша төлендер.
Nerds and Hunter, an impossible task.
Ne деген smoke, no?
2v4, separated from one another, and absolutely no foothold on the map.
Кітел ақтарды ғой, бұл смокты. Так, көрді. Ай, дайна, тигр. Соңғы Nerds. 2 киломен.
The quietest performer on his team.
Екінші номер. 2 киломен.
Well, if you're G2, this is going to have to be something you learn from. For all the conversations coming out of the camp about wanting to increase the aggression.
Молодой, қорқпайды. Текті естіп, берге ел деді.
Saul said a number of times he's looking down the line. He's telling each and every player to find some aspect of their game where they can put more aggression.
Алға.
He's mentioned with Wrinkles specifically, he's going to be a project.
Жазақ чатқа, алға Furia деп. Қазақстан туын жіберіп. Қазақтан тойлап жатыр. Бразилистер. Жартылай финал қалтада бар деп.
For G2, it's always a similar story. Their ceiling is really high, and they can.
Соңына дейін ойнау керек, соңына дейін ойнау керек.
These events, but there's a certain point where they do hit the limit.
Осыдан кейін бол, дем аламыз.
Well, that was Cologne. That was the Cologne
Ұйықтаймыз.
I saw it said. That was the entire point for that kind of change of the roster, saying we kind of discovered what the ceiling was. We had the conversation.
Ертең қалған бізде 3 матча ойнайтын еді. Ширек финалдың.
Increases the ceiling of this squad. Not seeing it here today, unfortunately.
Ертең кімдер Spirit Vitality. Так, Xerata әдемі. Wrinkle'ды тауып алды. Мына Fallen'ды қараңдар. Ай-яй-яй, Fallen. Бірақ мынада матчты, я. Өлтіре алмады. Молодой тағы да бір минус тауып алды. Матч және Хабигот дуо.
There's a flank coming in. Maybe Kindar can be the insurance policy for the round win because they have to come back and get that ball on this currently just outside.
Тима сен ба? Düşü брат, рахмет.
Frustrated about it, but Molodow's got a free.
Так, молодойды қараңдар.
That flank comes in from Kindar. Series points here for Furia. Looking at the semi-finals to be the first semi-finalist here.
Дәурен сәлем айтып жатыр. Салам, Дәурен.
And just by the nature of the scoreline, there's been no real significant buy from G2 in terms of their AK-47s. The second half has been Tech-9 scouts. Look at the strongest investment they've had, or they'll get, with these Galils here in round 16.
Анонстардан кейін уайындап кеттім прям жестко. Что-то Dust'та не болады екен деп. Бірақ Dust'та что-то easy болып жатыр. Бір раунд қалды. Так, молодой қорқпайды болды. Kill жасауға кетті. Kills деп. Так, Lower. Екіш. Молодой. Шортқа мініп үлгерді. Не деген тайминг. Осы жерде енді бәрі дұрыс
He's
болды.
happy about that one. He'll take it. Hunter streaming around the corner. Nobody there to
İyi
follow
işin
him up
kovalап
with
жүр.
G2. All out of sorts. Impressive win for Furia. I mentioned this was so cool to
Söylüyor
watch
zaten bir
tactically
нәрсе
on this
айтып
third
ya
map,
bize maç.
especially here on Dust 2. Furia just picked G2 apart. Probably the best I've seen Furia play in quite some time.
Oh, and it's really exciting to see MONGOLZ in this form because at the start of the year,
Негізі осында есеп болған кезде бәрі үндемей отырады бәбек қылып.
But a major final at the end of the first season, and now starting strong here. Furia mere seconds away for the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. If they
Юра.
get onto this B site, and they're
Недегі
not holding on
молик,
because Nerds and Heavy God have shown
Так,
up
Даня,
with a
давай.
little bit of life.
Yeah, there we go. Good
Даня,
shooting from
Prime.
Heavy God with that Deagle jumping up on the box. 3-on-3 retake.
Так, екі флешка кетеді қазір. Бірінші кетті, екінші кетті. Кіру керек. Ей, Ксюрата міне тұр ғой.
Capitalizing on their chance. MONGOLZ had a couple.
Қалай көрмеді оны, а?
Heavy God has stopped him in every
Сол
single one
жағында
of
тұр
them.
ғой.
Let's see if he can close it out. It would all be
Кәде
worth it
сақта,
if he
Даня,
wins
керек
this one.
емес.
Gives it a go.
Бірақ кит
So
бар.
unlikely as time ticks.
Давай,
So
жарайды,
low
кеді
in that
ға.
form, he now realizes it is not
Highlight
going to be
керек.
around. He can win.
Ой, хорош.
It's a quick shot, and he will flee.
Жарайды.
I can't believe he even hit
Тағы да
that
бір
shot.
минус
But
тауып.
yeah, and the losing effort never steps in, preserving the AWP.
Сейфке аттанды.
G2. They extend play just a little bit longer. 8 rounds away from overtime.
3 карта, 13-те 3 дейді. Осы карта енді уже 4 раунд алды. Жету, жаңағыда 4-ші раунд алды.
Did forgot one, but managed to get to
Қалай
get
кімді
his cross
байқамады?
his feet planted.
Жесткий кипіш болып кетті ана жерде.
Well, round 17 now. Rinko with the scout.
Ринкл скаутпен жүр. Даня тағы да қарандар не істеп жатқанын. Шықш.
Been spotted by that
Шық,
scout.
давай,
Now
давай.
he's known, and he's got to be really careful about his timing of when he decides to retreat.
Мә саған.
Forward anyway. Continue to push up. MONGOLZ emboldened by the fact he's got Yukindar's defense
Ринкл,
alongside of
қоя
him.
сал бар.
Finding another. It's a 5v3 yet again for
Ауыр
Furia.
болғанда қолында сөйлесеміз деді.
But it ain't gonna happen twice.
Yeah, this time it will be that end. Heavy God and Mattis, a 2 versus 5. They're split up, they're not together. The difference was in the last round, you could burst out with 3 players and attack
Матис
into a
Heavy God
3-on-2
қалды бізде.
setup, but don't have
Давай,
that
Даня,
luxury
тағы
this
да килл.
time.
Бәм.
Mattis makes his move into the MONGOLZ scope.
6 кд, чё там? 6 кд, жігіттер. Даня, молодой. 6 кд. Қалай сендерге, а? 6 кд.
Forgotten their man, there's no mercy whatsoever in this series today. A 13-3 win on the opening map.
Жестко, жестко. Валидольный Анубистан кейін. Үф, дедім ғой. Мақта, мақта. Әдемі. Жартылай финал бар, жігіттер. Хорош, Фурия. Әдемі. Жартылай финал бар. Так, алыстамаңыздар қазір. Нені көрейік? Расписание. Кішкене эмоцияны көрейік, Фурия. Сосын не, расписание қараймыз. Қашан келесі матчтары.
For G2, back to the drawing board with some of the improvements they're trying to make, some of the changes they're trying to institute into this team to make it work, to raise the ceiling.
I think for Furia as well, there are a lot of question marks around the team. Like, what level are they truly at? How much of it was just the fact they were on the weaker side of the bracket?
Так, 22-сі дейді бізде. Не, жартылай финал, иә? 22-сі. И финал 23-ші болады бізде. Бақ, қай матч бұл деді? Бірінші матч па? Жартылай финалдың әлде екінші матч па? Біреу сағат 7-те басталады, біреу сағат 10-да. 10-да болса ғой, үлгерем. PUBG Mobile одан кейін.
It was weird as well because we played the first 3 halves, we played 1-9-3, so it was crazy map pool. Also we played Ancient and Newbies, and Dashu was crazy. I think it's first time I played Dashu 2 times in the tournament, so it was not normal, but we are very confident in all those maps.
And it felt like a special series.
Біздің картамыз емес деп айтты примерно, Анубис.
Il y a eu que des storms sur ces 3 games, donc même si un BO3, on n'a pas eu l'impression que c'était serré, mais c'était super bizarre pour nous aussi. Tous les c'était des 9-3, à chaque fois, c'était un peu étrange, mais au final,
Рекорд емес па, дуку білмеймін, оны білмеймін.
on a joué à Nubis, on a joué
Рекорд болса, телеграмға салам.
on n'avait pas joué des deux, mais très content de la gagner.
Пап турнир бар ма, не дука ол күні? Я, ертең басталады, 3 күн қатарынан өтеді бізде PUBG Mobile жартылай финал, ФМС Қазақстан чемпионаты. Сағат 6-да басталады ол еще.
Why this team, why this org? Maybe with the fans, maybe with your teammates. Tell me what's so special about Furia.
I mean, Furia is in my heart. They gave the first opportunity for me in my life.
Furia жүректе дейді.
Counter-Strike, go drive out.
Міне глаз бір қарандар, глаз бір, міне. Қазақ жүр аренада. Міне Қазақ, и тағы да ар жақта Қазақстан туымен жүр біреу. Екеу. Ең мықты турик осы ма дейді. Тақсы мықты туриктардың бірі бұл. Осылай айтсам бола ма? Ең мықты деп білмеймін, айта алмаймын. Білмеймін. Мажор негізі ең мықты болу керек. Мажор приоритетті. Бірақ бұл әлем кубогы. Дукайт шекенді көрек паппен кесті дейді.
Actually, we play in Brazil many times, and the crowd there is fucking amazing. So this is like home for us. So yeah, I mean, we know how to play in pressure, and this actually not a pressure for us. This is like a field like for us. So,
жоқ деп жатыр.
I feel amazing. It's like playing home. So thankful for these guys and all these people.
Жанкерлерге рахмет.
And they are amazed to have you as well, and the energy that you guys bring, whether on the server or with the fans, is absolutely amazing.
Қателеспесем, үйдегідей сезініп тұрмын өзімді деді. Типа, жанкерлер осында поддержка беріп, жақсы. Қателеспесем, солай айтты.
On ne prend plus la pression face à des grands publics, and now it's time for us to do the EWC ritual. You're down for some kick rushing?
Yeah, first time. Let's see it.
It's your first time. Let's go for it.
Так, Сандrat казнена.
Let's go in Portuguese.
Vamos.
Vamos. Vamos.
Жетон кілтін.
Caserato à Paris. La légende du Brésil. Devant tous ses fans.
Кэста қарайтын адам көп екен сені каналында дейді. Молодой болған соң ғой енді. Басқа матчтарда ондай көп емес онлайн. Қазақ болса болды ғой бізге. Дотаны қараймыз, CS қараймыз. International Дотаны қарайтындар бар ма жалпы? Рұқсат алсам. Бірақ үлгереміз ба? Дота қашан екен бізде финал? Ана жақта Яндекс ойнап жатыр біздің қазақтар. Әлем чемпионатында, The Internationalда. Тим Яндекс. Ватсон және Мелоди екі қазақ Қытайда қазір. Но матчтары базар жоқ, сағат таңғы 6-да басталады Дота. Чемпионшип қараймыз дастан үшін дейді. Сол. Бернли алға деп.
It's a song about him, literally. Mesdames, messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, once again, make some noise for Caserato in Paris.
CS-тан EWC мүмкін, иә. Бірақ тир-1 командалар бүкіл ойнап жатыр, ақша көп, призовой. Так, болды, мына жақта аяқталды, енді расписание қарайық.
chance for redemption at the major, right? You got to be looking at this and saying we took this route in Cologne.
Қарамайтын сияқтымыз жігіттер.
Didn't play well in the grand finals. We got swept by Falcons, but you got to be looking at this now and be like,
үлгермейміз. Қарап, қайда кетті? Сағат 7-те басталады Furia матч бізде 22-сі. Бұл матчқа мен үлгермеймін. Сағат 6-да PUBG Mobile басталады. Өздерің қарайсыңдар енді. Так, мынау 23-ші дейді. Так, 21, 22. Мына финалға да үлгермеймін бе не? Ары қарай онда стримсіз CS. Ары қарай тек PUBG Mobile онда арнада. Мына матчқа мүмкін үлгереміз. Кім ойнау мүмкін мына жақта? Так, Foot Mouse. Мына жақта Vitality Spirit, либо мына матчты қарауға болатын сияқты, иә? FALCONS шығады мына жақтан примерно. И мына жақтан Vitality Spirit. Короче, FALCONS, Vitality немесе Spirit'тармен ойнайды. Сағат 10-да 22-сі. Осы матчқа үлгереміз походу. Бірінші картаға үлгермесек, екінші картаға қосыламыз. Мына жақта вообще нереально. Сағат 1-де басталады. Үшінші орынға, иә, матч. Сағат 1-де. И сағат 5-те примерно гранд финал басталады. А ол бізде, best of 5 дейді. Так, 5-те басталса, примерно 2 сағат қосамыз, иә. Бұл 2 карта. А по-любому я үлгермеймін.
G2's valiant run here at EWC will be put to an end by Furia. First of all, apologies for having to do this one with you again, so when it comes to
үлгермеймін финалға походу. Бүкіл 5 карта болса, мүмкін үлгерем соңғы матчқа, соңғы картаға. Фактаса, кесті қарайық дүкі дейді. PUBG Mobile'ды тастауға болмайды жігіттер. Now, қазір жүріп жатқан бұл рестрим. PUBG Mobile бұл жұмыс, ақша төлейді маған. Ресми арнада жүргізем оны. Оны по-любому жүргізу керек. Чемпионат Қазақстана өтеді бізде. Ертең басталады жартылай финал.
Somewhat prepared on Anubis, but then again on Ancient not so much because generally they ban
PUBG жүректе ғой, соқ. PUBG number 1 ғой.
They have loaded it against Vitality and then Aurora, I think mainly.
Официально, иә, официально ресми түрде жүргіземіз, ресми арнада.
And I will say it's more on us to be honest.
Рейнмен, иә, Рейнмен бірге. Так, стримді аяқтайық, или что, сетканы көрсетіп керек емес сияқты, иә, расписание қарадық қой. Давайте, жігіттер, қыздар, баршаңызға рахмет. Әдем онлайн болды, әдем матч болды. Енді ұйықтауға болады. Қайырлысын жігіттер. Ертең PUBG Mobile киберспорт арнасында көріскенше. Сағат 6-да.
But obviously today against Furia it was a total drop-off. But then again when you look at the rounds, it was like B rushes, long take into B hit later. It was like, in a way, like gimmicky rounds that caught us off guard. But again, something on us, something to be ready on. But I would say some of the basics where we need to be just better.
Looking at that, just tell me where you think the team is at right now. What needs to happen in order to actually get the improvements you want and start being a title contender?
I mean, just playing more of these officials and getting into the season because it was many like sloppy mistakes. I think especially today's match, like we are already quite deep into the playoffs and this is the level of CS you see. It's not exactly, well, I don't know, promising. But then on the other hand, you have so many tournaments ahead of us. Like we will have a couple more just like directly after this one. So there will be a lot to play and a lot for us to improve. We just need to take a look of these things. And it's a lot of the basics, like I said. Like, for example, first map Ancient, it was a lot about just communication and hitting our strats, which in the end is basics. It's completely up to us and it's something we can completely fix, so.
Sounds very positive in what you can fix going forward. So thank you very much for the time. Sad to see you go. But as I said earlier, that's it for G2 here at the EWC.
Yeah, great to hear from Saul. Hear his thoughts on what went wrong today. Obviously being surprised by the veto, as everyone was, I think, coming into that. So worked out to play in Furia's favor.
Yeah, I mean, a cool little trick to be able to bring in. I really like when teams are able to do that. Kerrigan's kind of the lone guy we got. I feel like willing to take those risks from time to time. So cool to see Furia do it here. It pays off now in the future, maybe not. Either way, we got plenty more Counter-Strike going on at the Esports World Cup. We're going to bring up the schedule for tomorrow because we got the rest of the quarterfinals coming in. Foot versus Mal is going to be that first quarterfinal of the day. Legacy Falcons is next. In Vitality versus Team Spirit.
You know, clear schedule, nice evening game coming in. It's going to be 10 minutes to 7, CEST, perfect time. Get your dinner in and get ready for Team Vitality versus Team Spirit to round out the day. I think every single one of those games has a lot of reasons to be interested because Foot versus Malice is a really cool matchup. It's a rematch, and we'll see if Malice can get it done, you know?
Yeah, I like Legacy and Falcons as well for me is interesting, but that's more of a barometer of where's Legacy at, right? They had that barometer against FaZe where they got trounced earlier in the event. Now they get another one here against Falcons.
Seeing these guys have been everywhere. Jason doing the 6-7. You know, we have to do that to close the show, to close the day.
Can we synchronize it?
No. We are incapable of doing so. We're on a delay, Jason. All right. Well, the Esports World Cup comes to a close for yet another day. We're going to be coming back with all the semi-final action, the quarterfinals, of course, tomorrow. But I'm looking forward to it, and so should you be. Esports World Cup continues tomorrow.
Flamesy overlooked for now. Zyru audible middle. There's Flamesy. Not just one, not just two. It's 3 out of Flamesy. A fourth on the floor.
Oh my god, the throttle, bro. Insane.